ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Pro League North America Division. It is Season 5, match day number 15, the last match day of this week. And there's been a lot going on in the Counter-Strike scene at the moment. A lot of changes through a lot of these teams. Maybe not necessarily affecting the ones that we're going to be seeing on stream tonight, but definitely is shaping up to be a very, very interesting time in the next couple of months of CSGO.
Yeah, I mean, everything's thrown into chaos. I love it. Some people may not love it as much, but it just means that there is going to be a few more changes. People going to be unsettled. They're going to have to change things up, and that just means more for us to learn as well.
More for us to learn, more for us to watch, and more for us to enjoy. Be particularly interesting, I think, again, we're going to be touching on the Australian side of things, but Renegades having those roster changes, Yam coming back here to Australia, just when Renegades was starting to maybe look a little bit better than they had been, that could really change things for them now, give potentially a chance for some of these lower tier teams to overtake them. I mean, Winterfox, we're seeing them on stream tonight, we're seeing Luminosity on stream tonight. Luminosity at the moment a little bit above those guys, but Winterfox, I don't know, if they can get some wins here, which I find unlikely, then they can potentially start to jump up those standings. But having a look at how things are going, SK, who's really surprised to see them up there at 10-0. Cloud9, Team Liquid, NRG, maybe I would be coming into this one. If you had said NRG was going to be in 4th, I probably would have said, okay, that would be a little bit surprising to me. I probably would have said Optic in 4th, but in saying that, definitely looking fairly standard across the board there. Nothing really jumps out to me and goes, okay, well, why is that team there? Or why is such and such a team down that low, or etc.
And as we're hitting the halfway point in the league, it's important to note, NRG, they've had easier opposition compared to other teams, say Liquid, say Optic. They've had to verse easier opposition so they can get the points. Their 2 map losses have come off defeats from Liquid as well as Complexity. Complexity was very early on in the season, and Complexity are currently sitting at the lower part of the leaderboard.
Yep.
Otherwise, the critical 2-0 over Optic Gaming was a sign of things to come, and
potentially,
well, it is a good sign of things to come, especially given the statistics of how some of the players are performing.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing NRG up later today. Starting off the stream, though, Luminosity and Winterfox. If you're looking for Misfits, SK, that's over on the main stream. Renegades and Selfless after that. But for us in the evening, or later on tonight, I suppose, is going to be Immortals and NRG. And I definitely think that is a good one to watch, because Immortals, we were sort of touting them as the second best Brazilian team in the region. Kind of looked like they had a little bit over Luminosity, and then at the moment they're sort of sitting actually behind Luminosity. But here's a good chance for them to get some good points on the board. NRG is not going to be an easy task, but I think that one could go 1-1. It could go 2-0 either way as well, depending on which team turns up. But I think maybe time now to sort of have a look back, or have a little bit of a sort of a analysis, I suppose, of how Winterfox and Luminosity is going to go here, because that is our first match on this stream. And to me, this is not a match that should go to a 1-1. This should be a 2-0 for Luminosity.
Easy 2-0 as well. Every single time I see Luminosity play, just solid T-half, execute well, going together as a team, and they back it up with a great defensive hold on the CT half to strangle out the T side. Winterfox, they know what they're doing on the T side. They can get map control. We see on the execution-based maps, they're able to get the leads on the T side. They're able to make their way into the bomb sites as well very easily. They look great. And then on the CT side, they completely fall apart. We looked towards Cage last week, where on the T side, they looked a lot better. They didn't go down at least 16-3, which was a big, big potential. But then when they went to Overpass, I believe they took a 10-5 lead in their own T side, and they were still unable to convert that to a victory. Yeah,
definitely, I guess, something of a situation that maybe comes over from the Australian scene, where a lot of the teams quite decent on their T sides, but the T sides are the ones that sort of let them down. So if they want to make their way through to the final, maybe they do have to brush up on those CT sides, though. It is going to be a difficult task for those guys on Winterfox. Luminosity, though, maybe they can make their way through to the final. Maybe you can make your way through to the final as well. If you'd like to go, check out proleague.com/Dallas, and you can find all the information there, get your tickets there as well, and potentially go have a bit of fun with the pros there over in Dallas. Don't know who else is going to be there. Probably a few other cool people. I don't know. we'll see.
Yeah, there'll be lots of cool people there, so it will increase your esports reputation if you make it.
Oh, your E-rep?
E-rep. It's always important to increase the E-rep.
That's how you get all the e-girls, right?
Maybe for you, Elfish.
Maybe.
I just know that your E-rep is very, very high.
Oh, you reckon?
Whenever you head to Asia, I just hear great stories.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know if you're lying. You're lying through your teeth.
I am not lying through my teeth. I've heard the great stories on how Elfish goes and gets all the girls in Asia.
Okay, well,
That's mainly from Sandman, though.
Yeah, let's go a little bit away from this topic because I'm now feeling a little bit embarrassed. But Luminosity and Winterfox, we'll draw it back there. We'll bring it back to Counter-Strike here. I've said I think it's a 2-0 for Luminosity. I think you're very much in the same opinion as me.
Yes, Luminosity just looking stronger on the T half and the CT half. It's all going to boil down to the CT half for both teams.
Yep.
They both have the ability to execute well, but Winterfox, their biggest weakness is just holding onto the bomb sites. They're just unable to do so. Every single time it just feels like, yeah, they start off so well, and they just get completely shut out.
Yeah, well, let's have a look and see how things are stacking up individually between the players. And, well, you have to say it's looking a little bit more favorable there for Luminosity. 3 players above 1.0 KD, one at almost 1.0 KD, SHZ. And, like, it's just, you know, you can't draw too many conclusions from stats generally, but to have players that are fragging like that and the ADR like that, it just looks a lot better than what you see over on the side for Winterfox, which admittedly, it's not awful. Like, it's not like they're just getting outplayed by everyone and they're getting absolutely wrecked, but it's just not quite the same as Luminosity. So here for Winterfox, we will need to see them step up and play above what we generally sort of expect from them, what their average performance would be. They need to really play well tonight to have a good one against Luminosity. And they did play recently up against Immortals. They had an okay time. They did go down 2-0, but they did get 14 rounds on one map, and I think somewhere around 11.
It was
yeah.
16, 14, 6, and 11 towards
so
Immortals.
That's not too bad of a result in reality. And if they can sort of show up like that, maybe they can have a challenge against Luminosity. But if they don't, if they show up like we do sometimes see them and they just don't play so well, Luminosity is going to be far and away the better team here.
Yeah, it depends on who starts on the T side. If Luminosity start on the T side and Winterfox don't come roaring out of the gates, then there are serious problems with Winterfox.
Yep.
We've seen time and time again, they struggle on their CT side. Luminosity, the key for both teams, as well as Luminosity and Winterfox, is all 5 of their members need to perform as a unit, which is normally something I don't say. Normally I go, it's the core 3, expect to step up. But Luminosity, we saw it from their previous games on Cobblestone, against Misfits especially. They didn't do anything special. It wasn't fancy, it was just solid Counter-Strike. They came in together as a unit. Each one of them, you know, got 1 or 2 kills, chimed in, and with that group effort, were able to take Misfits down.
Yeah.
And Misfits, I would argue, a much stronger opponent than the current Winterfox lineup.
Oh, for sure. I don't think there's even really needing to be an argument about that because they're doing much better at the moment in the Pro League season. Overall, throughout everything that they've been playing, they're playing a little bit better than Winterfox right now, and I think generally most people would expect them to have a bit of a better time than Winterfox. So here tonight, the keys for Winterfox, I think we sort of saw last week a little bit. Raz was stepping up more than he had been early on in the season. He is obviously the new member here for them, and if he can continue to, well, I suppose it wasn't good form, it wasn't excellent form, but it was better than what it had been. And if he can continue to build on that, I think that's a key part of the success for Winterfox here tonight, if they can get that working.
And a big part as well is Imagine's success in the last couple of games. Before we saw Imagine struggling a lot more. Now he's coming back and he's getting kills on the board. No longer sitting at 5 or 6 kills over an entire 30-map game. He was the one who was, you know, going out, making the plays, getting the 2 or 3 kills, and that was the difference. That's what I felt like was a difference for Winterfox. They were able to bring it back a lot closer. Sure, unable to take the victory, but at the very least, if Imagine's starting to have a good time, all the players want to follow that lead.
Yep.
They want to have a good time. They're all going to fire up. Hopefully Raz, maybe even APOC as well.
Yeah. In saying that, though, it is going to be a very difficult task here for Winterfox, even if they are on their game, particularly for Raz going in that AWP versus AWP matchup against Yell from Luminosity. Like, it's such a difficult task because Yell is a very, very dominant player at times.
He's consistent as well. Yell doesn't really miss. Raz, when he's on, you know, we're able to see him get 1, get 2, get 3, starting to show some glimpses of brilliance. But for Yell, he's just Mr. Consistent, just hitting the AWP shots. He'll be able to just hold a line. All right, you peek this line, I'll get you. I can trade out my teammates. I'm not going to miss those shots, not going to drop the ball. And Luminosity is great at just going, all right, if we lose the first member, at the very least, we can make the trades work in our way.
Yeah. So
and
definitely,
that's the scary part for me.
And I think the important thing you mentioned a little bit earlier on was who's going to start on the T side here of Cobblestone. I don't know whose map pick it is, but obviously the other side gets the map the side choice. So if it is Winterfox that is able to start off here on the T side, that's, I think, going to work a little bit more in their favor. But if they do have to start off on the CT side, that's where we will see them start to struggle. And that's where we will start to see Luminosity get a little bit ahead and really start to put the boot into Winterfox, essentially.
Yeah, I do believe Luminosity did struggle on their own CT side as well against Misfits.
Right.
So it's not a clear shutout case for either team, depending on who starts CT or T side. It's all up to, okay, how well can Winterfox do on the T side? Do they get enough rounds? We've seen them get 10 rounds on the T side and yet still drop the game. They're just unable to close it out on the CT side. Hopefully, they've done the work. They put in, I guess, the VOD reviews, gone over what can go better. They just have to play controlled aggression. They don't need to try to take the fight all the time towards Luminosity. They just wait around, let Luminosity come towards them, set up good crossfires, and let their aim do the talking.
All right, well, we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to do that. On the second map, though, on Cache, I mean, okay, let's just draw that back a little bit. Of the two maps here, which one do you think Winterfox has the best chance on?
Most likely Cobble. Cache, I'm not sure whose pick it is, but Winterfox really struggled on the CT side, and that makes me scared.
Yeah.
They struggled last week, and they lost at 16-6, which is... I think they went down 12-3 on their own CT half.
Right.
3 rounds of the CT half is just not good enough.
No, not on any map, really, at all. So if you're only getting 3 rounds, even on any map, on any half, it's not going to be good enough. So we do need to see something here from Winterfox. They need to step up. Now's the time. They don't have any more time to play with. We probably said that last week as well about them. They need to get 2 zeros on the board if they're going to have any chance of even qualifying through to the finals. I don't even know if it's possible statistically or technically. But Luminosity, they're in a good spot here right now. They should 2-0 this one tonight. They should be able to put themselves a little bit further up. Currently sort of sitting around the middle of the pack, but they could get themselves even higher.
Yeah, that's their overall goal. They're sitting above Immortals, as a matter of fact. And we were talking about how the 3 Brazilian teams, I still say Immortals are stronger. And I go back to the point, the teams that Immortals have taken down compared towards the teams that Luminosity have versed are different caliber opponents.
Right.
Immortals have had a harder time compared to Luminosity, and Luminosity just have capitalized on the rest of the middle of the pack as well as lower pack games.
Yeah.
They're able to take 2 zeros. They don't really go 1-1. They go, it's either a clean sweep or they fight valiantly against the better teams and unable to take any maps.
Yeah. So in this case, it probably should be a clean sweep here.
It should be.
Luminosity. I honestly would be quite surprised to see Winterfox being able to step up into this one. Luminosity, to me, is a very high caliber opponent for them. A lot of the teams that we've been seeing them up against in the last couple of weeks, for example, like Rush, they're down towards the bottom as well. So you can see Winterfox, when they get up against a team of a similar sort of a skill level, they do have a reasonable time. They do go 1-1. But to me, these two teams are quite far apart in terms of skill, in terms of the rankings, and I honestly think that this shouldn't be particularly difficult for Luminosity. So I'm sort of putting them in my good books. I'm saying 2-0 here, but Winterfox, we'd love to see them step up here and compete, and they did do that last week against Immortals, so it's not like that this is completely a blowout from the get-go, but they will need to start off well because they are somewhat of a momentum-based team. If they can really start to get going, particularly Raz, I think, if he can just get going straight off the bat, that momentum is going to flow through and he's going to start to have a bit of a better time. But if he just misses a few warp shots to start off with, gets absolutely dominated by Luminosity, that's when we'll start to see him really have a negligible impact.
And I'd like to see Winterfox deal with that by picking up all rifles. If they realize that Raz's AWP is not making an impact, find someone who believes they can make an impact with the AWP, or just get rifles. We can see that AK-47s can blow away a bomb site. You can take out all the CTs much faster.
Yep.
You miss a shot, that's all right. You still got the second and third shot to try to calibrate aim and spray down your opponent and do damage. If you miss an AWP shot, you're caught out in the open for a long time. And that is very costly towards not only your economy, but as well as your pick potential.
Yeah, and it's not like Raz is a terrible rifler either. He does have a pretty decent time. Again, I feel as though it comes down to whether or not he fires up. But I would say I agree with you. If the AWP's not working, get your hands on the rifle. It's a bit cheaper. See how you can go with that, and maybe things work out a little bit better for you. But the ideal scenario here for Winterfox is that Raz is going nuts with the AWP. EMAG is getting 1 or 2 kills every round, being consistent. And then the other guys, they just have to have their star rounds where they might get 2 or 3 or 4 kills in sort of a super important round. But they don't necessarily need to be the ones to get every single frag, right? To me, it feels as though APOC and Ofnu are playing at their best when they can have a massive impact in 1, 2, or 3 rounds of the entire map, as opposed to having to consistently carry their team through the win.
Winterfox need to channel a little bit of what Luminosity do. They got to play slow, they got to play consistently, which is something Winterfox don't do. They play well, and then they just play terribly in the next round. Right. And then they play well, you just go, oh, it could be hopes, could be signs yet, and they drop the ball, and you just go, well, where was the Winterfox of the previous map? It's a never-ending vicious cycle, which is a roller coaster ride of emotions.
Yep.
Which is what you don't get for Luminosity. You just go, Luminosity are going to come in, they're going to do the job, just strolling towards a bomb site. If they don't make it work out, they try harder, they try again.
Alrighty, well, here we go into Cobblestone. Time to find out who's starting on what side and who's going to be able to come out here with the advantage. Winterfox is starting on the T side. I think that's going to be favorable for them as opposed to starting on the CT side, but they have to make something of it. You can't just say, okay, it's nice for them to start on T and then not have them follow up. They need to get something here. They need to win the pistol. They need to get off to a good start and probably go 3-0 up here.
And then continue that dominating form towards their CT side. Additionally, B side. Attack commencing. Showtime being pressured on the statue. Blinded out. Nearly gets the headshot. Won't be able to land. Winterfox still haven't taken anyone out yet. Showtime's been left unchecked for a very long time. But a 2-4-2 trade, imagine. That's what we're talking about. Needs to come in and get the early kills.
Yeah, 2 for Offnu as well. It's just Pickle left alive here, but they've left him to get out of the drop room and make his way on towards the site. Offnu faking the plant once again, and he is going to spot in towards Pickle, but that proves to be his undoing as Offnu is going to be dropped there. And now APOC, he's got a big job to do. Maybe this is going to be one of those rounds that we talked about. He drops Pickle down to 1 HP. Nice headshot from him. And APOC clutches out the round 1 versus 1. So a good start for Winterfox. It wasn't perfect. It looked a little bit shaky. They allowed it to go down to that 1 versus 1, but in the end, they do get the round win fairly convincingly. It didn't look like APOC was going to lose that one, and they'll buy into this. And now, what they need to do is make sure that they don't lose the anti-eco.
Rounds around, Winterfox going to be happy. 3 Mac 10s to try to increase their economical advantage. Luminosity forcing, they have a scout and Showtime, as well as 2 5.7s. This is dangerous.
Yep.
5.7s, very lethal at close range. Even that CZ on the hands of SHZ can do a lot of hefty work.
Nice Molotov used there by Winterfox, though, forcing Luminosity out of their preferred positions. So no one holding by Broken Wall, no one holding actually up on the stairs near platform. Not going to affect them all that much, though, as Winterfox have decided they don't want to push in just yet. They're holding back, they're playing slow. They don't want to run into a stack or anything like that, but this has allowed time for Luminosity to actually rotate over to that B side. And now Winterfox is going to have a lot of Luminosity players to deal with. They do get a 2 for 2 trade on the entry, but Raz comes in with 2 of his own, and there we go. 3 for 2 overall for Winterfox now. They start to make their way onto the side. It was looking dangerous when we saw those first 2 kills go the way of Luminosity, but it seems as though Winterfox have stabilized, and they do execute a fairly decent anti-eco round, taking 3 guns through. Luminosity, they would have hoped for a little bit more off that.
Only losing 2 Mac 10s, not the worst of any realms. No. And Raz staying alive. Challenging with a Galil. T-side not picking up a single AK-47.
Yeah.
And still able to come out with a victory. It was expected they should come out with a victory, but to do it with a Galil no AK-47 is just, oh, you know, it's starting to show a little bit more confidence, and just relying at long distance with a very inconsistent rifle is, it's risky. But it pays off for Winterfox.
It does pay off, and they have actually invested into an AK for this round. Offnu having to buy up because he did go down. So fair enough to get an AK in this round. I think you could have gone for maybe 2 as well. Hopefully you'll be able to save it through to the next round. But they've just gone for the single one. They've taken SMGs, and obviously the Galil saved through here as well on Raz. So I suspect they'll probably save that Galil next round, assuming they do win this one with enough players to take it through. They'd want to take the AK, the Galil, and probably the UMP, but you'd probably upgrade the Mac 10s to AKs, one would think. Bomb down very, very easily for Winterfox. This looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward round from them. Emag does get dropped relatively low, but he's going to get out of there. No problems at all. And Winterfox should survive here with 5, unless Emag does find that last player. Or Zusi, sorry.
Well, Showtime just going to be lurking around mid-courtyard, just biding his time at slope. Really, what opportunities he can find. Offnu does not want to present the opportunity with the AK-47. He's just staying towards the B side. And APOC just waiting. Able to clean up Showtime. Winterfox 3-0. Luminosity, their time to strike back. M4's in hand. Lack of utility, though. They'll be lacking in incendiary grenades. Not enough to force up even on smoke grenades for some of their players. Yell decides to prioritize head armor as opposed towards the smoke grenade. Not the worst decision, because the Ts will keep some SMGs in this round to hopefully catch the CTs off guard.
Yeah, so Zusi, we'll see what he can do with that Mac 10. They don't have any head armor except for Yell, so he could be a potent sort of player in this one. Double AK as well for Winterfox, should they need it. making their way out onto the B-bomb site here. Just having control of the platform, but as of yet, nothing else. They've got 3 players on that B site to deal with. Here comes the smokes. A good execute by the looks of things from Winterfox, but now they need to make it work. They need to turn it into a round win. Showtime the first to go down. Destiny follows him. SHZ able to trade 1 back there for Luminosity, but 1 is not enough as they've lost 2. That's 4 versus 3 on the site.
Winterfox need to be cautious. They've got some decent post plans, but SHZ able to pick up another kill for the side of Luminosity. He's on 2 kills so far. He's still doing work with the FAMAS. There's no kit on the side of Luminosity, so they have to push in relatively quickly, but the kill's going in their favor. And all of a sudden, it's up to APOC last man standing with the UMP. Flashbang Hive, he's able to take down none of them. Winterfox, 4 and 3, dropping the ball on the post plant. Yell does kill PKL, but really, Winterfox did. You felt like Winterfox had that. They were able to break open the B site.
They had the player advantage, they had the bomb down, they had the smokes up, everything was working their way, but they allowed it to go over the way of Luminosity, and that's just the kind of round which you're not particularly surprised to actually see Winterfox losing, is the sad truth, because it's a round that they should win, but more often than not, maybe not more often than not, but more often than they would like, they do end up losing a round like that. And that's where things start to become a problem for them. That's why we do see them struggling sometimes against these other top teams. Because if you're losing a round like that, how are you going to win a round where you're at a disadvantage or if you're equal, right? Because that one they had an advantage, then they lose. Now they're going to have to fight back in this round, though. If they can win this, I suppose we can forgive them for the previous one, but it comes down to them winning this.
And it was a good retake from Luminosity as well. Just coordinating, coming in together, just making the trades work out in their favor. Now, and Flashbang's coming towards the B site. They're testing it out once again. Showtime's managed to wank his way towards Hubby quite nicely. Able to get 1 before he falls. No, it's actually Destiny picks up the kill, and EMAG just pushing through the alley smoke, able to just take down Destiny. No way out for him. And Winterfox a lot more cautious. Better play. They're waiting to see if Luminosity are hiding at the edge of the smoke before charging onto the bomb site.
Can they win this one, though? Luminosity, they did win a disadvantageous position from a disadvantageous position in the last round. This again is fairly similar, although there's 4 players for Winterfox, 3 for Luminosity, as opposed to 2 and 3. But Winterfox, they've got those post plants now, and it's up to Luminosity to try and retake the bomb site. Raz will take down Yell. Offnu grabs SHZ, and this is how things should be going now for Winterfox. This is looking a little bit better. Pickle will just have to fall back and try and save that rifle. But Winterfox, that's a better response from them. They take 4 guns through to the next round, or maybe 4, assuming they don't die to the bomb or Pickle. 3 guns, it's still good. Can't really complain about that for Winterfox. The bomb should go off here. And they'll reset the economy of Luminosity as well. I don't believe Luminosity will be able to buy into the next round, so Pickle saving this AK is quite important.
Yeah, Pickle also looking to do more damage, but Raz going to play safe. PKL not going to try and tap through the doors towards the final seconds, and Winterfox forcing Luminosity into another double eco.
Not good for
barring Luminosity picking up a double eco. They're going to force up in this round. Except for maybe Yell. Oh. No, Yell's also forced up.
They're going behind the AK. That's an interesting decision here, actually, from Luminosity, because so far they haven't really been able to keep Winterfox out of the bomb sites, and with a buy like this, you can't really expect a retake to work. The way that this kind of a buy works is that you get a pick, or get a couple of picks, and don't even allow the bomb to go down. But the fact that they don't even have really anything to retake with, they have no utilities, they have no defuse kit. The only real weapon there is the AK, and I suppose you could make an argument for the UMP, but this is not a buy, I think, that works for Luminosity in the way that the rounds have been playing out so far.
Winterfox just doing damage to the economy. Luminosity were trying to bring it back in line with one another. They had to go in the double eco. That's why you see the force, and PKL decides, all right, I've got enough money. I don't have to buy the armor or the pistol. That's 1,500 I have spare to play around with. Maybe he could have saved it for the AWP, but oh my goodness, look at this triple P coming out through. Drop, 2 kills going in the favor of Luminosity immediately. The gun's out of reach. Offnu, though, aware of the potential, is going to try to keep it safe. Just going to burn through utility to make sure Luminosity cannot push towards drop to retrieve these AK-47s. Just be cautious. Has spotted out SHZ, but Winterfox charging towards a zone where all their comrades died is very risky, and Offnu going to be just slightly roasting himself a little bit.
This is how this kind of a buy works for Luminosity, but like what I said was because Winterfox have been quite easily actually able to get into the sites, I thought it wasn't going to work out. Now though, Luminosity have picked up a couple of kills. They've denied the entry into the bomb sites here for Luminosity until it's gone down to the very, very last second, and they've still got a couple of players alive, so this is still entirely doable for Luminosity, and it would be so disappointing for Winterfox to lose to that kind of a round. As you say, a nice shot though from Raz. And Yell, 1 versus 2. Raz is an easy cleanup. He's got an AK in his hands as well, so Ofnu, in theory, if he can get the headshot, is an easy cleanup as well, but it's a difficult task now for Yell. A lot of time ticking away. He's lost a lot of HP. He doesn't have a kit either to work with, and Ofnu will be able to close things out there. It was a bit shaky, though, for Winterfox. They dropped 3 guns to the eco, or the force buy from Luminosity. Luminosity is going to be back on the eco this time. Winterfox, though, they will have to do better than that in any subsequent anti-ecos that they come up against, because that was too close for comfort.
It was good work by the remaining 3 members of Winterfox to bring it back.
Yep.
So it was dropping the ball a little to get outpeaked by Luminosity, who were able to just charge it together towards drop. Too many angles for Winterfox to clear out, lose 2 players. They just slow it down. Emag, critical 2 kills to bring it back towards a 3-on-3. And Raz, we're talking about his... When the AWP's not working out, just get the rifle. He just domes a couple of heads. And they take 2 AK-47s forward. Now, APOC is going to be deep down towards 4 HP. Winterfox still need to be cautious. Got to use these AK-47s to do the majority of the work. You see Zuzi trying to engage with the MAC-10, but it's just not doing anything. It's going to be Raz with the AK-47 doing the majority of the work. Raz and Emag, the 2 members who stepped it up last week, or the last game, stepping up now. They've got to continue this good form. And we've got to see Zuzi, Ofnu, and APOC try to find a few kills and join the party.
Yeah, Ofnu's not doing too bad either, though. I've got to give him that. And Emag definitely has been the one for me. He's been consistent throughout all of these rounds. He's been getting a couple of kills most of the rounds. Yet to really see APOC and Zuzi fire up. But at the way that this is going for the moment for Winterfox, they don't really need to fire up. They can keep a little bit in the tank, have a bit of a cruisy time through these first few rounds, and allow their teammates just to carry them through. But if the going gets tough, that's when we need to see these other players from Winterfox stepping up. And oh, that's not so great from APOC. I guess it's only a MAC-10 though, so he won't be particularly disappointed about dropping that gun. Pickle will be able to take an AK through here again for Luminosity. So just keeping their economy a little bit better than what it might have been.
That's actually a critical pick, because that could mean an AWP in the hands of Yell. No? Okay, so he's going to buy armor and utility.
I wonder if they're going to keep this MAC-10 somewhere. Is Destiny going to grab it? No. Probably would have been a little bit silly if they had it, because full buy from Winterfox, full head armor, everything like that, the MAC-10 wouldn't have been particularly useful, but need to see Luminosity now starting to get some rounds on the board, because Winterfox off to a great start, and this is exactly what they needed. They needed to start on the T side, they needed to get that pistol round, they needed to get the rounds on the board following that, and they needed to really put the pressure on Luminosity early.
Well, Luminosity is peeking through the edge of the smoke, going to catch Raz off guard, but the pincer coming in from Winterfox as well. They've got this fast long air control and they bust it straight out. PKL challenging, but they just line up for Winterfox. So ultimately a 2-for-2 trade after the first 30 seconds of the round. And Ofnu shutting down this lurk potential. No! Destiny just sprints around the corner with the A4 and he's too strong. Now a 2-on-3. APOC and Zuzi got to hold off the retake from Luminosity.
It's still doable. They have a decent amount of utilities there for APOC, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be used. He's going to just try and keep his position a secret as long as he can. Zuzi under some pressure, has spotted one out. Good peek, though, from APOC to take down Showtime, equalizing it to 2 apiece. And Zuzi as well will find one. As we do see SHZ falling, and it's Destiny now. 1 versus 2. He's got no idea where to look. APOC gets an easy kill there. 2 kills apiece for Zuzi and APOC in that round. And Winterfox, they secure 7. Luminosity will be back on what looks to be an eco.
This is starting to blow out for Luminosity.
Yeah.
Winterfox, shaky at the start, but able to start capitalizing on opportunities. Rolling ahead now towards a 7-1 lead. Luminosity will force. Actually, PKL buying an M4. He was able to retrieve an AK-47 in 2 rounds ago. This is why he's able to force an M4 and still be able to buy in the next round. And Yell trying to go aggressive through the smoke again. Just lurking around. Winterfox are aware of this potential. You can see 3 members just staring at the smoke. Yeah. Just going, he might be trying to dance his way around, and Yell still holding close. But as the smoke fades, needs to back off. Won't. And Winterfox not even taking a single point of damage at that engagement, able to shut him down.
Yeah, the pop flash in as well allows Emag to make the information known for Winterfox that there's no one there. And now Luminosity are going to have to try and defend this A bomb site, but that doesn't look like it's going to be a possibility. APOC takes a bit of damage through the smoke there, but nothing too major. He's still alive and he's still a gun in the game. That's what's important right now for Winterfox. 3 players left on Luminosity for Winterfox to deal with, one of which doesn't have any armor, so Raz might have a good time up against that Mag 7. Pickle, though, might be an issue, but again, it'll be another round on the board here for Winterfox. Another one which Luminosity has invested funds into, and you need to see Luminosity finding rounds now. This is not how they would have wanted to start things off.
Oh, PKL does manage to at least secure the B stairs for the time being, but Winterfox, they have a lot of money to play with. They want this M4 off the hands of PKL, but Destiny lurking close. No, unable to get the kill, and Imagine. Imagine's able to get one, but PKL doing so much damage. He's just waiting for the rest of his teammates. PKL will be able to take his gun towards the next round. Good save,
He's
but
saved so many times. Look at that, 6 deaths when the most of his other players on his team have 9 deaths. So he's been able to survive quite a few more rounds than they have. But looks like we will have attack pause out here, and as we would have expected, it's going to be Luminosity. It's about time for it, maybe even a little bit late. They've allowed 11 rounds already to go over to Winterfox on that T side, and it's a great sort of a platform for Winterfox to build upon. They can get even higher and higher. If they can get to like 10, 11 rounds here, they're going to be putting themselves in the perfect position, but may or may not be the case.
they've dropped so many rounds. Early on, they were trying to force at the M4s, trying to force and take it towards Winterfox, but Winterfox playing well so far. This is why it's so hard to predict Winterfox. You have one game where they just get completely stomped. They just go, "Where's Winterfox, guys?" They're not showing up. Now they're coming up and they're not looking completely dominant like we saw how maybe Renegades were dominant on Cobblestone against Liquid, but looking solid. Doing their jobs, coming in, getting the picks. Raz got the AWP once again, but a double AWP coming out from Luminosity. Talk about changing it up from no AWPs to 2 AWPs.
Yeah, they kind of had to change something up though, because what they were doing was not working. Maybe there's a little bit of extra pick potential. Just the one-shot kill is going to allow Luminosity to have a bit of a better time holding things off on Winterfox. But if Winterfox gets into one of those bomb sites, if they take a couple of players down, Luminosity then may have to retake with a couple of AWPs, and that in itself is not going to be a good situation. So there are pros and cons here for both these teams, and I don't believe Winterfox will be particularly phased by the double AWP setup. Maybe they lose this round because they're not expecting it, and they do get picked a couple of times. But once they're aware of it, they're going to say, okay, well, boys, we've had a good time so far. We're looking like the better team tonight. We can shut down this double AWP. We can put Luminosity back on the eco, and we can really just springboard off these 8 rounds and come up with a massive first half.
They need to come up with a massive first half and keep the momentum going. So many times, Winterfox, we go, what a great T-half. And then CT side, they just drop it. They can't allow that to happen. For Luminosity, they've got to find their mojo. They're looking a little bit lackluster, losing the one-on-one aim deals. The only good round so far was on the retake on the first buy round. They managed to make it work out from an unfavorable situation. And Winterfox, at the very least, able to recognize their weaknesses and flaws, able to fix them, and as opposed towards, dropping in towards a spiraling hole. We've occasionally seen that in the past where as soon as they drop a round where they should have, they start dropping more and more. They start getting a little bit more desperate. Playing calm and control, but Destiny, much better job trying to hold on. A 1-for-1, doing damage towards APOC as well.
Still favourable overall there for Luminosity, and the trades do come out. A couple of kills going their way, but Winterfox, for their own right, have picked up a couple. Still favourable, though, for Luminosity. 3 versus 2, the AWPs starting to go to work here. Raz is not going to play much of a part in that round as he goes down without doing any damage to anyone, and Winterfox will be forced to buy back into this round. Raz does not have that much cash. He'll need a drop from one of his teammates.
AWP was dropped.
AWP was dropped. Okay, that's good for him. Let's see if he can make use of it this round.
Winterfox can reset Luminosity's economy. Now that they've picked up a round, if they can drop this double up setup as well as the rifles, there's not much for Luminosity to play with. I just don't like how Winterfox occasionally keeps forcing the AWP when Raz, he's doing work with the AK-47.
Yeah.
It's just baffling sometimes where you see teams forcing up the AWP where it's not working out. If it's not working, there's no shame in falling back towards the AK. It means more utility, doesn't burden your economy as much, and, well, you can just go in fast as a unit, whereas opposed towards the AWP, you have to go a little bit more slower. You have to try to set up around your sniper, and Yell going for a peek towards mid. Oh, he does get one, but that's the AK is trading him instantly out.
Good shot.
Barreling down to the A site. PKL just dancing around the APC, finds one headshot. Winterfox a little bit slow on the take, but they do manage to get the trade in the hands of EMAG, who's able to get 2. Imagine coming alive, and he's got a lockdown balcony. Going back to make sure there's no one trying to sneak their way through CT connector. But Luminosity dropped down towards a 2-on-3 and AWP and a UMP. Not an ideal situation to try to retake bomb site A.
No, very, very tough for them. Destiny has to get one here. hopefully for him, Imagine. But Raz is there to cover him off. Showtime gets one onto APOC, but overall, a 1-for-1 trade is not what Luminosity needed here. They needed to get 2-for-1, at least in their favor. Bring it back to a 1v1. This time, though, for Showtime. It's so tough. This kind of a crossfire to deal with an AWP. Like, what are you going to do? Emag takes off his head. 3 kills in that round for Emag, and very, very good for Winterfox to be seeing Emag up there. 16 kills. He's been getting more than a kill around. He's been really, really putting in work for Winterfox, and coming in from last week, where he looked fairly good as well, this consistency from him is kind of harking back to the old days on Team Immunity, where he was always that consistent player, getting 1, getting 2 frags around, and now he's looking very, very good for Winterfox too.
Yeah, Winterfox just looking better as a lineup. Still early days. I'm scared of going Winterfox. They're looking great. They look like they're in dominating fashion and should be able to take this out.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you say that, well,
wow.
Luminosity is so good at playing at the edge of the smoke, able to get the first pick towards APOC, but they're still coming towards the B side. There is a stack towards the B side. Luminosity rotating fast across, and Emag and Zuzi able to take one apiece. But Destiny's managed to sneak his way through smoke. Imagine aware of the potential. So Showtime still gets a kill with the USP on towards Afternoon. Yell coming close through alley. Picks up Imagine, now it's off to Raz, and there's nothing he can do. The pistols going towards the Luminosity to give away an AWP and AK-47.
Not a round that Winterfox should have lost there. The rotation round behind from Luminosity. I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Destiny, but coming in from the back up through platform, really, he picked up 2 kills, really put some chaos into the ranks of Winterfox, and Winterfox now... They'll be feeling bad about that one, and they're going to be forced back onto the eco. So this is where Luminosity can sort of spring back and really turn this back into what could be a respectable first half score. If they take this through to 6, then they'll feel not too bad about things. Winterfox, though, they would have been hoping for something like at least 11. And at this point, it's not going to come this round, one would expect.
Well, Luminosity already doing so much damage to the grenades. Further incendiary grenades just blocking off the progression. And SHZ, look how confident Luminosity are playing towards the drop area. This makes it difficult for Winterfox to take the B site, except for the B plat push, and now Luminosity is able to shut it out once. And well, Showtime having a fun time, able to just get 1 and 2 kills of the AWP.
Yeah, these kills coming out for Luminosity right now, just sort of confidence builders, really. They're not under too much pressure, allows them to get their aim working where it maybe hasn't been working too well so far throughout this first half. Winterfox has definitely been having the better of it, particularly Imagine, who, again, manages to find 2 kills in this round. You'd have to think he's probably not going to get too much more done, but what he has been able to do at least is better than what anyone else from Winterfox has done so far in this one. If you can get a 3rd kill, maybe hurts the economy a little bit of Luminosity, but not going to happen. Destiny, a little bit too strong in that duel. Winterfox here should be able to buy now, though. And this is the one that they need to take back. They need to get this one and the next one to get 11.
Imagine's already got 20 kills after 13 rounds. Dropping at 20 against Luminosity is impressive.
Yep.
Emag might be back to his old form.
Maybe.
Always a solid anchor for Team Immunity back when they went towards ESL 1, towards the majors. He was always Mr. Consistent. He was performing really, really poorly towards the early halves of the ESL Pro League, and well, Yell's going to win the deal. Just going in with the AWP, getting a pick and sliding out. So Luminosity making this double AWP setup work.
Yeah.
They've got to continue the good work. Yell, oh, missing a shot. It's not normally you see from the Luminosity AWP.
And he nearly gets punished for it as well, down to 6 HP. If one more had have connected, he was dead, and that would have equalized things at 4 apiece. But he survives for now, and Luminosity still have the player advantage. Not anymore, though. Offnu spots him out, and he goes down. So 4 versus 4 was Winterfox trying to make their way up ramp. They have one over towards Long as well, but he's joining them back through the connector. Will just come up behind the rest. Pickle, yeah, big job to do. Answers it well, finds one. SHZ on the crossfire, getting another. And I think this round is over for Winterfox. So it started off really, really well for Winterfox, but once that tac pause came out, once those AWPs came out for Luminosity, things sort of just started to slowly fall apart a little bit here for Winterfox, and they've allowed Luminosity back into this map.
Yeah, I think Winterfox trying towards the A site because they realize the B site execute is not working anymore. They try busting open the A site, it's not working because the AWPs have come out. Luminosity are starting to fire up as well. They're stepping up their game. Luminosity earlier on were playing a little bit more poorly, losing the one-on-one aim deals. Now it's a little bit equal between either side. You can see Winterfox getting the kills, the Luminosity also trading out, and it's shaping up to be quite a close match. We are into the final round of the half as Showtime gets the first pick on the B platform. Showtime just able to lock down the B plat with the AWP.
Yeah,
Winterfox realized this a little bit late, and they're unable to utilize the smokes or flashbangs or Molotovs to force the CTs into awkward positions. And Imagine,
wow.
He does get traded out by Yell, but what a shot!
Imagine if he had a peeked around that corner and just tapped Yell in one shot. That would have been amazing. But not the case here for Winterfox, and they're in a bit of a troublesome time now because 3 versus 4. Again, we see the player advantage going over to Luminosity for probably 3rd or 4th round in a row here. And so Luminosity, they should be storming back into this first half, getting 6 on the CT side. I think that's acceptable, given especially the point that they were at. 8 and 1 down. They've been able to really salvage this first half.
Zuzi almost holding hands with SHZ. SHZ's just going to be watering the flower bed, just waiting around, but he's going to get taken up by Zuzi, who decides that the AK-47 is just a little bit better than the watering can. And the bottom scene dropped on the A site. Raz is wrapping around, making a lot of noise, but there's time for Winterfox to work with, so they're not too desperate. Zuzi able to lurk around, gets a kill on towards one of the AWPers of Luminosity, and what a shot through the vent to take down the second AWPer. Now it's off to Destiny, 1-on-2. Slowly crawling up long A. This is a tough situation for him, and if Winterfox can win this one, it's going to put them in a really good sort of a standing heading into the second half. I thought 9-6 was pretty even, but 10-5 definitely is going to be favouring Winterfox and Raz. He should find Destiny here. I don't think Destiny's looking in his direction, though. Raz, the timing just not quite right for him, but he's going to know. And there we go, 10 on the board there for Winterfox after the first half. We'll see if they're going to be able to challenge and continue that form through to the second half in just a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com. Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. At the moment, we're in halftime, or between the two halves of Winterfox and Luminosity. And Winterfox have started off quite well, admittedly on their T side, which generally tends to be their favoured side. But 10 rounds in the first half of Cobblestone, it should be enough of a platform for them to build off here and win this first map. But I know, I see your face. I feel
like I've said those words before. I want to have faith.
It's hard to have faith, though, sometimes, isn't it?
It's just painful because you just go, Winterfox, they're looking good at the T side, and they drop rounds. And it's scary because Luminosity play a very well-disciplined control style on their T side as well. So it's not over for either team. I think it's going to be shaping up to be a great contest. Winterfox have the advantage, and if they take the pistol as well as the successive anti-ecos afterwards, then they set up themselves to have a great platform to take the match.
I really think that Winterfox, though, are going to require that pistol. If they allow this one to go back to sort of 10-8, if Luminosity, for example, picks up the pistol and then the next two sort of anti-ecos, that's too close of a scoreline for me. Winterfox is going to need some extra rounds here to really play with. Because I think Luminosity is a very, very strong side on the T side, and well, we'll see if they can be able to pull off this pistol round on the CT side. Ofnu started off well, but he does get taken down, and now A couple of these A players will have work to do. Zuzi goes down, but Raz trades him out straight away. Overall, still not too bad for Winterfox, but Luminosity now have got control of that bomb site. Flashbang coming in from Winterfox. They're going to go for the early peek in, and that's not going to work out. Yell finding two. Pickle, though, does go down, and it's Emag to try and clutch this one out. Again, for Winterfox, he's going to need to be the player to step up here, but he doesn't have much HP to work with.
He needs to go for the headshot towards SHZ. SHZ's tagged out, but he just goes one bigger. Able to just strafe across and get the headshot on his own. So Luminosity repaying the favor on their own T-pistol, going down towards a one-on-one clutch.
Look at how much Emag has stepped up coming in from a couple of weeks ago. 23 and 11. And
he's
the
got
rest
to
of his
continue this
teammates,
good form.
like he's almost doubling Raz, who's the next highest fragger for Winterfox right now. So he's also head and shoulders above anyone else in the server, and he's really what's keeping Winterfox here ahead. If he has a poor second half here, Winterfox is done.
Well, even then, he can have a great CT half, get 2 kills each round. But if Luminosity are able to just take down 3 more Winterfox for whatever, Emag's taking down 2 members.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The numbers will always go in the favor of the T side. And Luminosity, there's one thing they do well on their T side takes is they do not allow the CTs to come into the angles very easily. It is going to be a mixed buy coming out from Winterfox. Some members forcing up with the body armor, or just APOC forcing up with the body armor and helmet armor. The rest of them, Desert Eagles, as well as the P250s. Going to be trying to channel their inner prowess with the pistols. Match does come across and escapes without taking any damage. Just dancing around B platform.
He's got a 5-7 holding close, so he could make some work happen here. Just going for a bit of spam through the smoke, won't connect anything there onto Luminosity, and this is what you were talking about for Luminosity on their T side, that slow, controlled style. They're not taking any chances, they're just playing slowly, they're trying to get the information before they have to execute onto either of these bomb sites, and now they are starting to rotate over to the A site, but so is Winterfox. They've actually just left one player over to B, so it's a good read from Winterfox, but how much is it going to help them? They've only got pistols to work with, really, and in theory, they should still lose this round, but if they can find a quick couple of kills, it's definitely going to be doable.
Well, as soon as you say that, Luminosity just 1, 2, 3, 4. Just racking up kills with the SMGs. Now APOC slowly lurking his way through vent. Just wants to get an exit.
Yeah. The read was good from Winterfox, but a good read is not good enough more often than not if you're not able to get those kills. So APOC doesn't manage to get a kill there. Yell picks him up. And overall, a really successful round for Luminosity. They don't lose a single gun. Starting to put pressure on early here on Winterfox, and this should be another one for Winterfox to eco out. Next round is the one that we really need to see them fight back here. But if they allow Luminosity to go through here again with 5 or 4 guns alive, that economy is already going to be well and truly better than what Luminosity need to buy in the next round or so. But we'll see, Winterfox, what they can do here on this eco round for themselves. And wait until that gun round comes out. That's the important one.
Early nades coming towards the B side. There is a stat stack coming out from APOC as well as Imagine. Imagine's got a Desert Eagle. Oh, what a headshot towards Yell. Good opening, but it's not enough. Just to call it towards Winterfox's favor.
Not yet, but if you can find another one, maybe it is. Although it does seem as though Luminosity, they want to back out of that B bomb site. Perhaps they just say, okay, look, Emag's playing that B site. He's the danger man right now for Winterfox. We don't need to challenge him. We can go over to A. We can work drop. We can do something else. And so that is exactly what they're going to be doing, making their way back over to A by the looks of things. So they still keep Destiny over on B just to make sure no one can rotate, and he does that job well. I thought he might get caught off guard with that flash out in his hand, but APOC takes the timing just a little bit too slow. And now down to Raz, holding by top of the ramp, and he does get taken down without doing a whole lot. So all of a sudden we find ourselves with Emag once more alone here on this eco round. Can he get anything more done than what he already did?
Peek out on the hunt, and well, Destiny already tagged Imagine down quite low, so able just to flick across, get a couple of bullets in. Picks up some more cash in the bank account. Luminosity do take the 3 rounds after, or the 2 rounds after the pistol. And this is the buy round from Winterfox. Or in the hands of Raz immediately. Decent set of utility across the board. Raz the only one without, I guess, a smoke and incendiary grenade. Otherwise, the rest of the members do, at the very least, have more utility than Luminosity had in their first CT buy round. But the AWP also comes out for Yell. And we'd like to see this AWP deal between the 2 primary AWPers for both teams.
Yeah, Raz is holding over towards A long. He's on his own over on that A bomb site, so maybe a bit risky if he does go down early on in the piece here for Winterfox, but he falls back a little bit, just peeking in and seeing if he can spot anything down through mid, but the answer for him is no. So Winterfox really hoping
that Luminosity is going to hit this B bomb site, because if they do, Winterfox is essentially perfectly set up to deal with it.
Looks like Imagine's playing the floating role, so he's just going to be lurking back and forth to make sure both sides are secure. Winterfox floating a lot of their members back towards the CT connector area, leaving B plat a little bit more exposed than they should. Destiny thinking about lurking his way through the smoke. He does have the UMP, so this can create havoc inside the Winterfox lineup, especially if APOC decides to peek like that, but APOC susses it out, does a little bit of damage, but the rest of Luminosity busting out a drop room. They're coming fast to the B side, but Offnu playing close alley, able to get one more, and Zuzi's rotated across. They've lined up for Offnu, and he's gonna say thank you very much, and have another 2 kills going in his way. And now Luminosity 2-on-5. Winterfox surely have to clean this up.
Offnu might get a couple more here. He's on the ace. This is going to be his 4th. There we go. Tries to challenge for the 5th, but Yell does take him down. Perhaps Offnu getting maybe a little bit too greedy there. And, well, now we're going to see Winterfox losing a couple of members. APOC probably doesn't need to challenge this. There's only 19 seconds. Yell does eventually go down to Raz, but he got a couple of kills there, so wasn't the perfect round that Winterfox would have hoped for. Unfortunate for Offnu not to get those 5, but in the end, he did his job. He got the kills, and Winterfox do find the first round of their CT side.
Luminosity able to force back up, though. AK-47s to play with. Yell might not have an AWP, though. Don't think Luminosity would be keen on investing in an AWP when it didn't have that initial impact. So going all rifles, barreling potentially fast A. They're stacked up. They can go back towards B through Snake, but from where they're just positioning themselves, it seems like they want to push through the smoke, take fast danger along A control, and then work the map from there.
There's pop flash in, and Luminosity are going to get control, making their way now up towards the ramp. Raz, though, hits the shot, and he had to hit that shot. If he had have missed that, probably would have been taken down by Showtime. Winterfox would have been in all sorts of trouble. But they do have 2 stacked over towards long. Luminosity going to have to deal with those. It's sort of a split setup here for Winterfox, which in theory is not actually too bad for them, because they can get some crossfires working, and Luminosity is going to have multiple angles to cover. So this is a doable situation for sure for Winterfox. A great shot from Raz taking down Destiny. Nice crouch peek. Susie will go down here though, but still favourable situation. Player advantage for Winterfox on this retake.
And they know where one is behind. They haven't spotted out SHZ yet, though. PKL's going to die on the side. SHZ gets 2, can't get the 3rd. And APOC, well, will he be able to find a kit? Time is ticking away. He's got to stick it. They might not have a kit. He doesn't have it.
Did they have a kit?
They didn't have a kit.
Surely.
They might have been dropped too far, but Luminosity picked one up. And APOC, Raz does not communicate where the AWP is. And that may just be a loss for Winterfox economy. They did drop 2 rifles earlier on.
Yeah, he actually did have a kit there at the end. It was down in, I think it was Zusi that died there. So that was really unfortunate for Winterfox. If he had gotten a little bit closer up to ramp, maybe up to the APC, would have been able to do something, but not quite. So unfortunate there for APOC. I wonder if he would have had time if he had just gone straight for that bomb. Maybe.
He may have. He just took too long.
Well,
And
that was a round that should have been won for Winterfox, and it doesn't go their way. You know, maybe a bit of bad luck, maybe a bit of misplay from Winterfox. You can't really put it down to anything too bad for them, but so unfortunate for them.
Luminosity were able to buy enough time, and they're going to say thank you very much, Winterfox. Probably didn't really deserve to pick that victory, but they'll just go, we'll take this and try to bring it ever closer. Winterfox on the eco.
Yeah, they do have at least the AK and the UMP to work with. EMAG with the UMP. I like that. Obviously, I'd rather see him with the AK, to be honest, but they do have armor on APOC, and that's why the AK is in his hands. He saved it through from the last round, so it's his AK. But I think EMAG could have a better sort of an effectiveness with it if he had have got a little bit of armor in his hands. But this is not the case, so we do just see the UMP on EMAG. And look, Luminosity, 5 AKs. This should be a round that they can take. Going to be able to bring it 1 round closer, 11-10. It'll be enough for them to be able to feel like they're back in it.
Stacking up for a B platform, execute, they're busting out, and wow, APOC's gonna get the first headshot. Great flashbang from him to force Luminosity off the initial attack. They're just lining up for APOC. He's gonna get more kills, but it may not be enough. Emax just waiting around. He's gonna pick up Showtime, so well, back to a 2-on-2, but they retrieve themselves another AK-47. That's in the hands of Imagine, and Raz also has a P250. Gonna back off as Imagine decides to go through doors to.
I think Winterfox should go for this, really.
They have to.
Like, they don't want to allow Luminosity so many rounds through, and the form, the shots that EMAG is hitting,
it is possible for them to actually win this 2 versus 2. They have to send Raz in first. He has to be the one to try and find out where those Luminosity players are. And then EMAG trades him out, but that's not the case. Raz goes down without really having much of a chance for EMAG to trade him out. And I think this now is too little too late. EMAG probably should just save this AK now. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't have the time to work with. Seems he's still going for it though. He's going to peek in. SHZ, oh, he's just toying with him. And EMAG will go down without landing a shot there. So overall, a little disappointing for Winterfox on that attempted retake, but it's all right. They shouldn't... Oh, actually...
Those AK-7s may have come in handy.
Yeah,
Often
like...
don't have enough cash. So a double eco coming out. This is going to mean Luminosity, barring they don't drop the ball against these pistols and body armor, they should be able to take it in towards an 11-11 tied match.
And that's where you start to get a little bit worried for Winterfox. They started off so well on their T side, but so many times the CT side has been in their undoing. Luminosity again going to show that that may be the case. Showtime easy kill on Raz. They'll get over to the A-bomb site fairly quickly, but there is a rotation across from Winterfox. Not going to be too effective, one would think, though. But it is EMAG. We'll see what he can do, and not much would be the case. Showtime finds his second with that Mac 10. The A site fairly open here now, and Yell coming in from behind as well. Easy kills for him. Luminosity just steamrolling over this eco for Winterfox, and he does have an AK in his hands, so that's something at least to take home for them, but is he going to be able to take it home? That's the real question for him. He's taken down one already. That was the low HP Showtime, though, and he's got 3 players to deal with. They will hunt him here.
Oh, he's able to neutralize Yell quite easily, and Luminosity, though, pushing aggressively. Zuzi caught off guard means that SHZ has a very easy time of dispatching the final opposition. And Winterfox, this should be a tactical pause from Winterfox. There's got a chat. All right, no tactical pause from Luminosity.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, Luminosity do this a
They
lot,
do that,
so
yeah.
it's not beyond the realms of expectation. Other teams, I would go, well, that's strange. Luminosity, they like just slowing the pace down, going, oh, let's not let Winterfox get fired up. This is a critical round for both sides. They know it, so they'll take the initiative and go, let's talk about what we need to do.
I think that's a good pause from Luminosity. They've had a good run so far on this T side, but Winterfox, I guess this gives them time to talk as well. It's almost as good as having attack pause of your own. And it was probably about time here for Winterfox to have attack pause. They do have a lot of rounds to play with still. Like, it's still 5 rounds before Luminosity does win this one, but the way in which this is going at the moment, Luminosity is going to it. Because
Luminosity have taken 6 rounds to the 1.
Way more rounds on the T side than they need to at this point, and Winterfox have not been able to respond with anything. So it's important now for Winterfox to chime back in with a round or 2 of their own just to keep this competitive. If they allow Luminosity to get to 13 or 14 unanswered, I think it's all over for Winterfox.
Luminosity, though, we were talking about how the T side is much better than the CT side. Showing it up right now, Winterfox, them too, having a better T side compared to the CT side. This is really their only second or third true buy round.
Yep.
They were able to win the first buy, lost the next one, and then forced in the double eco.
And they didn't even really lose the next one. It was just like they kind of should have won it. It was just the defuse wasn't there in time. The defuse kit was dropped in a poor position for them. So overall, like the kills that they got put them in a position to actually win that round. Just didn't go their way in the end on the scoreboard. And that was the important thing for them. But at least they would feel comfortable coming into this gun round, knowing that they've been able to challenge Luminosity when they have had guns in their hands. That's been the important thing for Winterfox. They haven't had that opportunity so much. And it again seems as though the guns are working well for Winterfox, and this one should be one going their way. SHZ trying to clutch things out for his team. He'll get the first, and that's going to allow him here probably to plant the bomb, but maybe he's just not going to do that. Oh, he could have, if he held that line, maybe taken down Raz, but in the end, not going to be able to do that. 12 on the board now for Winterfox. They'll have a buy in the next round. It's not going to be an amazing one here, but it will be good enough. Luminosity, though, they'll be back on the eco. Pickle probably can drop some Tech 9s. Oh, he's going to go for the AK, so just getting his money in line. AK and head armor. Can still afford to drop some guns.
I don't really agree with that AK-47. He had 7,000. Yellow only had 1,500. So if PKL just bought a pistol, he would have a lot more money to play with the next round, and Luminosity could force. They'd have 4 of the players who could normally buy up, and Yell just had to wait for PKL's drop.
Yep.
Now with that AK-47 buy, Yell can only go for a UMP if they lose barely an AK-47.
Yeah.
I think just barely. Oh, won't be able to afford
Maybe
it
they just
without
want to
armor.
take a guy in there with a Tech 9, see what he can do early on, have the rest of the AKs follow him up. I mean, if we see Pickle do work with this AK, then who are we going to be to question it, to be honest? So that's what it really comes down to. If Pickle can get some work done with that AK, otherwise their investment is going to be essentially null. Good start, though, for Winterfox. They get the first kill. Zuzi grabbing that one. He does get dropped relatively low, so it's an opening for Luminosity here, but overall, Winterfox would take that trade any day.
Destiny going to be leading the charge of the P250, just spotting out for information, trying to get the trades or the information for PKL to make the trades. They're going to bust out, and PKL catches APOC off guard and also gets a second kill on towards Offnu. Now they have some low members trying to cross, and Imagine just dancing around the rock. There is a boost being used from Luminosity to get a player towards Tree. And if SHZ crawls up, might be able to catch Imagine off guard with a Desert Eagle. This has turned very, very poorly for Winterfox. Giving up the B site, but Zuzi, if there's anything to say on 11 HP, gets the second kill for the CTs. Raz going for the wall bang. Not going to find anything. Just 2 members low in Luminosity. They know this. They haven't gone for the bomb plant. Time is ticking away. They go for the safe bomb plant close alley. And up to Winterfox to take the initiative to push on towards the B bomb site.
Players Winterfox here, maybe soon to be 1. Zuzi surviving by the skin of his teeth there. He's actually going to get another one on 11 HP, so he's making this work, punishing them from leaving him alive. In the end, he does get taken down. Now 2 players left for Raz here, but both of them relatively low. He's only got a USP to work with, but there's the M4. It's a good pickup for him, not able to transfer the spray over. And Pickle 4 kills in that round with the AK. Well, we questioned it, and he's made a good answer. He said, basically, this is going to be the A+ round from me. There you go, Luminosity pick up the round. Winterfox, again, struggling in the economic situation. Only 12 now on the board for them. Luminosity fighting back straight away, and that's the worst possible situation for Winterfox. They reset the economy. They've lost to what is essentially really like almost an eco round from Luminosity. A little bit of a force from them, but one could argue that was him just getting his money back in line. So Winterfox, they've lost a crucial round there, and it could be enough for Luminosity to actually pull this one through to a map win.
And I was questioning the AK-47 buy. It worked out well for PKL, getting 3 kills in the round. So 4 kills in the round as well.
Like, what can you say? Sure, that's 100% worth.
I feel like PKL stepping up the AK-47. At the same time, Winterfox did drop the ball towards holding the B side, and APOC just dancing around trying to just clip the head of one of the Luminosity members' heads. But he's going to be tapped away down towards 40 HP, and Luminosity looking to bust out a B plat. They're stacking up for another execute. Raz, though, coming from behind, coming ever so closer, and Imagine really the only member left after on the B side alongside with Zuzi. Zuzi doing damage, but they just charge straight forward into Luminosity's crosshairs. A clean anti-eco.
Yeah, good clean anti-eco from them as well.
And Luminosity in the lead.
Don't lose a single gun. Winterfox, they'll force into this one, but the buy is going to leave a little bit to be desired. Raz with only a Mag 7, Offnu with only a UMP. No head armor on any of them. So that UMP of Yell could still be very, very effective here, and a lack of utilities as well for Winterfox. They're really struggling in the economic situation right now. If they lose this one again, they'll probably be back on to an eco slash the buy that they're going to take, because they'd be down 14 rounds. Would be not amazing. So crucial round here for Winterfox again. If they can strike back in this one, equalize it at 13-13, get their money back in a bit of a better situation, then we do have a game on our hands. But they lose this one, Luminosity starts to stream ahead, and Winterfox, you have to think it's probably all over by that point.
Critical round for Winterfox. They have to take this for a chance to fight back, but Luminosity, we've seen them at these score lines. They stay composed. They just grind out the rounds, work slowly together, and Raz now under pressure. Showtime and PKL working in unison to take long A. And Raz just peeking around the corner. He's going to be tagged down towards 32 already. Needs to hightail it out. Might not even be able to get out alive, just barely. Luminosity catching the tail of Raz, but unable to get the kill. So 45 seconds. Luminosity are moving all their forces back towards A site, except for Destiny. And Winterfox, this is going to have to be a hold and a half if they take this round.
Dangerous for Winterfox. They've only got a couple of players over to the A bomb site. Luminosity do seem to be heading in that direction, and Luminosity had some pretty good takes on the A bomb site early on in this half. Raz, what can he do?
Not enough with that Mag 7, only getting about 50 damage or so over to his opponent there before going down, and that's over. That's it. Winterfox have to go and save these rifles. They know their economic situation's not going to be good enough to properly buy next round. If they can take these 2 AKs through the next round, they may have a chance, but even then, the way that that take looked so easy on the A site for Luminosity, you have to think that Winterfox, they've spent everything in that first half. They don't have enough here in the second, and they're not going to be able to pull it through. Luminosity have just done a great job of moving on to that T side. They started off the T side well. They dropped a couple of rounds in there, but then they come back, answer straight away, come back with a few rounds of their own. And Winterfox, they just, again, it's the same old story that we've always been telling. That T side, it looks good. They look like they have enough. And then Winterfox, they just don't have it on the CT side. And here, they're in danger of losing these rifles. They absolutely, desperately need to take them through to the next round. Might just be able to do that. Although EMAG, nope, it's going to be off. APOC challenged, and Yell takes him down. So that's bad. They could have had 2 rifles through here. But now they're only going to have 1. And they're going to force up with pistols, maybe a UMP or 2. But
forcing up. Luminosity. Don't think they're going to drop this.
Okay, full UMPs then.
4
Not
UMPs.
much utility though.
Someone's got to go to huge for Winterfox. Either it's got to be Imagine with the M4 or one of the members on the UMP. And so far, no signs to say they will go big with the UMPs.
No signs at all. Not on the CT side at least. If it was the T side, you might be feeling a little bit more confident for Winterfox, because that's where they've looked good. But this CT side has not looked good really at all. They've picked up a couple of gun rounds, to be fair.
Well, that's not a good start. Imagine was the only one with the M4 and just bouncing the smoke.
I almost thought that was intentional, right? Like, how does that happen?
Check out this weird one-way smoke that works for the T's thrown by a CT.
Don't like cobble? Here's the smoke for you anyway.
Maybe Imagine does need to take a peek at the ESL Pro tips afterwards, after that smoke grenade. But it's, in the grand scheme of things, you know, one missed Australian smoke grenade. It's not going to impact too heavily. APOC, though, does get the trade. So a 1-for-1 trade. Not really favouring Team Winterfox because it's too far away to retrieve the AK-47, and it gives more space for Luminosity to work with Showtime and PKL every single round. They just slowly work up long A, clear out all the lines, make it safe for them to progress onto the A site, and they're doing it again. Raz going to be caught out in the open. HE grenade should do damage to Showtime. Molotov coming through. They're trying to lock down the line, but Raz trying to get out alive desperately, trying to find the angles. Not going to work out. Winterfox are falling 1 by 1. And APOC, spots out ahead too late on towards one of the members, but Showtime does get taken out. So still a 2-on-3. Doable for Winterfox.
Doable, but difficult. EMAG up by the balcony here. He needs to be the one. He's got the full HP. He's got the M4, the preferred weapon. APOC pushing forward, trying to find the information, trying to find where those T's are. If he can get this player on the bomb site, it might be enough. But really, at this point, there's not much time left to work with for Winterfox, and Luminosity are in some really nice post-plant positions. One coming up the ramp, one in stables. EMAG takes that first one, but Pickle there for the trade, and Luminosity, they will get 15 now. Winterfox, it could have been something. Raz got early information by that jump peak over above the APC. He spotted out the 2 Ts, an early rotation from Winterfox, but they just weren't able to hit their shots, and Luminosity were. So this is going to be it for Winterfox. This is their last chance. The buy that they have in this round, it's not better than what they had last round, and last round didn't look too confident for them. I suppose they do have a little bit more utility in this round than what they did, but the weapon's still leaving a bit to be desired. APOC this time with the M4. We'll see what he can do with it. It's going to be boosted up onto tree, but Luminosity, they are looking good to close this one out 16-12.
Yeah, just early HE grenades and Molotovs from Luminosity to shut down the boost potential in drop room. So Zuzi and Imagine taking so much damage and not gaining anything from it. And Showtime and PKL just going to be slowly testing out Raz. Showtime just dropped off a couple of friendly flashbangs before PKL drops his teammate off. Raz, 1-for-1.
Yeah, not too bad, but you'd be hoping for more if you were feeling comfortable for Winterfox. But timing going to be so crucial, and he gets it wrong, or SHZ gets it right, I suppose. Really, you can't fault Zuzi for that. Unfortunate for him, though, that jump peak comes across. If it didn't, he could have gotten around behind Luminosity and potentially won the round for Winterfox. This time, though, he's going to have to fall back, and Winterfox, they'll have to hold B the traditional way.
And they have 4 flashbangs to work with. This last smoke's going to be used towards B platform. Luminosity have time to wait. They've got 2 smoke grenades as well as a Molotov to work with. Imagine towards A, just clearing out the lines. He's going to suspect that it's going to be a B-side execute. This allows Winterfox to stack across. He's got the information. He's pushing behind from Snake. And Luminosity putting all their eggs in the basket, which is going to be B platform. It's going to be a shaky platform at that if Winterfox are able to get the first couple of kills working in their favor. There you have it. Offnu and APOC finding the first two. Yell getting the trade, but Offnu dancing close. Yell doing work with the AWP, but he's got no time to work with, and Offnu should be able to clean it up. Winterfox, 2 more rounds to bring it back into overtime. They've got some cash to work with, not enough to force up a full lineup of M4s. Luminosity, they have 1 more round to play with. This is maybe Luminosity's only last round to play with as well. They're going to be completely dry after this round.
Yeah, well, Winterfox at least able to survive through for 1 more round, but is it going to be just that 1 more round, or are they going to be able to convert this into a couple more? There's still a hope here for Winterfox, and I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up for them. Don't want to cross my fingers, but that's a good shot from Raz. Maybe it is time for them to step up here on the CT side, win a few in a row, and take this one through to overtime. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Luminosity have looked so good on this T side so far, and one has to think that they should be able to get something here, but that's another kill going the way of Winterfox, and every single one that you see going over in their direction makes you think that the chance of them taking this through to the tiebreaker gets that little bit higher.
Destiny playing at the edge of the smoke. May have spotted APOC crossing. He's going to try and play safe. Rest of Luminosity going to come across and stack together. It's up to SH as well as Showtime to make an impact play now. Destiny really doesn't have the HP to duel it out, so they're going back towards drop room. Going to be testing out Imagine. Can't go towards the A side. Don't have any control of the information. They know the AWP is playing towards slope. They don't have the smoke grenades to work with or flashbangs to clean off that area. There's the smokes towards drop. They're banking all their chances on the fact that they can get out into drop and get the entry kills. It's not going to work otherwise.
It's a difficult task here for Luminosity regardless, even if they were able to get some entries onto this B site. It's a salvageable situation, and that's a good start. Showtime finds one. APOC, though, able to get one as well, and EMAG. APOC actually getting 2. EMAG doing a good job onto Showtime as well, but those 2 guys on the B site combining well. Put Winterfox onto 14. Luminosity, the buy in this round, it's not going to be anywhere near as good as the last 2. And Winterfox was able to beat those guns. This time, they'll have an even bigger advantage over these guns. So, Luminosity, can they win another anti-eco or an eco round for themselves? We've already seen Winterfox dropping 1 or 2, but this is still a difficult task for Luminosity. Winterfox, all things considered, they really should take this one through to the overtime.
Fast B-side push coming through. Luminosity bust straight through the HE smokes, and APOC completely binded out. SHZ does get toasted by, or it does toast his own teammate. That's unfortunate from the Molotov, but imagine just locking down the alley line. Now coming close to the ace, towards the B side, but Offnu is just waiting at statue. This should be a victory for Winterfox as Offnu shuts down this B side take. And it's all up to PKL with the UMP, and I don't think there's anything he can do. He's stuck in alley. Offnu finds him. A triple kill to clean up the round for Winterfox.
Winterfox just having enough to take that one through to overtime. We'll find out how the overtime is going to go just after the break.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor. You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh? Ugh.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
closer. AW. He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Welcome back to the North America Pro League. Things starting to heat up a little bit now between Winterfox and Luminosity. We thought that Luminosity at the start of today was going to have a fairly convincing 2-0 over Winterfox, and then at the end of the first half, we thought Winterfox might be able to take the win over Luminosity. Now we find ourselves at an overtime. Winterfox starting on the CT side. They just had enough at the end there in the last few rounds where it was looking so dire for them. They were able to step up and get the kills that they needed. But Yell, he started off the overtime well. Winterfox, they wouldn't want to lose this in overtime after having come back into it, but maybe the case. Luminosity, though, starting this one very, very nicely, and Winterfox will need to respond.
Imagine going to be floating back towards the A site. They've lost both their players in the first 30 seconds. This means Luminosity can play around. They can just bide time, just go, all right, let's just wait for Winterfox to burn all their utility. Then we'll move in together behind our wall of smokes, get the trades working in our favor because we got the numbers, and take the first round in overtime. But Imagine has heard out Showtime. It gets a very easy pick. No one else to trade him out. They are barreling up slope, and Imagine should be able to hear this. And he's got the AK-47. He's got lots of work to do to try to contain this A-hold by himself. And they know the enemy know he's towards stables, and they're already busted straight out beyond him. And Imagine's going to be challenged by Destiny soon. But Destiny, oh, he pushes through the end of the incendiary grenade. Gets rewarded with a headshot. And Yell missing an AWP shot, won't miss the second one. All to APOC and a 1-4 clutch.
Yeah, this is all going wrong for Winterfox in the first round of overtime. They don't manage to do all that much damage to Luminosity, only taking one kill. So that essentially secures Luminosity buys for the rest of this half, even if they do lose the next round. And the thing for Winterfox is that their economy won't be that great. They will be able to buy into this one, that's for sure. But next round, if they do lose this one, they'll basically be on an eco.
I just realized in my notes, I just realized in my notes I did say that Winterfox do have a CT side that can be picked apart like apple crumble.
Huh? That's an interesting analogy. I'd like some apple crumble right now, to be honest.
Which was correct because Luminosity was able to find the holes in the... You can see as soon as Luminosity get a pick...
Apple crumble doesn't have holes in it.
Well, as soon as you put a spoon, it kind of crumbles.
Yeah,
that's why it's apple crumble. And Winterfox, as soon as you put the
They
first
put the spoon in it.
they take the first kill,
Right.
it kind of falls apart. Not as delicious for Winterfox, but
No.
it's delicious for Luminosity.
It is delicious. Warm apple pie, apple crumble. I'd like that. Anyway, let's focus on the CS for now. Luminosity, 16 rounds. They've got one up on Winterfox here. Looking for two. If they can get this second one, they certainly should be able to take it through to 3 on their T side, which would be a big effort from Winterfox to come into because it's been a while since they've been on their T side. Yes, they looked good, but are they good enough to get 3 against Luminosity, who are in fairly decent form right now, having had the momentum for the majority of the second half and now starting off the overtime quite nicely. Slow play, though, from Luminosity. We expected to see this. They do play that slow controlled style on their T side, just taking a sort of advantage of everything that they possibly can, checking out all the angles, having a look in every direction, every bomb site.
They did not check this
Did not
angle.
check that angle. Zuzi's going to say, thank you very much for the free kill. He picks himself up an AK. He's going to take that through, but Raz goes down in the meanwhile. So overall, trade's working pretty nicely here for Luminosity. SHZ doing a good job. Does get taken down by APOC, and after all of that flurry of frags, we find ourselves at 2 apiece.
PKL is going to come across the line, but does not check where Zuzi's lurking. And it's off to Yell on a 1-on-2, and he's pinched between both members and Zuzi.
That's good for
He doesn't
Winterfox.
drop that opportunity. Picks up a 4 kill to kind of go, I'm not apple crumble. I'm something of firmer substance.
Being able to take 2 guns through for Winterfox here as well is going to allow them a pretty decent buy into this one. Had they only taken 1, they might have had an extra UMP here. If they had have lost this, they would have really just been on the force by pistols, armor, maybe a couple of UMPs or SMGs of some sort. But this is looking a lot better for Winterfox now. They might be able to take this one through to 2-1, regardless of how that first round did go for Luminosity. And that's a better chance for them in the second half here. But Luminosity, they'll want to take 2. I think the T rounds are the ones that you'd be putting a bit more of a premium on, right? If you took 2 rounds on T side, you'd be feeling, okay, that's good. But if you took 2 rounds on Winterfox's CT side, that'd be excellent, really. So
Yeah, to be able to compound that towards a dominant T half and
exactly.
roll over Luminosity.
So if Luminosity aren't able to get this second T round, then I think they're actually in with a bit of a dangerous situation.
Still tough to call. Both of the teams just waning and waxing like the rise of the moon. And Raz is going to get the first pick on towards PKL. And he's going to back off before Showtime can push in. Showtime's not sure whether or not there's more members, and Destiny pushing out by himself through the edge of the smoke, Imagine, is where there's potential, but APOC might be caught out. No, Destiny looks away just at the wrong time. Luminosity, 50 seconds left. Don't have much utility to work with. Off to a close range with the UMP. That is salt in the wound for Luminosity.
Yeah.
Yell's got so much work to do with the AWP.
Alrighty, well, Yell, he needs to find a pick here. That all needs to come up big. He hasn't done so much throughout this overtime just yet, but now is the time to step up. 3 versus 5 Luminosity. I think they desperately need this second T round. Winterfox, though, looking very, very good in it. Often able to get one even with the UMP. That's not what Luminosity would have wanted, and Yell does grab one. Overall resulting in a 2-for-1 trade here. Now 3-for-1 for Luminosity, and it's back to 2 versus 2. 20 seconds left, though, and Luminosity will have trouble crossing into the site because Emag just hanging around. He doesn't spot out Yell, and Yell does get into the site. Here we go. The bomb should be planted with 10 seconds remaining, although Emag is pressing them. He's pushing them for time, and the bomb does go down, so Emag, he does go right in. Raz finds the other one. And there we go. It's Luminosity only getting one on the T side.
That was close, though. If Yell was able to hit one more shot, Showtime doing his best to open the action up on the B side to equalize the situation for Luminosity after, once again, going down to a 3-on-5. They brought it back to a 2-on-2. And Winterfox, if they dropped that, that would have been severely disappointing, but able to capitalize. Imagine and Braz, the two, I guess, best performing members once again. I mean, Zuzi and Ofnu have chimed in, but Raz is starting to hit these AWP shots. Imagine has been consistent throughout the entire game. A little bit more quiet on the CT side as opposed to the T side. Now he's going to fire up, get these 2 rounds for Winterfox on the T side, and close out in the first half of overtime. They do not want this dragging on towards the second overtime.
Yeah, they definitely don't. And Luminosity, well, only 1 round on that T side. It allows a good situation to shift over here for Winterfox in the second half because they only need 2 here on their T side, which is definitely doable. 3 would have been a tough ask, but 2 I think is a pass score. So if they don't get these 2 here, if they do allow it to go to 2-1 in the favor of Luminosity maybe, or even 3-0, like Luminosity could still win this. I don't see 3 coming out though on that CT side. I think that 2 is, you know, par for the course, but 3 is a little bit much. So anyway, it's a tough decision here. I don't know. Who do you think's coming out of this? Or do you think we're going to a second overtime?
It should be Winterfox.
Right.
They've picked up the 2 rounds on the CT side, which is critical. Because what both sides have been struggling with so far in Cobblestone has been their CT sides.
Right.
They've been dominant on their T side, only dropping a few rounds. So this is where Winterfox need to make it happen. For Luminosity, it's not over yet. They can get the double up set up. They know they don't have really... They know they have more rounds to play. They don't have many rounds to play with, so they're going to force up the big guns. They're just going to go, right, Showtime, Yell. Showtime, your job is to lock down B platform.
It's Showtime.
No T's can make it past there. For Yell, he's got to make sure he's dynamic on the A side. Try to catch Winterfox off guard. Shut down Raz before Raz can make an impact with the AWP.
Do we see a double AWP though? I think maybe just one on the backs of the CTs there.
Only a single AWP?
Yeah, the double AWP was the strategy that really got Luminosity back into that first half, where things were looking a little bit dangerous for them. So, surprising perhaps to see no double AWP coming out from them, but Luminosity, single AWP. We'll see what Showtime can do it. It is in Showtime's hands as well, as opposed to Yell, but he has had some good times with the AWP. So, we'll see what he can do. And Winterfox, they have an AWP in the hands of Raz.
Lining up for a mid-take, but that well-placed incendiary grenade from Yell will stop the progression of Winterfox towards A site. They do have Ofnu lurking towards B to make sure no one comes from Luminosity to go sussing for information. But what a flashbang. Yell does manage to get the first pick. He also spots the bomb. But a 1-for-1 trade is going to always favor Winterfox, especially early on in the half.
Yep.
They're able to use more time to work the positions, force Luminosity to over-rotate members before they can strike and hopefully execute towards a weaker bomb site. For Luminosity, they might have to make an information play.
But going towards this A bomb site here for Winterfox may be a mistake. There's already 2 players over there for Luminosity. There's a player lurking around in connector as well. So in theory, the B site is actually the weaker site right now for Luminosity. Winterfox, though, does seem as though they are going to commit to this A bomb site. There's not too much time left. They don't really have the chance to rotate across, and they need to find that first kill, which they do. Zuzi takes down Pickle. Destiny trades one out, but overall still Winterfox with what one could consider the advantage. with the player advantage now as well. The bomb should be going down on the A-bomb side, and a tough ask for Luminosity now to retake this 3 versus 2. Eman goes down, but he gets the information. Destiny hits the shot onto Offnu though, and that really opens things up. Zuzi, can he clutch this one out 1 versus 2? The answer is no. Destiny just coming up huge in that round with 4, and that
from Destiny. One-man effort, really, to just break open Winterfox and throw this match back into contention. And Winterfox going to be testing out the B site. They do have Raz proceeding his way down towards B platform very quickly. Destiny flirting with death for a moment, but the flashbang does stop Raz from seeing the counter-terrorist, and Raz is going to back out after taking a little bit of damage from the incendiary grenade. Luminosity, relatively safe and sound, just going to be holding back as Showtime peeking forward. The AWP has the B plat line locked down, but Raz going to be boosting up. Zuzi, Winterfox, they want to break open the B side.
Oh, it's dangerous though, Showtime. He's spotting the angle. Raz peeks right into him, but he's much too quick on the trigger finger there. Getting the headshot as well onto Showtime. Just coming up in trumps with that duel. There we go. Winterfox opening things up. It looked dangerous for them because they were heading over to the B site. There's a big stack over there from Luminosity. Essentially 4 players defending the B site. But, well, Luminosity having already dropped 1. It's not the end of the world though. They can still win this.
Destiny's picked up the AWP. He's going to challenge Raz, and while Destiny's repaying the favor, he goes, "You took down my teammate." Here's a little bit of
revenge.
Revenge is a dish
apple
best
crumble.
served cold.
Apple crumbles best served warm.
With ice cream.
Yeah, or custard.
Luminosity have to hold off this A side push, but this may be just a successful fake because Offnu's just been throwing grenades. He's also able to get the kill on Destiny. Look at Yell. The madman Offnu's getting more kills. Nearly gets the 3rd as well. And, well, Yell cannot bust his way out of balcony. Winterfox striking back.
Okay. Now we've got
a match on our hands once again.
Yeah, we've got something here. We've got something. This is going to be a Winterfox round win, which puts them 1 away from picking up the map win.
That's some sick hops.
And Luminosity 1 away from taking it through to double OT. Both very likely possibilities, though. Luminosity, what's their economy going to be like? They won the first round with a fairly convincing score. I think they had 4 players left alive. They take the AWP through from this round as well, so they should have something to play with.
They might not have the double AWP setup. Luminosity did not pick up 2 AWPs. They only picked up the single AWP. So they had to rebuy 1. Maybe Yell bought it. So Yell's going to be looking a little bit poor. SHZ saving this AWP to the next round means they can afford rifles.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, SHZ's actually poor, as well as PKL. So double AWP still coming out.
SHZ can afford to drop something here for a teammate.
He's going to lack a utility if he picks up an M4.
Yeah, it'll still be a full sort of a setup. They do have a UMP there. So they go for the utilities over the extra firepower for another M4. But it's a good buy from Luminosity. The double AWP can definitely work out here. Winterfox with 5 rifles. Are they going to go quick into the B bomb site? That looks like it may be the option of choice here, though they have slowed down just a little bit. 5 of those players stacking in there. You would have loved to have seen maybe Luminosity with an AWP towards the back of that platform. Try and have a peek down that angle. Not the case, though. And here we go. The retake. Oh, I'd say the retake. It's the take from Winterfox. Maybe a retake. We'll see. I meant to say execute from Winterfox coming out on the B bomb site. Will it work out? Raz opening things up nicely. SHZ though, easy kill onto Offnu through the smoke there. Raz though, he's doing work with that rifle. 2 players going down for Winterfox. The bomb planted here as well for Winterfox. And Luminosity, the retake here is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and Raz now opening things up with more kills. SHZ pushing forward. It's not going to work this time. And Winterfox do clean up on the back of a Raz 3 kill. 19-17, it was tight. Luminosity did manage to pick up that first round where Winterfox dropped just a little bit too overconfident. Lost a retake against Destiny, but now taking the overtime. They were able to get the crucial 2 rounds on the CT, on their CT overtime, and roll that forward towards their
crucial
advantage.
rounds as well on their regular CT side, because they were looking like they were actually going to lose that one. It was, what, 15-13 or 15-12, something like that, when Winterfox started to win some rounds, and well, they managed to take it through to overtime. It works out for them as well. They win the overtime. And Luminosity, they'd be so disappointed because they had a big struggle in that second half. Not a struggle, but they had a lot of rounds to win, and they won a lot of rounds. They took it through. They almost looked like they were going to win after such a good first half there from Winterfox. But Winterfox, at this point, just having enough to take it there to Luminosity. proves me wrong. I thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Luminosity, and already Winterfox picking up the first map. So they put themselves in a good position in this 2 best-of-1s.
The difference this time around was that Winterfox, their members all stepped up. Imagine a Raz in regulation time were able to just put in just good performances round after round. And then in the rounds that counted, Zuzi, Ofnu, 4 kill, 3 kills. On rounds that were absolutely critical for their success on their CT side, they were able to capitalize and step it up.
Yeah.
And that was the difference. Luminosity did not have the same happen like PKL did with the AK-47 to bust open the B site this time by himself. They did not have that happen. And that was where the differentiating factor was.
Yeah, looking a lot better now for Winterfox here that they've picked up that 1 win over Luminosity. We'll be heading to a quick break, but we do have our second map, Cache, coming up in just a sec.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Nico wants another go at it though. Bolts is there, and another round to the slaughter. And Nico, what a round to come alive from this man.
The game has changed. This is why FaZe wanted Nico.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome back. We've just finished map number 1 between Winterfox and Luminosity. Winterfox picking up the victory in overtime 1917. It was Cobblestone. Now we are headed over to Keish, and I don't think that's too bad of a prospect actually for Winterfox. Having come off a win in the first map, Keish is not going to be a terrible map for them. Maybe not super easy, but I think they can still contest.
I was going to say, it's a good start, and then I remember back to their last Keish game, where they got brutally hammered on the CT side. They can't let that happen.
They cannot.
And Luminosity, at the same time, their CT holes were a lot weaker as well. And so this is a tale of both teams. And I think this is where the trend's coming through. You know, the middle tier teams, the lower tier teams, on maps where Keish is still a little bit CT biased, but it's not as biased towards the CT size as it used to be. So, in that sense, Luminosity, they can pick up maybe 6-7 rounds. As well as Winterfox on the CT side, they can be happy. They don't have to win the CT half. They just can't drop it towards 3 rounds, 4 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the key takeaway for both of these teams. Whichever team starts off on that T side is really going to want to be getting towards that 10 or 11 round sort of a mark where then they can start to feel like, okay, we've done a good job here on the T side. But to me, Keish, if it's not T-side coming out here in the first half, that CT side that does get a good sort of a result, they probably will be able to close this out. So important this first half coming out here. Important to see which of these two teams is going to be able to start off on the T side as well, because that is going to favor them. Get the ball rolling in that second map and see if they can maybe close things out on the CT side. But having a look at how things have been going throughout the evening so far, it's worked out pretty good for Winterfox on our stream, 1917, with that win over Luminosity. Over on the other side, over on the mainstream, SK, no surprises there to see them picking up a fairly convincing win over Misfits on Cobblestone, and it's looking like it may be headed in that direction on Mirage as well.
Yeah, SK going to be looking to continue their dominating form. After, if they take it against Misfits, they'll be going up 12-0 in the Pro League. What a start. Not even dropping a single map.
Much better than what they had last season where, you know, they were, at that time, one would consider probably the best team in the world. They were winning the majors. They were basically beating everyone. But for some reason in the NA Pro League, things weren't going their way. They had to play a few weeks without their full roster. They lost some matches against some of the lower tier teams. And obviously they didn't finish off in first place. That was Cloud9 last season. This time it is really looking like SK is staking their claim on the NA Pro League. Though, that's not for us to talk about right now. For us, it's Winterfox and Luminosity. One Brazilian team, one Australian team.
One Oceanic team.
I suppose Australian. Oh yeah, exactly. Oceanic team.
It is more. It is more New Zealand than Australian.
It's really a force of habit, isn't it? Like, you say Australian, but in reality, it's mostly New Zealanders. But anyway, we still love them like they're our own.
Mostly, it's 60%. Is that just a little bit more, or is that mostly? It's not really mostly. Mostly seems to me it's like 4 people from New Zealand.
I suppose.
60% with 3 of the core. Mainly, no, doesn't work out as well.
A fair majority of? No, that's majority. Yeah.
3 of the 5.
Yeah.
There's no word to describe 3 of the 5.
60%.
60%, but that's not really a word to describe. That's just raw percentages. Speaking of raw percentages, SHZ has 0% of surviving a headshot from Raz.
That was a nice transition, I'll give you that one. But here we go. Let's see if this B-site take goes a little better than the mid-take from Luminosity, and it does seem like that may be the case. Yell taking one, Pickle taking the other, and now the B side is open, the bomb is down. Winterfox trying to retake this site, but we do see Yell in just such a good position here. They're not even aware of him. He holds that line for a little bit, gets the headshot, gets the second headshot. Third headshot doesn't go his way, but still, work done from him. Should be round over.
Yeah, Apox going to rotate down towards tree to bust, or try to bust open this B spot. But Luminosity, they just know there's only one person. We can triple peek him all from different angles, and barring 3 great one-taps, it's never going to work out in Apox's favor. So the first pistol round of Keish going towards Luminosity, picking up 2 AK-47s for long-distance battles. Winterfox, they look buying a mixed buy pistols. Sometimes you see APOC buying the body armor with a pistol, the rest of them just basic pistols. They'll buy pistols in the second anti-eco if it comes to that, and just try to ramp it up for their first buy round.
Yeah, well, not much of a chance here for Winterfox, but we have seen throughout some of the NA Pro League, the anti-ecos have not been too good. Luminosity, though, has generally been fairly convincing on their anti-ecos. I don't believe they dropped any on Cobblestone there, so they'll be feeling comfortable headed into this one. And they would have wanted to get off to a good start on that T-side. We sort of said T-side going to be important for both of these teams. If you can get to 10, if you can get to 11, that's where you want to be hitting right now between these two teams. Because their CT sides have not been so great. But Winterfox, they need to fight back. They can allow these first few to go the way of Luminosity, but as soon as we see them get some guns in their hands, we need to see wins coming out from Winterfox, and we probably need to see 2 or 3 in a row.
Well, to imagine Last Man, who was just anchoring the base out with the 5-7, just looking to do damage. Luminosity should be able to close this round in quite comfortable fashion. Showtime, though, spotted out. That's when the AK's lost, and Destiny will be able to get the trade, but Yell does not have enough time to get or retrieve the AK. So damage done with just basic pistols. Small damage, but it compounds over time. It adds up.
Again, is going to be an eco from Winterfox. But if they can do a little bit more damage here once more, and then, I don't know, maybe take 3, 4 guns out of the hands of Luminosity, get the win in the next round in the gun round, forces Luminosity onto a tough spot. That all is up in the air at this point. Don't really know what's going to be happening. Just wait and see, and it looks like Luminosity not having too many troubles this time on their anti-eco. As the Molotov, is it going to force him out? Yep, it is. He's dead. So much better there from Luminosity, not losing a single gun. What do they take through here?
All goes to the SMGs as well.
Yeah.
So economy is ramping up.
Do they take 2 UMPs? Do they even take the MAC-10 as well?
Do it.
It's a big save from Luminosity. But they will get a buy next round regardless.
They'll just go faster with the SMGs. They know Winterfox won't have as much utility. So they just got to push in with the aggression. Okay, so the MAC-10 is upgraded.
Yeah.
It makes me a little bit sad. UMPs kept is more understandable. There is enough firepower in the SMGs to back up the decision to save them. MAC-10, probably not as much.
Yeah. All right, well. This is the important one for Winterfox. It almost looked like Zuzi wanted to push through that smoke there, but Winterfox decides better of it, and he falls back towards the side a little bit safer. Bit of control in towards mid as well from Winterfox. They've got Emag in the vent. Obviously, he's not watching mid, but he can check out very, very quickly. They've also got Raz in that direction too, and that player up the top of short, Zuzi, he's also fairly close to being able to rotate into mid. So Luminosity, it does seem like they want to contest mid here, but Winterfox is fairly well set up to potentially defend it. Although Raz, with that rotation off, he's not going to spot them getting out here. Winterfox now surely aware that there is going to be some presence in mid. There's a few utilities being thrown in there from Luminosity. I'll be surprised if Winterfox do get caught off by it.
They have 3 members stacked towards A, and Ofnu rotating back to Heaven, ready to rotate towards A at any point in time. Luminosity stacking up towards the B side. Imagine there's so much work to do. A single Molotov from SHZ means that this Roost will be up, but they don't check it. But Imagine only goes 1 for 1. That's not good enough. It really isn't good enough because Winterfox have lost control of the B side. But no, there's no smokes to cover. Ofnu, you got to hit those. Showtime. What great reactions as well as spray control to get the headshot towards the CT player at Heaven. Tag down towards, tag low. Zuzi can clean up, but Winterfox, they're locked out of this.
He's only got 5 HP, so no, he's not going to be able to. Yell takes him down, and it's just APOC here. A tough situation for him, a doable situation. There's a lot of time to work with, and he has a kit, but no utilities. I'd say, given that how long this has passed without him being able to pick up a kill there, he probably should have just backed out, saved that gun, but in reality, it was never going to be an opportunity because there was a player wrapping around behind him anyway. So Luminosity, very convincing first gun round. Did they even drop a player? I think they dropped 1.
They did. Imagine died.
Yeah, they got 1.
And then...
Oh, they dropped 2, didn't they?
They dropped 2 players, but they were able to hold on.
So they'll take a lot of guns through. They'll only have to rebuy a couple. Another eco coming out from the CT side here, Winterfox. Should be 5-0 for Luminosity. Now, it's not out of control.
Oh, the HE nade stack doing tons of damage.
It does, but not too much, right? There's still a few players there with full HP for Luminosity. Those are the ones that are going to have to go in first and do the work. Yell picks up the first onto APOC over on the A-bomb site. This is just a split sort of a play, really, from Luminosity. A default setup, almost, peeking in. Maybe a little bit of an aggressive default, I suppose, is what you could call it, as they've taken a few sort of angles where they can get kills. They've made those kills work, but they've all been split across the map here, and they've been covering everything off. So Winterfox, not much of a chance to do much there, but I want to go back to that point that I was making about Luminosity. If they get 5 here, it's not really the end of the day just yet for Winterfox. We sort of expected that the T side was going to start off quite nicely for whoever did get onto it. So Luminosity here with 5, that's good. It's good, but it's not excellent. Winterfox can still respond in this first half. There's a lot of time. They want to get this gun round, though. If they let this one go, they let the next one go, that's when things start to spiral out of control. So they do need to answer eventually, but it's not like at this point they're sort of 6 feet under and just about to be buried.
Yeah, there's still time to strike back, but every single round that Luminosity is able to take means it is one less for members of Winterfox to try to get these rounds. Imagine going to be just holding alongside with Raz, so more priority given towards mid instead of B this time around. Luminosity spread on a default, just sussing out the sides, trying to find the opportunities, and this is confidence from Yell, holding onto the Galil. He was able to do work in the anti-eco. Gun round, completely different story. Let's see how he's going to go.
Alrighty, well, Luminosity as of yet haven't really made any inroads in this round. Winterfox have though, courtesy of Zuzi. Gets that kill without taking any damage. Really good work from him.
Good team flash to allow him to peek A main without any danger whatsoever. And Destiny now, while playing around the highway box, Raz is aware of the danger. So you can see Winterfox playing safe at A main, not on the A site, not giving away any opportunities. Emag as well as Offnu just anchoring the B site. Don't want to be giving any headshots towards Luminosity. Don't want to be giving any leeway back in, and PKL has crawled back towards Squeaky. The bomb will be making its way towards A main with 38 seconds left on the timer. Luminosity will be looking to execute towards the A site. Winterfox have some more utility to hold off the push, but that's pretty much the last of it. And now the players are being found out. Destiny from Highway able to get one more kill. APOC, only one as well.
So
Two
tough.
on three still.
So tough for him there. He had 2 players that were peeking him right at the perfect time for the trade, and obviously he had to choose one, but didn't even get a single. So he only got that 1 frag. Not 2, but still not too bad for Winterfox here. Raz finding showtime. 3 versus 1 on the retake. They can't afford to let this one go the way of Pickle, but they're not going to give him a chance. Emag, in particular, stepping up there just to get that shot. Everyone from Winterfox finding a kill in that round. Good team effort.
Yeah, that's what you need to everyone needs to chime in from Winterfox to get these rounds, so they finally put something on the board. But they can't drop this one. Luminosity, they've upgraded to the AWP in the hands of Yell. They're going to be a lot more cautious, maybe even try to change the tempo. Push a bomb site much more rapidly. Don't allow Winterfox any control of a bomb site. Don't allow them to get a couple of flashbangs through and get map control, because that is what Winterfox did. A single flashbang into A main, easy pick on towards Yell, and Winterfox weren't concerned anymore with these fast pushes or checking out any more positions. They knew they could play safe, they had the numbers advantage.
It's a boost from Winterfox here. Not a super boost. I guess they're up in the same spot though, but Emag, he opens things up again for Winterfox, and that's how the recipe for success has been for them so far on the CT side. Obviously, they only have won 1 round, but in that round, Zuzi did get an early frag, and it gave them that player advantage. Again, that is going to be the case here for Winterfox now. And as long as they can trade well for the sort of the rest of this round, sorry, they will have a pretty good time here. So, could be 2 on the board for Winterfox. Still need more than that, though. They'll need to, I think, get to at least 5.
Yeah, and Winterfox just slowly buying time, playing safe after the first initial pick. We were talking about Winterfox just playing aggressive, getting one off the board for Luminosity, and just falling back. Yell, I believe his gun barrel should show towards APOC. He's aware of the danger. And we'll call that there are 2 members from Luminosity as they begin their execute on the A site. Molotov's coming through, and APOC able to take down 1 more. Raz, the AWP from Highway, as it's off to SHZ, but there's too many angles to check. He can't even clean up APOC on top.
Yep.
And Winterfox.
Great round.
Taking all the rifles as well to the next round.
That's super, super important here for Winterfox, because it does allow them to start getting that economy rolling. And we know how hard it can be. The way the CT economy is right now, the meta that it sort of is in right now, is that it is so tough to get a good CT economy rolling. Sort of as soon as you lose a round, it's like rebuy, okay, your money's back to almost 0, you might get reset next round. But that allows Winterfox at least next round. They should have a buy here. So that's a bit of breathing room. If they can go through from this round as well with at least 2-3 guns left alive, they're setting themselves up for a good CT half. Luminosity, though, they don't want to allow that to happen. Contesting mid again, just a little bit, but not too heavily. Destiny peeking in. Does seem as though he might actually drop down there, and he will. So they do now have control of the mid area. A lot of options for Luminosity.
Yeah, so Winterfox are aware of the danger, so they just move their players around to make sure they don't give too much territory over towards Luminosity without exposing one of their members. And Raz is actually going to be boosted up the edge of the Z smoke. If someone crosses, like right now, it's a very easy pick. And once again, Winterfox. Calculated aggression much better this time round. Single flashbang, push through. Zuzi now picking up these kills. This is what Winterfox should have been playing from the start of the league, and they just got to continue the good form rolling. Luminosity just losing members, trying to individually peak. Like to see a faster execute coming out on towards either, probably the B site at this time. Like to see Luminosity just push fast in, flashbangs, molotovs. Don't allow Winterfox the advantage.
They've got 2 players to deal with here, Emag and Offnu. Emag's been fairly comfortable on Cobblestone. Hasn't been huge here yet on Cage, but hasn't had much time to step up. This time, though, not going to answer the question too well. Raz, at least, with a quick rotate across there for Winterfox. The flashbangs, the smoke's coming in, but well, that's not a great smoke in reality. Winterfox still going to be able to peek up there from heaven. Bomb should go down here. Grenade might do a bit of damage, though, to Pickle. Yes, it does. A decent amount. And Raz has a really nice line here, even though there's that smoke. So this is definitely a doable situation for Winterfox. Doable as well for Luminosity, but the Molotovs and the utilities that Winterfox have available to them is going to make life so difficult, and Showtime gives away his position, taking down Raz. The bomb not really planted for him, and Winterfox is going to peek him both at the same time. Zuzi in the end is the one to get the kill, but not the defuse.
Yep, so Zuzi's going to hightail it back up towards heaven, pick up the AWP, where Raz has picked up 3 kills in the round. 2 on the B site and 1 earlier at mid towards Z connector. So the bomb plant does go down for Luminosity. They'll be able to buy it once again. AK-47's no AWP. This AWP, it's not going to work out for Luminosity unless they decide to go somewhere quickly. No, they actually do pick it up. Okay, so I don't particularly agree with the decision to pick up the AWP because it's not working out. Once again, want Luminosity to come in fast to a bomb site. Don't allow Winterfox to get the initiative and the control.
Jeez. All right. Well,
you nearly fall off the chair.
I had a bit of trouble. My headset cord got stuck behind the chair, and I don't know. Anyway, we're back. We're alive. It's okay, guys.
I was scared for a moment.
Yeah. I almost died. Strangled myself with a headset cord. That would have been embarrassing. But here we go, Winterfox, they're going to have to hold off this B site take again. Luminosity sensing the weakness over here, but this time Offnu comes up with 3 from heaven. And Yell, well, he does trade him out, but it's a little bit too late here for Luminosity. Too little, too late, maybe the phrase you might want to think about in that sort of a sense. As, okay.
Okay, Zuzi, that's a teammate. That's not an enemy. Poor Imagine. PK was able to do the damage, but Zuzi, with his final bullet, says, oopsie, that probably wasn't meant to happen.
An opportunity here for Luminosity, because let's say Yell able to take down the player on the A site. That's going to draw another rotation across from Winterfox, probably the mid player. And then it's just down to Pickle 1 versus 1 over on B. Here we go. The rotation comes across actually from both. This has worked out better than Luminosity could have ever hoped for. Pickle's going to get the bomb down for free. And all Yell has to do here, really, is get 1 kill, which he doesn't. So Zuzi spots that one out. Pickle, he's being very slow here. He should have been a little bit quicker, I think. He had the time to get in, and oh, what's he doing? He's going to try and take the duel. They don't know where he is. So this is actually not too badly played, but he doesn't have too much time.
Did Zuzi spot him out?
Don't.
Where is Raz looking at? No. So Zuzi did not spot out where Raz is. And
he's only got 18 seconds, though. He has to work so quickly, but Raz, the spider sense is tingling. And he turns around and gets the kill. That could have been better played. It looked really good for Luminosity, but it just didn't. It just sort of came undone towards the end there. Would have liked to have seen the bomb go down from Pickle. Would have liked to have seen Yell either take a kill over on the A-bomb site or just even survive a little bit longer. In the end, though, Winterfox, they get around. 4 now on their CT side. This is starting to get into decent territory for them. I think they need 1 more, and they'll be in a decent spot. If they get 2 more, they're in a good spot.
They just got to keep the momentum rolling. It's working out in spades for them. PKL trying to change up the momentum, charging straight through towards mid, up highway, making a lot of noise, and Raz still picks up SHZ through the edge of the smoke. Luminosity have to use another smoke to cover off Z Connector properly this time, but the damage has been done. Winterfox, how many rounds in a row have they been allowed to get the first pick? No trade coming out from Luminosity.
Yeah, it's looking much better here for Winterfox on the CT side of Cage than it had, one could argue, probably on Cobblestone. Admittedly, still early days. We could still see Luminosity balloon this one out to 11-4, and then we'd be saying much different things at the end of this half. But definitely the way that Winterfox is looking right now, they're having a much easier time on the CT side. It's looking a little bit dangerous for Luminosity. Although Offnu does get dinked down. He was the big player in the last round, doesn't have any backup on the B side. Actually does well to get 1 kill onto Destiny there, given the HP that he was on. Emag gets tagged by that Molotov. They're going to know that he's up in heaven right now. Pickle is watching that line. Raz coming in from A main as well, though. He could be a dangerous player with that AWP.
And Zuzi on the long rotate around. Going to be trying to find PKL, who is lurking in Sunroom. Showtime just making sure no CTs coming in through checkers. And Zuzi will not check this, so PKL should be able to get a very clean headshot. It will force it back to a 3-on-3 with all the CTs stuck towards Tree in Heaven. They're going to bust out through the flashbang, but it's not very favorable. PKL as well as Showtime able to get a few more kills. Now up to EMAG 1-on-2, but the bomb plan is very open for both Luminosity players to peek. Yeah. Showtime will take the deal.
He basically just had to take the head off Showtime straight away there when he peaked, and then maybe he could have transferred his spray over to Pickle, but not the case for him. Still, though, it's not been too bad, actually, for Winterfox. Their economy, it hasn't built up as much as they probably would have liked, so in this round, I would say they probably should be ecoing it out, although they are going to force into it, so a couple of UMPs coming out, not too many utilities, and it is a glass cannon AWP for Raz. It's not an excellent buy for Winterfox, but if they can respond back with a round here, reset the economy of Luminosity, get a 5th round on the board, they'll be really putting themselves in a good spot.
Luminosity going back to the default, the slow style of play. Imagine is not touched by that Molotov. And that's going to be crucial because Showtime has no idea that Imagine's actually stuck very close towards the B main box. But he's going to fall back towards checkers as Destiny is going to be boosted up. Going to try to find another opportunity. Raz, so far in the CT half, have not been giving Luminosity easy chances to take him out. He's been playing safe angles, calculates the risk, peeks out, and lands the shots when he needs to. That's been the different factor from last week's Winterfox, or so far early on, compared towards this week's. They're able to get the first picks on some much better controlled aggression. They communicate much better once again another boost coming out through the edge of smoke.
Alrighty, well, there's a good shot from Raz. Not quite enough to do damage to kill, but he does get the shot onto Yell. So a little bit of an advantage there for Winterfox, though they have lost the player. And, well, they trade it back. Still, though, looking a bit dangerous for them now that they've lost those couple of trades. So, Luminosity, here's another chance for them to pick up a round.
Raz just locking down the default line, but Flashbang's flying in his way. PKL gets safely onto the site and will be able to plant safe from any interfering counter-terrorists. And the way that Winterfox are moving, just going to be saving their weapons to the next round. Not a terrible decision. It is difficult to retake the B bomb site when you already had a numbers deficit. They already lost the previous one. They had a 4-on-3. Bomb plant went down to the B site and they were unable to make the trades.
Yeah, and this is looking a bit better now for Luminosity. They'll be able to secure 7. Winterfox, obviously, they'll have a sort of a reasonable chance in the next round because they've got a few weapons saved. But if they lose any more here, that's where things start to become a problem for them. Looks like it's not going to be the case, though. I don't think Luminosity has enough time here to hunt. And Winterfox, you just feel as though they need 1 or 2 more rounds here on that CT side, and that's going to be enough for them to really challenge in the second half. But if they allow this one to snowball the way of Luminosity, then things are going to become a problem. As of yet, though, not out of control for either side right now. It's still sort of hanging in the balance.
Both sides' economies are not that great. They've both been taking damage. Even in the rounds they've won, it hasn't been... Well, ever since the early Winterfox rounds, it hasn't been overly convincing in the sense that we've got 4 or 5 rifles up and available, ready to use in the next round. It's been, okay, we've taken, 3 people, 2 people who died, we're going to have to buy up. And Winterfox getting close and aggressive. Molotov's being used to clear out checkers, but at the edge of the smoke, Imagine's able to get 1, gets 2 with a UMP, and there's no more. Luminosity playing just a little bit too aggressive, will be punished through the edge of the smoke. Winterfox can retrieve a few AK-47s if they choose to do so, but they haven't played any more aggressively. They suspect that Luminosity has sprinted over to make sure the guns don't trade out. The guns are not retrieved.
This is all off the back of that save from Winterfox. If they hadn't taken those 3 guns through from the last round, they probably wouldn't have been able to really do much in this one. But now they've really put themselves in a good position here. 3 versus 5. Luminosity struggling. And again, making their way back over to the B site. We've seen some good holds over on B from Winterfox. Similarly, we've also seen some good takes from Luminosity over on the B site. So this one's still up in the air in terms of that B tank, but Raz covering off from the CT spawn, or covering off the CT spawn from the A site, really puts the onus now on these last 2 Luminosity players, SHZ and Pickle, to find something. But I think it's too little too late with 30 seconds, 2 versus 5. Realistically, what are you going to be able to do?
Yeah, and Zuzi has also spotted that the members trying to transfer back towards A site. PKL loses his life and the bomb, and they know where SHZ is. And SHZ going to be desperately just trying to save his life. Doesn't want to be giving away over after time, but Zuzi needs to push in and get the AK-47. It's worth trying to lose his life to retrieve a superior weapon. And he will be able to do so. So upgrades going across the board for Winterfox. Taking a round on the back of saving a few weapons, force buying into this round.
Yeah, that's basically the perfect situation there for Winterfox because they upgrade their 3 UMPs into AKs. They don't have to rebuy any guns, just the utilities. They might upgrade their head armor here, a couple of them at least. We'll see what they decide to do, but next round, if they lose this, I don't actually think they'll be able to buy. If they do, it'll be sort of like a force buy, but
neither will Luminosity. They've completely drained out their accounts.
It's an incredibly crucial round here because this round could turn into a couple of rounds for whichever team does win it.
Raz playing at edge of the smoke. Luminosity going to be walking up and trying to attack once again. Raz missing a shot. He's going to be mollied off and taking more damage, but he will be able to get out alive. No, he won't. Showtime finds the pick through the smoke with the timing. So, for the first time in a lot of rounds in the buy round, it's Luminosity actually taking the first kill.
Yep.
Especially on the AWP from Raz. It's up to the rest of Winterfox to try to equalize the situation by getting a pick of their own, but they can't go aggressively in. If they go aggressively in and lose another player, they lose more territory, and Luminosity will seize upon that opportunity.
Dangerous for Winterfox. Yeah, if they lose this round, Luminosity, they could strike it through to 10. Admittedly, 5 rounds, I said it was a par mark for Winterfox.
Showtime, just headshot.
Headshot. Yeah,
more headshots? More headshots!
There we go. Can he do one better? Can he go 5? He's all the way over at the B site, though.
Just something's clicked. Showtime goes, oh.
Well, he might actually get this. If he comes in from truck, Emag's covered off, but he can get around behind Emag. Oh, no, Emag spotted him first. There we go. Gives away his position. And now Showtime. Here's the chance for the ace. And, oh, Yell's going to steal it. But Luminosity, they get the round on the board. They don't lose a gun. They respond back to exactly what Winterfox essentially did to them last round.
Winterfox forced purchase.
Yeah.
Not the best forced purchase, but it is the last 2 rounds. So,
yeah.
Would have liked to see Winterfox body armor pistol go into the final round of the half with a really good buy, trying to make it 6-9. Now, if Luminosity are able to take down the subpar buy, they can close out the half 10-5 on Cache. Better than last week's Winterfox performance on Cache, but not even last week. It was early this week. It was a replace or a catch-up match.
Yeah. Whenever it was, Winterfox did not have a great time. And Luminosity, they're in with a chance here of taking it through to 10, but they lose this one. Winterfox, they get 6. That's a pretty good CT half for them. And we'll see how they go on the T side. I guess this is all based on the assumption that we suspect both teams are going to have a good time on the T side. It's not necessarily set in stone that Winterfox is going to come out here on the T side and wreck face. So, any more rounds that they can get on the CT side is always going to be useful. They wouldn't complain about it.
Always space to work with, as Destiny is going to be looking to create some opportunities for Luminosity at mid. Stacking up for an A site execute. Luminosity just slowly play the map. They fall back together and then try to seize a bomb site. And there's only one member here. It's going to be APOC. The rest of Winterfox will start rotating. Zuzi back him up at Highway.
A site take about to come out from Luminosity. Destiny entering well. APOC goes down. Zuzi goes down. Luminosity, that's the A site take, and Showtime as well picking up Raz, so there's no chance Winterfox retakes this. Showtime is going to be able to find another one or 2 Emag by the looks of things, and he does. Offnote does find one at least for Winterfox, but it's just a consolation prize at this point. He'll probably be traded out eventually. They don't want him to take this AK through to the next round, and there you go, Yell picks him up. So Winterfox in this round, let's have a look at the economy. Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
Should we do a list of things better than Winterfox's economy right now? We could do a list. It would be a very long list. Let's not start.
Karath's hair? No, wait, that would be a lie.
My hair is a mess. I need to go towards the hairdressers and get a clip soon.
Yeah, maybe.
Such is the esports life where you go, I like to go to the hairdressers. Oh,
no,
wait, I don't have time.
Yep.
You've got casting. You've got uni work for yourself. If it's not this casting, it's more casting. If it's not more casting, it's preparation for more casting.
Yeah, that's the dream though, isn't it, really? Anyway, Winterfox, they're going to try and have the dream of 6 rounds. At this point, it is the last round of the half. but you have to say it is probably a little bit of a dream here for them if they were to be able to get to 6, because with this kind of a buy, you don't expect much to come out from them. Just pistols, a UMP for Ofnu. Luminosity have looked pretty good towards the late stages of this first half. They've really been able to clean it out quite nicely. Though they did allow, I feel as though, just enough to go over to Winterfox. 5 rounds, it's something to play with. Winterfox will want to get the pistol on the second half. If they don't, there's still a chance. They're going to have to play it perfectly though, but a chance is better than what they've given themselves in the past when they've started on the CT side. If you only get 3, that's not even a chance, really. That's just game over.
APOC has to go big with the Desert Eagle. Luminosity just waiting behind a smoke. That smoke seemed to have lasted for a very long time. Both sides just playing around it, giving respect to each other, not pushing through. But there's Luminosity now coming towards Forklift. Smoke's coming on the cross. There is Raz, but he's going to be isolated. It's all up to APOC to hold this. He's waiting for SSZ to come to his crosshairs. He's going to miss it, but Raz with a P250 gets 1 kill, but his teammates are dropping around him, and there's not much more that he can do if he's just the last man left standing. Ofnu's got to rotate quicker and try to get these kills, but Destiny, the AK-47 too strong, and Showtime cleaning up.
Well, the map hanging in the balance at the moment. 10-5 in the first half in the favor of Luminosity. Find out how the second half goes in just a second.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Welcome back to the second half here of the second map between Luminosity and Winterfox. The first went the way of Winterfox. The second, as far as I can see, probably still hanging in the balance, though maybe one would favour Luminosity here. 5 rounds on the CT side, though, for Winterfox. Their T sides have been pretty good. It's a doable situation.
All up to the pistol, and Winterfox stacking towards Squeaky. Going to be busting out and trying to engage Luminosity in close quarter duels. USPs from SHZ, Destiny, and Yell have to be on point. The kid is here, and Destiny is starting it up well. That's 2 kills, and Yell's also joining in the fun. SHZ also finding a kill. That's exactly how to make an impact on the CT pistol.
Yep.
Composure, getting the headshots, and putting the numbers in the favor of your team.
That's right. There you go. I don't know if it's going to be enough now for Winterfox to come back. They would have liked to have gotten that pistol. If Luminosity secure both the anti-ecos here, then Winterfox will be in trouble.
It'll be 13-5. Winterfox don't have many rounds to play with, and Deagle's coming out for Zuzi and Opnu, as well as EMAG, but Raz and APOC not joining the Desert Eagle party. And they're picking up P250s. 2 HE grenades to try to do some damage towards CTs. Luminosity. What is SHZ doing with that? P90 just dropping it down. Destiny and Yell challenging towards A main. They do some damage, but they also get tagged very low down to 22 and 15 HP. But the rest of Luminosity is stacked across. Yell was completely blinded. Still gets the kill. Imagine tags another member so low. Luminosity just not dropping. 3 of the members breathing with just barely some signs of life in them. As PKL looking to push even faster and get more kills, and APOC finally gets a kill, can do some more damage. So many members low.
So many. APOC, he's got a good chance here to pick up 3. Showtime, where is he at the moment? He's by truck, or a little bit behind truck, so I'd like to see him maybe be one of the closer players here, but no time really for Luminosity to change things around, and in the end, they don't get punished for it either. Showtime, nice headshot onto APOC, cleans him up. Overall, all things considered, that's a pretty good anti-eco for Luminosity.
Yeah, only losing one gun. That was a UMP, and PKL's gonna buy up to the M4. Winterfox, kind of just a little bit stagnant at the moment. They did have a harder CT side. Looked good at one particular point in time. 4-5. Let a few more rounds drop, in Luminosity able to capitalize on rounds where the economy turned in their favor. Dropped the CT side towards the eco. Just took easy rounds from there, did not allow the opportunity to escape, and now PKL under a bit of pressure, and Yell, a little miscommunication coming through, allows Uzi to get the first pick, but now pressure on towards PKL, but flashbangs coming through. Luminosity still trying to hold on towards mid, and they will be able to. The M4's working out greatly, and Zuzi only with a UMP to try to recover the bomb, and PKL's not going to even give him even a single glimpse of hope.
Yep. This has been a good shutout so far from Luminosity, but Winterfox buying into this one. It's the one that Winterfox will need to pick up if they're to have any chance of coming back into this. It's a difficult task now, though. 8 rounds in advantage is Luminosity. You have to think Winterfox is probably not going to have enough here. But it all starts here, 1 round at a time. We did see Luminosity come back from a fairly large deficit on Cobblestone to bring it into overtime.
We've seen big comebacks as well. 15-6 last night.
Yeah.
Towards overtime. It's doable. But Luminosity Gaming, they can only allow it to happen if they start losing these rounds, or if Winterfox pulls something ridiculous.
Yeah.
They have to pull not only a rabbit out of the hat, but they probably have to pull an entire truck out of the hat.
Oh, wow.
Such is their task.
They've decided to go for what looked to be an execute actually on A, but they've decided maybe just want to contest control of mid. They do have some smokes in there. Zuzi popping up and down, but he's surely a kill here for SHZ. Oh boy, 1 HP for Zuzi. EMAG goes down to Yell, who also finds Ofnu. And there you go, Zuzi eventually does fall after a bit of a longer survivable... What am I even trying to say? After surviving a little bit longer than maybe he should have. In the end though, Luminosity, another convincing CT round. This is looking much better for them than the CT sides on Cobblestone and Winterfox. The money's not good, but do they buy here? They kind of have to.
They have to force up, otherwise it's 15-5. And the Tech 9s as well as the head armor going to be forced. Winterfox might just want to bust fast mid and try to surround B side. A side, That has not been working for them, but they're going to try it once again.
Tech 9 armor. Winterfox. Still not too bad of a strategy. SHZ's like, what's going on here?
Yell's sitting on that Molotov for just a little bit too long, but Zuzi loses his life very quickly, so Winterfox still going to try that A main take, but it's going to be a duel out working in their favor, but the Molotov going to burn and Toast off to alive, so he drops. Yell's already down towards 12, and he's going to smoke off A main. Winterfox have used their smokes and really didn't get anywhere.
Nope.
Well, Yell should surely... No, he takes a little bit more damage, but doesn't die. And Destiny waiting towards fence, able to take down Imagine, and it's off to APOC, who's by himself, and PKL is just going to drop down. This is a clean shot out from the CT side.
This is what you want to see, though, from the CT side. It doesn't always happen that way, but when you get that pistol round, when you get that momentum in the second half, you just want to close things out, really. And Winterfox, everything that they've done so far on their T side, it hasn't worked out. It's looked like Luminosity's been ready for it. Anywhere that you peek, anywhere that you look, there's a CT player there ready to take you down. And Luminosity, they've been winning the aim duels, and they haven't even necessarily needed to win the aim duels because a lot of the time Winterfox have had their backs to them. So it's been a very nicely played CT side here from Luminosity. There's a kill onto APOC as he tries to push aggressively down through B halls. Super boost coming out from SHZ. They might have heard that, Winterfox, but at this point, it's just too much to come back from. Even if they do win this round, even if they do win the next round, there's just so much to play with here for Luminosity that they're going to be afforded plenty of time to eco out, get that full buy through whenever they need, and eventually they will win a round.
And the control coming out from the B side of the map from Destiny and Showtime after they got the first kill on APOC. Raz does answer on towards SHZ. They did hear it, and they were just playing around the smoke. PKL now playing close forklift. Yell with the AWP, but Raz with a second headshot. Winterfox with a bit of life, but not if Yell has anything to say, but he won't be able to get the no-scope on Imagine. So 2-on-3. Showtime is really fast up. Imagine picking up the AWP, able to pick off Showtime.
Well, we did see Destiny win a 1 versus 3 on Cobblestone. Could he do it again? Oh,
nope.
If that
gets the door shut on him.
If that door had stayed open, it would have made his life a bit easier, but he got the kill anyway. Still, the round goes to Winterfox. Luminosity will have enough money to buy back into this one, though. More than enough. Look at that. One player on 12k, one player on 11, well, almost 12k. And, boy, oh boy, Luminosity. Do they have enough to buy even next round? No.
They could eco for many rounds.
And they double open.
Okay. Yell to lock down the A site. Showtime to lock down the B site. Would like to see APOC not try to throw away his life this time around. Yell going to be playing aggressive towards Squeaky. Imagine has to hold this safe. He cannot give the opportunity over towards Yell. As Destiny is going to take some damage in the Molotov towards Squeaky, but he's going to push closer towards B main box. Actually down towards 43 and Yell. Well, that's what Imagine. That is going to be the opening that Luminosity needed, but SHZ playing close, unable to get the trade, and Zeus's actually on the A site. Yell's going to be mollied out, and he has too many angles to check. PKL makes his way towards forklift, and
they don't know that he's there either. Raz goes down. PKL, he might turn around and get another one, which he does. Destiny gets dropped by APOC, but it's a small prize here for the 2-for-1. Overall, Winterfox, it's looking like they're going to be bowing out here, 16 and 6. All down to Alfnu now. 1 versus 3, and he's not going to have enough. There you go. 16 and 6, the result for Keish. It was 19-17 in the favor of Winterfox. Much more closely fought from Luminosity than it was here from Winterfox on Keish. But a good night, I think, for Winterfox in particular. Luminosity would have come into this one thinking we should get a 2-0.
It was a good Cobblestone game. It just felt like the tanks went into towards, well, they were depleted. Yeah, I was about to say going into reserve, but I think there wasn't even any reserves left. It was depleted. You can see in the T side, they were starting to struggle a little bit more. They didn't really have any answers, didn't really flesh out their game plan. I think they were just happy with the 1-1, and it showed on the T side.
Yeah,
just not much diversity being used from Winterfox.
They really needed to get the pistol round there. Once they lost that pistol, it was just almost game over, essentially. And Luminosity, they sort of executed 2 very nice anti-ecos. They didn't look like they were troubled at all. The first gun round went their way as well. And at that point, Winterfox was probably like, okay, well, this is too much to come back from. We're going to have too much of a difficult time. And in the end, they did have a difficult time. They only got 1 round on the T side. Yeah.
And Luminosity did step their game up as well. So we saw the M4 aim working much better. They did struggle with that on Cobblestone. So to bring it on towards Keish, where they needed to step up, able to do so, and cleaning up 16-6. Well, they still do drop the first map. They would have loved to pick up Cobblestone, which is one of their stronger maps as well. But I guess it's pass score for both teams.
Yeah,
They'll be happy. Well, they'll be happy with the outcome.
Good
ultimately.
result. Good result, particularly for Winterfox. I think getting one was particularly somewhat unexpected for me. But now that's going to be the end of those two teams. We're going to be heading over to our next matchup in just a second. We will take a break, though, but NRG and Immortals up very soon.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
It's a one-on-one, all versus all, but JDM goes down! Coke Zero! That's the quad kill! SK gonna pick up a very, very tight round.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the North American division of the ESL Pro League Season 5. Match day number 15. Our first matchup just went one apiece. Luminosity picking up the second map, Winterfox picking up the first. Now headed over to another one which could potentially go one apiece. NRG and Immortals. I feel as though these two teams could be fairly evenly matched.
I'd say very evenly matched, even though the scoreboard not really reflective of really their skill. Immortals have had a lot more rougher matchups, and the most difficult matchup so far that NRG had was against Optic, and they took that 2-0.
Yeah.
Which is an indication of how well NRG are playing, especially with the stats.
Yeah, definitely.
Take a look at their critical players. They go absolutely huge.
Having a look here at how things are going across on the main stream as well as our stream. Did just mention it was one apiece between Luminosity and Winterfox. 2-0 for SK. No big surprises there, and really not much to take away from that initial scoreline between Renegades and Selfless. Nothing much to draw too many conclusions from. Just a pistol round win, presumably, there from Selfless. Anyway, thinking about NRG and Immortals, when I sort of saw this NRG lineup before this season started, I was like, okay, this is again going to be an NRG which is not going to be amazing. They're going to be okay, but they're not really going to be able to sort of challenge with the top tier of competition. You know, I didn't expect to see them up in 4th. I thought they'd be middle of the pack. But they are actually doing very, very well so far this season.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's been going absolutely ballistic. And look, Breezy, we've talked about Breezy time after time. How he, in his previous lineups, always the best performing player. And he's showing it as well. In the overall, for the ESL Pro League, just for this season, statistics-wise, currently Peter's sitting at second best player behind Cold Zero. Right. That is nothing to laugh at. Cold Zero was the best player of 2016. And Breezy is sitting at 6th.
Well, doing good, doing good. Having a look at the statistics here, though. There you go. Peter, 1.63. Holy dooly. 85 ADR as well. That's really very, very impressive from him. Breezy just a little bit behind him, 84.8. 1.29 KD as well. Things not quite as good on Immortals, but still very, very respectable. And we're going to be seeing, obviously, a lot of those guys having to step up here. NRG as well. They'll be relying on Peter and Breezy probably, but Henny, I think he's the one to look at here for Immortals.
Absolutely. This entire Immortals lineup needs to stand up, and especially their AWPer. They need their AWPer in the hands of Henny to take down Peter. Yeah. And that is a difficult ask. When Peter is just going 1.63. The closest I saw was Shazam on Misfit 2. I think it was sitting around 1.45, 1.5 KD, and even then his rating was not this ridiculously high.
Yeah.
I think it's something like 1.36 over the entire season so far.
That's really good.
That's over 5, or I was going to say 5 2 best of 1s
So
series. 10 so 10 maps in total. So
Really
to have
impressive.
a consistently high rating over that many really shows class. And if he's able to continue to bring that talent, able to dominate the entire Immortals matchup, especially on Train, where we know this is a map where the AWP can dominate and excel, well, Immortals may be shut out.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Immortals is a good side, so I'm definitely not going to be counting them out this early on. I think it's going to go one apiece. Probably both teams picking up their own map pick, but who knows? This could go to 2-0. Could go 2-0 for either team as well. Immortals, though, last week against Winterfox, they did have a fairly long series where you would have expected them probably to sweep that one under the rug relatively easily. So if you want to take anything away from that, maybe NRG are going to have a bit of a better time here, but we are going to get onto Train and find out momentarily. What's your pick? 1-1?
1-1 is a safe pick. But if it is a 2-0, it would be tight between the two teams. I don't think we're going to see shutouts like we just saw in Cage, 16-6. It'd be 16-10, 16-11. The team starting on CT side and Train needs to capitalize and roll their advantage forward. They need to give themselves enough rounds to play with. Similarly, for the team starting on the T side, got to make a huge impact from the get-go. Pistol round, win your anti-ecos, get as many rounds as buffering space, and try to roll forward towards a win.
All right, NRG starting off on the T side. So it's on the back of Immortals here, really, to get probably 9 or 10 rounds here on the CT side, and then try and follow that up on the T side. But NRG busting straight out onto the A-bomb side, or at least Marquis, because no one else has just yet. They're running it all the way up towards Ivy, and it's going to be a bit of a split out onto the A-bomb site. Now we see them coming in as a team, maybe too little too late. Have a look at that. The aim from Henny gets 2, FNX gets 2 as well, and Lucas chiming in with 1, and you blink and you miss it. NRG lose the pistol.
Yeah, just charging towards Ivy. They were banking on the fact that they could catch out the CTs either pushing towards Ivy or trying to crossfire and engage in the close quarter duels, but Immortals just going one better. Clean headshots. You can't do anything when you just have body armor. And NRG will force up just pistols and body armor. Peter just with a P250, so he's looking to pick up the AWP instantly on the buy round, which is what you expect. Because as soon as he picks up the AWP, that's when you want him to make the impact, and Marky will be able to make it out. Oh, just barely out of T-Connector. Down towards 13 HP. And Bolt's just spotting the inner's line. He's tagged once, but he'll be able to get out alive, and Marky does fall towards FNX's grenade. But Fugly, what a deagle shot, but they're lining up. Breezy also with the deagle, picking up another kill, so they should be able to get the bomb plant down. No grenades for Immortals to use. There is an incendiary grenade on Steel, who's just going to fall. Actually, Dab's getting a kill with the UMP, and FNX pushing close. Oh my goodness, this has gone wrong for Immortals. Henny's got to lift his game.
Yeah, it's 1 versus 2 though for him. Difficult task. Breezy very low on HP. He actually could just tap this bomb and see what he can do there. That will be the case, but immediately 2 utilities coming out from NRG. A smoke and a flash. A grenade and a flash. And he does take down Daps, and now it's just Breezy. And Breezy's good enough with the deagle. The round goes the way of NRG. And it's Eco. Well,
that was a soft round as well. That was something Immortals needed to hold. That was a round that Immortals need to hold on. They'll be forced onto their own force by NRG, instantly striking back. Breezy with 3 kills in that round with the Desert Eagle. Immortals really hold. Going to be tested more in this match. NRG might have just sensed a little bit of weakness.
That's a good early sign as well for NRG to see Breezy starting off nicely. He's the one that we expect here for NRG to be really stepping up alongside Peter when he does get that AWP in his hands. But this round here, Immortals have decided they want to buy back into it. They want to try and bring back a bit of pressure and relieve pressure on themselves. But if they lose this one, then things are going to start to get a little bit tougher for them.
NRG slowly gaining map control by trying to flash their teammates towards contested areas like uppers. Normally, you could find a CT with a pistol holding close, trying to do damage. But NRG willing to utilize some early flashbangs, as well as some manpower just to ensure the lines are cleared. And NRG stacking slowly towards the B site. We've got the AK in the hands of Breezy, who was the hero of the force buy in the previous round. Lucas going close towards T-Connector, but they can't find any more information. Immortals are just spotting, but not pushing for information. And this B site, NRG are stacking. They want to attack it.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be headed in that direction. Bolts, he's going to have to probably get 2 on the entry here, but it's a tough ask with only a CZ. Will have to be played to perfection, though we do see NRG starting to maybe rotate back across. They're not 100% sure. They've only got 35 seconds left to play with, and I think it's going to be an A site here.
Oh, Lucas has spotted out Fugly towards SL. It's done a lot of damage, and Henny with the scout able to clean him up, but Breezy coming out with the AK-47 making things work, but Lucas with a Desert Eagle gets 1. Also tags Marky down, but Breezy, easy as you like, coming forward, doing more damage, just cleaning up Immortals members. And well, Bolt's only with the CZ. Cannot find more than Daps, who was tagged down by FNX, and Breezy picking up a 4 kill to solidify NRG's lead. Small leads, but that's how you compound them forward.
And they should be able to get another round here as well, because we'll be an eco for the CT side. And already starting off well as NRG. That's dangerous signs for Immortals. They can't let the spiral out of control, because if they lose this first map super convincingly, NRG just comes storming into the second map, and maybe we do see a fast 2-0 coming out here, even though it would be fairly unexpected. But it's still early days. Much too early to call anything like that. So Immortals, they'll give up this round. Then they need to respond. When they get to their first gun round, that's when we want to see a round coming out from Immortals.
No one on the B site. They've all stacked towards A. NRG have scouted this out, and they'll bring the bomb towards B site. It should be another round for NRG, barring a severe misplay. And Daps going to be looking to just add to the bank account on the back of these SMGs. It's going to be mainly up to Peter as well as Marky to try to grab these opportunities to further boost the numbers. But Breezy just holding towards T-Spawn will be able to clean off Henny, who was trying to push Ivy. Does get dinked for his troubles, but 50 damage, it's really nothing.
Yeah.
It's not enough. There needs to be another headshot, and Breezy, well, so far from receiving Breezy, is not even giving Immortals opportunities. If he does, he just goes, you've missed your window. I've given you 1 second where you can try and kill me. Oh, I'll just swing it back on you, and I'll just rip off your head.
He's been really, really sharp so far. And look at that, 9 kills after 4 rounds. Well above anyone else in the server. Double anyone else in the server, even a little bit more than that. So it's looking like it might be a good night for him. Now's the first gun round here, though, from Immortals. NRG coming out to this one with just a Mac 10 and a UMP as well, and a couple of their members. So they are going to hit the A-bomb site relatively quickly by the looks of things, and FNX starting off quite nicely. We do see one of the NRG players dropping. There goes another one. Daps falling to steal both the UMPs, though. Not the UMPs, both the SMGs, I should say, from NRG. The trade back comes from Breezy. Peter as well, finding one, but overall, trade's not too favorable for NRG when you have a player disadvantage. 3 versus 1.
Yeah, but Peter, this is dangerous. He spotted out FNX, misses the shot though, and Bolts, well, he will trade. Well, not really trade, just holding the line, able to get the easy headshot. So NRG trying to change up the tempo. It's not going to work out, but they kept the Mac 10 and UMP. They'll be able to buy up in this. They do grant Henny the AWP without the CTs having to invest in a sniper, which is a nice find for the CTs. They'll be happy. Only losing 2 rifles in the previous round. They'll be able to remax up. Just lacking in some utility on Steel as well as Bolts. But really, not much is Steel getting aggressive. Won't be able to find the opportunity. Daps is locking down the line. And Steel, well, tagged down once. He'll be able to get out alive.
Immortals will want to get this round here. If they do get reset, though, that's where things start to become a problem. NRG pressuring Ivy, pressuring A side a little bit. Not too much just yet. They have a lot of time to play with. Last round, we saw them go quickly, but a lot of the time we have seen them weight that timer down quite a lot. Very similar to what we saw from Luminosity on their own T-sides in the previous match, where they would just explore all the options that they could, try and get as much information as they could, try and draw out as many defensive utilities as possible, and then go with 30 seconds left in the round. But here for NRG, still plenty of time. Are they setting up for an execute here? Are those guys going to set some smokes up? Doesn't look like it.
They are lining up outside T-Connector.
Yeah. So maybe they are setting up for a smoke set.
They got 4 smoke grenades.
There we go. Looks like it.
Oh, that's the A smoke. I know that smoke. I wonder why.
Do you?
Yeah, it's in the ESL Pro Tip. Yeah. Smokes off the A bomb site.
Nice.
Makes it easy for you to attack through T-Connector, but you still got to get past the AWPs. Smokes is only one part. Knowing which line to line up, that's cool. But knowing how to dominate your opposition like Henny, that's something different. And NRG, they will be able to molly the bumpers at back of A, but Immortals have so much map control. NRG, they have to get the bomb plant down, but they can't get the kills working in their favor.
They don't have enough time here to be messing around. The bomb does go down, though, just in time, and Henny gifting a free frag over to Fugly, essentially not watching the right angle. Lucas does trade it out, but there's a trade as well for NRG, and Breezy, he gets one before going down, so this is still doable for Peter. Again, he finds himself in a clutch situation, but this one, much more favorable. Needed to hit that shot, though, only managing to get the leg, and that will be another round for Immortals. Close, but NRG are starting to let some things slip here.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of their early members in the one-on-ones, which aren't working out for Daps, not working out for Fugly or Marky. They're getting taken out through smoke or through some great AWP shooting coming out from Henny. And you can't really just leave Breezy as well as Peter to try to clutch out all the time. Statistically, sure, they're able to do the damage, but they've got to have more numbers reinforcing. They want to play the 3-on-3s, not the 2-on-3s, not the 2-on-4s, because eventually you're going to drop them. NRG will be forcing with Tech 9s across the majority of the board. Only Peter with the Tech 9 no armor are going to be barreling towards the B-side. Bolts has to burn his utility early. He hears the noise, he hears the pressure, and Dap's already pushing fast out. Will decide to back off. So it's not worth trying to charge down solo.
For the moment, NRG again playing quite slowly here. Immortals holding their sights. 2 on B. Normally you might see a little bit more of a presence in connector for Immortals. They have maybe Bolts sitting back in the connector for a fast rotate over towards the A site. So if NRG do hit the A site, it's going to take Immortals just a little bit longer, but not too long to actually get back over to that site. For now though, NRG are not committed towards anything. They take their time in these T rounds, don't they?
Immortals playing this very, very well. They're staying far back. they're not allowing NRG the opportunities with the Tech-9, maybe except towards Ivy, and that's still to hold it off. Otherwise, look where they're sitting. Back on A site towards Close Heaven to make sure that if the Tech-9s do dink, it's not an instant headshot, and NRG are going to be coming back out on towards the A site. 3 towards D connector. Henny spotted 1 cross. He doesn't know exactly how many there are. He's trying to go for the shots, but Peter's charging him down, and they might be able to get the kill on towards the Yorpa. Peter gets the kill on towards Steel, and Breezy cleaning up 2 kills with the Tech-9, 3 kills with the Tech-9. Don't even bother going for the Orts or the pistol, or for the rifles. Might as well just go Tech-9 rush, no stop. Breezy, well, that's uncharacteristic. He misses, and up to Lucas to now complete the 1-on-3 clutch.
Oh, well, this is tough for Lucas, but still doable. Peter wasn't able to get the 1v2 last round. This time, maybe he might be able to get the 2v1. They wouldn't want to drop this round over, though, to Immortals. It's their best chance now to get around on the board, get a sneaky one on the board, and they're playing it well. The timer ticking away, and ever so quickly, Peter does close out the kill there. And Immortals will drop that one to what was essentially just a pistol and armor buy from NRG. So disappointing for them. Forces them back on the eco, though. FNX is forced straight into it. I think the rest of the team looks like they're going to force up behind him, too.
Well, they will be forced into a double eco. FNX decides to see how much damage he can do with the M4. If he can get the first initial kills, catch NRG off guard, they could steal some AK-47s, no pun intended, and maybe put it in Steel's hand. I just realized. But that is a hard ask, especially when you have NRG, when you have Breezy, who's just breezing his way through the opposition. I'm unstoppable today. That is actually too easy. I'm going to forbid myself from making easy puns. I'm going to have to try to find some more difficult ones.
Yeah.
There's too many ones, actually. There's also Lucas and Henny. They got ones.
Yeah.
That's more advanced.
That's a little bit better.
It's more deep.
Alrighty, well. NRG now with a good chance to actually start putting a really good T-side on the board. It's been so backwards and forwards so far. Immortals looked like they were starting to come back into it, and then they lose to a force buy, and now NRG, they've reset the economy of Immortals. A force buy comes out. NRG could win this one quite convincingly and really just springboard themselves up to 5, maybe even 6. But it has to come down to the execute here, and it looks like it will be the bomb site, the B bomb site, sorry, where they're going to be headed, and wow, who needs an execute when you can hit headshots like that?
And the M4 is going to be lost. Lucas tries to retrieve it, but Breezy. Someone stop this man. Surely he's not allowed to do this. He's just rolling through Immortals, making Immortals look mortal. And, well, finally Steel does shut him down and gets the AK-47. So my predictions from earlier this round did come true. Ironically. Shouldn't have happened, but Henny on the long rotate also wants to find himself an AK-47. NRG ideally want to keep as many AK-47s in their hands, but Steel's doing damage. If he's unable to take the AK-47 into the next round, it does damage the NRG economy. They have to repurchase weapons.
Yep.
And it's just going to damage their hopes in the long run if Immortals are able to bring back some closer rounds.
Yeah, and saying that though, T economy is just a bit more favorable than the CT economy, and there we go. UMP traded out for an AK. Looking good here for NRG now. 5 on the board, it'll be another eco from Immortals. This could be 6. When you hit 6 on the T side, that's sort of your par score. Anything more than they can get after that is starting to really elevate them into that second half quite nicely.
Yeah, NRG not going for SMGs, just going to be looking to build these rounds on the back of the AK-47s. And now Fugly also finding a few kills, chiming in with a few cameo performances. Really, so far, it's just a breezy show for me for NRG. He's just cruising in, 1, 2, 3 headshots. In all the rounds where NRG have won, it's been him getting 3 kills.
Yeah.
And even then, in the rounds they drop, it just feels like Breezy will get more. He's unstoppable.
He is. At the moment, he's just being a massive power player for NRG. And if we see Peter start to wake up here for NRG as well, I think that's curtains, really, for Immortals. Because so far, they've been having trouble dealing with just one of those NRG players, backed up by a couple of other kills coming across from a few of them. But in reality, it has been off the back of Peter that they've been able to... off the back of Breezy that they've been able to win the 5 rounds that they have. And Immortals, yeah, I think they're going to struggle. If someone else on NRG steps up here, we might see them just get washed away.
Well, I mean, Henny had 1 good round so far with the AWP, but NRG are able to get so far up. He has too many lines to watch. He can't watch over all the lines. He's too concerned about being pressured. He just sits and just watches and focuses on one line, and then NRG just collapse and get the kill. The good thing for Immortals in this round is NRG have taken a little bit too much time, and if they drop a couple of kills, not flush out these CTs who are stacking up, then it could spell disaster. But Breezy, well, he'll navigate the danger alongside with Fugly. And Marky will also chime in, and Bolts was all the way towards the B site, so a dangerous round navigated. They did lose Daps very early on to the USP stack, but they should be able to claim the 6th round, doubling the score of Immortals. Immortals will be able to force up, but they won't have an AWP. They will only have M4s, and Marky does drop. So.
They are letting the economy start to really get rolling for NRG. Admittedly, Bolts does take down one here. He's going to try and find a couple more.
Respect given from NRG, not chasing. They don't want to be giving away more cash, but this will allow Bolts to sprint across and hopefully grab an AK-47 before exiting. I think Breezy... No, it's Fugly who's spotting the line. They know he's towards City Connector. Maybe Peter will watch it to ensure Bolts does not escape with an AK. That's the last thing you want. No, he actually stays too close. He just dies.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Only had a USB.
Yeah, whatever. NRG, they are looking good. 6 on the board now. And, well, there could be an AWP. It would be a glass cannon on Bolts, and he'd get absolutely nothing else. So I don't think it would be a great idea. But there we go. He's decided to go for the M4, so it's essentially a full rifle setup. Let's pretend that that UMP is a rifle for a second. Sort of fills the same role.
FNX is good with unconventional weapons. We've seen him pick up the Mag 7. He's done work before. We've seen him pick up the UMP. If he gets close on the back of a flashbang towards T-Connector, he can do some damage. And Bolts, well, he's going to be spotted out, but takes no damage. Will force Lucas to rotate back towards the B site. NRG just holding default, but FNX is... What? What? How does he know exactly where to shoot while Daps does get taken down by Peter? Oh my goodness. FNX on 1 HP, and Lucas going to be gunning down all the players at uppers. Bolt's going to chime in. It's up to Peter now. 1 on 5, and well, his life should be forfeit. No, he takes down Lucas. 2 members on Immortals low.
Very, very low. You can pull the pistol out and kill them. Even a Molotov might kill him. But at this stage, Peter's still got a couple of full HP targets to deal with. He does have a lot of time, finds FNX, but that's one of the low HP players. Would have loved to have gotten Steel or Bolts there, but still, he's got a few players to deal with. It's always going to be a tough situation for him. But you feel though he will be able to keep that AWP through to the next round. Immortals at this point, their economy's not that good. They won't hunt him down, so he's only going to have to take fights that he wants to take. And if he wants to save the AWP here, he can do that.
The problem with how Immortals are playing this is that they're isolating themselves in a one-on-ones, and
that was so close as well.
It was just a feeling. If Steel dropped, if Immortals just gave more opportunities for the one-on-one deals, it would have worked out very poorly in their way.
Yeah.
Immortals should have just stacked. It's difficult when the bomb is lost towards uppers. You can't really stack the halls area where it's just long corridors where Peter will have a great time. Breezy's already on 17 kills after 10 rounds. And we thought the 20 kills in 13 rounds is impressive, but I imagine Breezy goes, that was just a warm-up. This is the true display of skill. As NRG, slow control, more towards Ivy this round. It's going to be Steel who is looking to hold off this aggression.
NRG, they'd love to fight back with another round here. 6 already is pretty good, but 7 would be better. 8 would be better. Still a good chance, though, for NRG. There's a few rounds left in this half, and they can turn this into something very nice. They don't want to allow Immortals, though, to come back into this and really start to get a bit more of a stranglehold on that CT side. Because NRG have done the hard work. They've gotten off to the good start. Now they just need to convert that into a good first half.
Still coming back, watching the CT side. Breezy going to be leading the entry, just clearing his corners, and Steel caught out with a Molotov in his hands, and that means certain death because Breezy has not been missing very much, and Bolt's pushing through. Well, it just makes it look too easy for NRG. They're just waiting for Immortals to get aggressive and just line up the crosshairs on the heads. Breezy does fall, traded out by FNX, but... And he against Peter, losing the deal. Peter!
Wow, there you go.
They were on the same line, but still. That's just scary when Peter, it just feels like every single time he scopes in, someone's going to die. You could be behind a wall and you can still get tagged to 28.
Yeah, and a reset straight away in terms of the economy for Immortals. They will force into this one. Pistols and armor. UMP as well on FNX, but not much to write home about. And NRG really starting to take control of this one. 7 on that T side. Looks like some flashbangs going out into the A-bomb site, but nothing too crazy yet from NRG. Thought that they've been playing fairly slow so far on the T side. And again, it's going to be that. Oh, Peter, he holds the line. Not sure if he was spotted out. I think Steel would have spotted him.
Well, even then, Steel goes, I can't really push beyond there. There's an AWP watching the line.
Yeah.
It's Peter's AWP. It required some tricky mid-air aerobatic maneuvers. Well, also a bit tricky to get out.
Yeah,
to
just like
even
those
escape
mid-air
alive. Yeah. It's like a fighter pilot from World War II, but it doesn't work out because Marky goes, you can try your fancy tricks, but an AK-47 bullet will stop any shenanigans.
I think he was just playing TF2 at that point, trying to airstrafe around.
Insert any source game.
Yeah, pretty much. But I like it in TF2. It's the best. Anyway.
I'm assuming you main soldier.
No, actually, I main medic in TF2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You didn't airstrafe as medic as Fugly.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, true, to avoid when
you
everyone wants to
up,
kill you.
Yep.
True.
Airstrafe away.
I'll concede that point as NRG. We'll be looking to crack open a bomb site. Looks like it's going to be A. Once again, they wait for so late in these anti-ecos, but just to make sure that everything's clear. It does I guess it does pose a problem because if Immortals can shut down the bomb carrier and run away and survive, they may be able to get a very easy round out of nowhere. Because that's the danger. Just 2 picks coming out instantly. Hanny won't be able to find another one to CZ, and Fugly will be able to clean up. So good round for Fugly. NRG just taking a little bit too long. Maybe just a little bit more respectful than they should be at the stage.
They got the round done in the end, though, so can't really complain too much about it. 3 guns saved through when their economic situation is looking so good already. It's not too bad for NRG. 8 now on their T side, and that is starting to really shape up to be something nice. This could be even better, because this one, they're going up against another eco from Immortals. It feels as though Immortals have almost been ecoing out this entire half, really. Their economic situation has not been kind to them. This should be 9 for NRG. Barring some sort of crazy display with those USPs. Fugly answering it well, though. Daps as well will find 2. Yeah, it's basically just a pretty straightforward round from here on out now for Immortals. FNX, the last one surviving. Fugly will find him, though. No, he won't. Timing.
FNX. Lurking around. Oh, Fugly will be spotted out. But so close, FNX. I felt like deserved the kill for his patience, but Fugly will be able to land the final bullet, and NRG 9-4.
Yeah.
It is their map pick, but I feel like it is their map pick because otherwise Immortals most likely
would have started on
T side if it wasn't their map pick.
Yeah.
But still, it's dominating.
It is dominating, and this spy again from Immortals, like, they've got full rifles, but the utilities are lacking, and so it's not like it's the best of sort of setups for Immortals right now. It's a round that they have to win. They have to take this to 6. Anything less, and NRG is going to stomp away with that second half, one would think.
Yeah, and NRG slowly crawling through the inner smoke. Bolts has spotted out Breezy. And Immortals should rotate. Fugly is just posted up on the line to make sure Bolts doesn't try to challenge it. There is no AWP in the hands of Immortals, and so far in the rounds where they haven't had the AWP in the bio round where they've doubled ecoed, they've managed to take it against NRG. So there should be another victory in Immortals if Bolts doesn't stay too long on the Molotov, but he does. Bolts getting 2 kills, Lucas answering on 2 as well, and FNX cleaning up on Peter. So 4 guns still alive. They'll take the AWP to the next round. It is the final it's the final round of the half, so NRG have a lot of cash to play with. And as history dictates, they should be able to take this unless Immortals are able to strike back. Breezy on 21 kills. What a dominating T-side performance.
Absolutely. Just smashing it. If he can turn that into a CT side performance as well, it's pretty much game over for Immortals. But they're going to fight back in this round, see what they can do. If they can get another round on the board here, it's going to be so important for them. Just gives them that one extra leeway in the second half, which at this point they desperately need. Daps, though, opening up onto Bolts. Not a good early sign for Immortals in this round. They've only got 1 player over to the B site, 3 over towards A. And NRG, if they decide to hit the B site and take down Lucas very easily, then it'll be a very difficult retake for Immortals. At this point, though, does seem like NRG are looking to set up over towards A. Got a players over towards SL. A couple of players out, setting up maybe some smokes.
Lucas, good push.
Yeah, nice push. Works out very well for him. Equalizing the player advantage. And so now, things looking a little bit more comfortable for Immortals. Even still, one would think it would favor NRG right now.
If they do work in towards the M4s and NRG are unable to make the trades work, then Well, Immortals should be able to end up with a 6-9.5, but if not, NRG just on the back of Breezy and Peters Orp could seize the initiative and make it 10-5. Only time will tell. It is Lucas posted up close up as the only person on the B site. As soon as NRG execute, they might not even execute. Fugly's going to walk slowly in. They're not suspecting Lucas to be at this line, and he spotted out Peter. There's a rotation coming through. NRG, they suspect it, but he takes down one. Good trigger discipline. He's now down to 5 HP, but Peter takes down Henny. Molotov comes through as well, but the HE at the same time means that Lucas is a dead man for sure, and Fugly is pushed all the way to the back of bomb site B. He's also picked up the headshot towards Henny. Still on 15, a man and a dream. And unfortunately, it is unable to be completed.
10 on the board there for NRG after the first half. An excellent first half, really, for them. And all they need to do now is convert that in the second. We'll find out whether they can do that in a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. Currently in halftime between NRG and Immortals. And NRG started off very, very nicely on the T side of Train, getting 10 rounds on the board. Really good stuff from them.
On the back of mainly Breezy, Immortals dropping a lot of anti-ecos. That will really come back and bite them, especially if NRG are able to capitalize on the CT side. I had to find my words for a bit there.
Yeah, it always gets a bit harder after you have a break and you sort of chill back.
Yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, we're ready to get back into it. And then it's just like, oh, you have to see our faces. We are back in the game, so.
That's good. That's a start. Always like that.
It's like the meme. When you're waiting for NRG Immortals to play, but you see the casters instead, and you have the fist.
Nice meme, dude. You should be a meme
Professional
lord.
meme lord.
Oh, God. Where have we gone? What have we done with our lives? All right, well, let's see what Immortals can do with their lives here, because they do need to get this pistol round. If they don't, NRG is going to steam away in the second half, like what we saw Luminosity do in the second map against Winterfox. They were up 10-5, and they got the pistol round, and then they just closed it out, 16-6. Could be a very real possibility here for NRG as well. They've started off okay. Peter gets one, finds a second as well, and a third, closing out 3. Can he get the 4th?
Oh
yes.
My goodness, Henny, he drops the ball a little bit. It's up to Bolts now, and Peter, can he get the ace? Oh no, he stinked through the edge of the box. Peter almost went huge getting the ace, but Bolts now up to a 1-2. He's been dinked out, 10 HP, and there's still a kit to play with on Daps, and he's just at the long distance. He knows he only needs to put one bullet in, and he cleans up. And NRG picking up the pistol. This is just one more, I guess, shovel dig for the grave of Immortals on Train.
Yep, it's not looking too good, and early sort of attack pause sounds like it's coming out here. That's what that music means. I can only assume it's from Immortals, and there you go. It is confirmed. So They lose the pistol and they decide to take attack pause straight away. What are they discussing here? Do they decide, okay, do we want to force into this one? I assume they have to because they didn't get the bomb down. Pistol on armor, surely the way to go.
Not sure why a tactical pause is called so early. They didn't get the bomb plant down. Maybe they want to talk about, hey Henny, do you want to use the AWP? Maybe
Where is that?
I think that's in Heaven. I don't know why there's a workspace in Heaven, because there's only a ladder to exit. There's nothing else. It's just like, hey, there's a computer here.
It must be like a crane control or something. Because it's like a train yard, right? And you want to get like a crane to pick up all of those crates.
That makes sense, but why is there no actual entrance? I'm fairly sure that's against occupational health and safety.
Who knows?
If we made, say, for example, the casters climb up to the studio each day, I don't think you and I'd be very happy.
I would. That'd be kind of cool.
Like a treehouse.
Yeah.
It's like treehouse casting. It's like back towards the dream. Some sick smooth, cool. So you get to explore the map in intricate ways you've never known it before.
Yeah.
It's great.
I'm just watching the map right now. What's the next one going to be?
Hopefully, maybe the server room that's in Ivy. There's a server room in Ivy. There's a... Nope, okay, T-spawn. Way to ruin the fun observer. Well, we are back into the game, though. So, Immortals will force up.
They did decide to force up, and I think that's probably what they needed to do. Though, I might have taken just Tech 9 armor here, tried to rush down a bomb site. They're going to go for the slower playstyle here by the looks of things. Scout, see if they can get some tags. Follow that up with some shots from the Deagles, the P250 of Steel. At this point, though, they may be walking right into the exact position that NRG would want them to be. Because Peter's watching that line with his own Scout. A bomb site, though. Only 3 players there for NRG. 2 of them over towards B.
Breezy just spotting up for information. Sees a couple coming out of Pop Dog, but Peter firing the headshot from back at Green Train. Does get tagged down by Henny with a Scout, but Peter just looking to create more opportunities. FNX going to be trying to bust out of Ivy. Henny does manage to take down Breezy, but Breezy's already taken 2 kills, and FNX will take down Daps at Ivy. And Peter's tagged down low. 2-on-2, winnable for Immortals. Going back to retrieve the bomb. Fugly and Marky have a FAMAS and P90 to make this work out, but Immortals, Henny with no armor. This may be the differentiating factor if he's unable to land that shot towards the final parts of the round.
Has to hit that shot. Marky is a one shot, Fugly not quite. But NRG for the moment holding tight in that connector. They're not sure which direction Immortals is going to be heading in. At the moment it seems they're favoring the B site. They're looking over to the B site more so than the A site. But Immortals, they are playing very, very slowly here.
20 seconds left. They got to make a move, though.
I don't know. Like, have they left it a little bit too late here? If they have to run into the site, surely NRG is going to hear them. Maybe deny the bomb plant, and then that's round over.
Oh, they are going to be coming towards the A bomb site, and NRG have been playing close towards Ticket, so let the bomb plant go through. But they can retake it. They're hearing one of the scouts falling away. FNX going to be playing SL, and Fugly going to be peeking out with the P90. But there's smoke cover. That's good for the side of Immortals, but similarly, Marky's also got a smoke grenade to work with. No kit, so they got to jump on soon, but Henny's been taken out, and they suspect that FNX is only going to be at one line. He waits. He is just waiting, but Fugly is going to be... Surely one of them's got to use the smoke eventually, and well, they're not even looking at this line up. What are they doing?
I don't know.
What are you guys doing? There was only one position that he was going to be in afterwards.
I don't know.
And Marky just holding on to the smoke forever. They knew they didn't have kits. I would just pop the smoke and gone, all right, just go around Fugly with the P90.
Yep.
Sprint around to see if you can find the opportunity.
Yep.
But just to line up.
So,
especially when Pop Dog was dirty. It's just strange.
Yeah. Immortals pick up the eco win, 4-spy win. NRG back on the eco this time now, though. So maybe Immortals have a chance to come back in here into the second half. Though Fugly maybe has other ideas. It's a good start to the round for NRG. Won't be able to retrieve that gun, though. It's sort of in enemy territory for the moment. But CZ, very, very useful weapon still. Very strong.
Immortals losing the early members. Steel was not expecting NRG or Fugly to just push and take the fight one-on-one at that off angle after some time. So Immortals now stacking up towards a B site execute. They've got the bomb close by, and Lucas looking to push out of uppers, maybe off the back of a flashbang. Fugly still dancing around the inners ramp. NRG slowly rotating members across. That's a good flashbang, and Fugly completely just blinded out. Marky, though, will be able to get the pick on towards a Lucas, and Breezy with the Desert Eagle takes down Henny. Bolt's trying his best to answer back with the AK-47, but what a shot from FNX to also take down Marky. Now Peter's been heard out as well. He's got the UMP, but Bolt's coming back to secure the inners line as the bomb goes down at the default plant spot. Boltz has been spotted out. Peter trying to go for the engagement, doing damage, but not enough. And it's all up to Breezy, who's managed to crawl all the way above FNX.
Could be an easy kill onto FNX. He needs to make sure he hits the shots, and he does. Now he just has to deal with Boltz, but he doesn't have much time to work with, and Boltz knows that he's coming. Immortals do clutch out the round, but a close one. And NRG doing a lot of damage over to the economy of Immortals, who aren't going to have a full buy in this. They do have a UMP there on Steel, possibly one as well onto Henny, unless Boltz drops an AK. Surely that's what's going to happen. Or is there one on the ground already?
Nope, there's a UMP being dropped. So I think they were just debating, do you want an AK, do you want a UMP? They go, look, in case they forced up pistols again, UMP probably the better idea. We can try adding money into the bank. And Fugly is going to be blinded out this time, so he can't take the one-on-one engagement. And Marky, close range of the P250, gets two! Oh, that was looking crisp. And now Breezy with a Desert Eagle. Also finding a headshot towards Boltz and tagging down FNX just a 70, but that does put him in towards headshot range for Fugly to take him out. Peter now crawling close back towards T-Connector. They are trapped in there and they need to take a one-on-one engagement, but so many lines for them to clear.
And Peter going to be the key player here for NRG. If he can get one, that's probably enough, really. But Henny, he seems to be checking that line quite well. It does take down Peter, so the spider senses were tingling. NRG with only 2 players left alive now, but Fugly does have an AK in his hands. Dabs, he's all the way in SL.
And Fugly spotted them coming out, so he's done damage towards Henny as well. Dabs locking down the line, not doing any more damage. He's just going to rotate across and wait for one of the Ts to push towards Sandwich, but good smoke means that there's cover for Immortals to be rotating across an FNX. Checking towards E-Box. Dabs needs to be careful of being caught in the open.
Interesting that he's going for the Deagle as opposed to the AK. I suppose he wants the... I don't know, like, you can't even... what reason would you take the AK here over the Deagle over the AK for? Or has Daps picked up the AK?
No, it's Fugly's picked up the AK-47 and Henny caught out in the open. They're just
dancing around. I
around.
swear Fugly had a Deagle there for a point.
No, he had a CZ. There was always Daps with the Desert Eagle. Yeah.
I'm just so lost right now. Okay.
It's always been a CZ. It's never been anything else, and FNX can clutch this out. He's got time to plant it, and Fugly has not been able to get into a favorable post-plant position. FNX now dancing away. Great players coming out from FNX. That looked close for Immortals, but such great movement. Fugly knows where he is, but there's nothing he can do. No kit, has to stay on it.
Sit on the bomb, see what happens.
He's tapped it once, but FNX should have the peeker's advantage, and Fugly just coming around the corner. FNX, too strong. We'll be able to complete the 1 and 2 clutch.
Yeah, again though, Immortals having to clutch out these anti-eco rounds. NRG have been doing such a good job of keeping that economy of Immortals in check. If they do win this one, it resets it for Immortals. Immortals won't buy next round. So a big round here actually for NRG. They win this one, they get to 13 in reality.
Absolutely, and Lucas only with a Desert Eagle. Okay. Not sure what that's about, but NRG going to be on the defensive hold. They can finally buy up. They did drop the anti-eco in the round after they picked up the pistol, and Immortals have taken the complimentary of their own anti-ecos afterwards.
Watching the line.
He's made his way out, actually, so that's good positioning from the AWPer for Immortals.
All right, well, NRG, again, 4 players stacked over to the A-bomb site. Now only 3, as Henny opens things up, but a trade straight away from Peter. Good response. Still opens the bomb sites up just a little bit for Immortals, so overall, not too bad. They've put the AWP into the hands of Lucas now. We'll see if he can get anything done, but NRG content to hold the sites. They're not giving Immortals anything right now.
Similarly, Immortals not just waiting to see if NRG will push towards them. They want to grasp the easy opportunities. They want to take down any NRG player who's getting a little bit nervous and wanting to push in for information. They are stacking towards the B site. They've read this correctly. Peter is watching uppers with the AWP. He's going to be safe from the inners push. It's up to Fugly to hold this off as soon as the smoke blooms. There's 2 flashbangs. No, there's actually not even a smoke for Immortals to work with. And Fugly, he's actually coming up towards uppers ramp. And it is completely open for NRG just to hold off the cross. Oh my goodness, Peter barely missing the shot. And Fugly in the position to deny the bomb plant. There's one. He's also spotted out the information of more at inners. And this allows NRG more time to rotate across. And Immortals, they do get it down, but favorable post plants.
Fugly's going to push through that smoke, that Molotov, sorry, not even really through. He just passed by it, and he gets himself an easy kill. They didn't expect him to be pushing around there. Now 2 versus 2, but the health of Immortals is almost negligible right now. 12 between them. Good shot from Peter, though. Takes down FNX, and they just have to deal with Lucas, who is holding in a pretty decent post plant, but the fact that he has no utilities, I guess he's got a flash. NRG doesn't have any utilities either, but they know exactly where he is, and they just stick on that defuse, watching the line. Round win for NRG. Immortals will take the AWP through here. They can force up behind it, I suppose.
Just the Deagle so far. Yep, they are forcing up behind the AWP. Still giving the AWP back towards Henny. He should be able to force up a UMP. This is not a bad buy, but they had to rely on Henny getting the picks and Henny staying alive. That's how Immortals rolled in the previous round. That's how they got the first advantage. And now Peter, under a bit more pressure, actually jumping straight on towards Green Train. But the rest of NRG might be caught out in the open. Breezy isolated on the side of Peter. Nothing he can do. Immortals just charged straight out. No retaliation from any of the other members from NRG.
Yeah, that was a little bit poor from NRG on the CT side. It didn't seem like they were watching the angles that they needed to be. They were too slow. And NRG caught off guard by the aggression of Immortals. Should result in a pretty easy round here for Immortals. And I reckon just take these 2 UMPs through to the next round, because you're not going to go up against 5 people and win. More likely than not. The UMPs at least gives you some sort of a chance next round.
Barely. They have to push inners. So far, NRG's problem has been that outers control. Breezy, I think he's losing a little bit more confidence because he's not charging in and trying to take the one-on-one deals. Normally, you see the smoke grenade towards T-Connector. He knows he can out-rifle most of them. Why isn't he pushing close? He's staying on the site. Peter's been blinded out, so he's a non-factor. Daps is focused on isolating Ivy. And all of a sudden, no one's watching Sandwich, no one's watching E-Box, no one is watching SL, and Immortals are just allowed a free reign to push as far as they want, and there is nothing NRG can do.
Pretty big round there, all things considered, for Immortals. It was looking a little dangerous for them at the moment, but they've stabilized once again. Their economy will be decent enough, I believe, to get a buy in the next round, and the CTs at this point, mostly on an eco. Fugly with an AK, Marky with a UMP. And it's going to be those 2 guys that will have to come up big. Peter already getting taken down by Henny. This time Peter with no AWP to try and trade back with. So, something like from the start of it, it'll be a pretty decent round here for Immortals.
Yeah, Lucas just on top of Blue Train, taking a few kills in his favor, and Fugly, they nearly line up for him, but he loses the AK-47 alongside with his life, and Immortals will be able to put it into double digits. So the map's suddenly heating up, NRG dropping a few rounds they shouldn't be, really on the back of poor anti-eco plays.
Yeah.
Or just not containing an outers push, which is instrumental in holding on bomb side A.
Is it maybe time for NRG here to consider a double AWP or something different, a push somewhere?
What they need to do is have not only the AWP, but the rifle trained, early Molotovs towards T-Connector. It may be a waste for the next couple of rounds because Immortals will just go, look, early HE grenades, early Molotovs, we'll just let them use them and we'll just fall back. Don't take a single point of damage.
Yeah.
But now NRG are forced to use it. They haven't had the ability to hold off on the push, and Henny may be caught out by Daps if... Nope.
Alright, there you go.
Daps wasn't aware that Henny was walking around and does not check underneath him. And that's not even a round where NRG can buy. They have to go on another eco.
Not good
They
for
could
them.
force up, but
no,
it's
surely,
not favorable.
Surely you don't force up into that situation. You'll get 2 M4s and the rest will be on UMPs. I'd sooner see just armor and pistols. There we go. Looks like it. Marky and Fugly at least going to be taking some away. But Immortals getting ever closer to being able to pick up that equalizing round. If they make it to 12 apiece, then they're starting to think about drawing ahead. But NRG, it just still feels to me as though if they get 1 or 2 rounds on the board here, it's game done, really. But they're just trying to get their economy in line. And that's the problem. They haven't really been having that many gun rounds. Similar to what we saw from Immortals, though, on their own CT side. So let's be fair to Immortals. They've played this T side quite well.
Oh, Bolts nearly caught off guard, but Fugly does not turn around in time, does not react, and Bolts able to get a very easy kill on the side for Immortals. It should be a pretty easy round afterwards. NRG had to push in for information. Immortals have AK-47s trained on the lines, easy kills, only Breezy last man standing on the A site. Does manage to get 1 kill, but Immortals should be able to collapse upon him, and he should be a dead man walking. There you have it. Henny has been solid with the AWP so far on the T side. He's going to be continuing that into the buy round. NRG have to turn this around 2 rounds in a row. They cannot win this round and then drop the next one.
No way, because that's going to be almost a nail in the coffin for them. This one, so crucial for them, but then similarly, the next one is as well. So they have a big battle ahead of them, at least for the next couple of rounds. Immortals have so much cash built up there as well that you have to think NRG, if they were to win this one out, it's going to have to be very, very well played from them.
That's much better from NRG.
Yeah.
But you can see how Immortals just counter-response. They just back out of T connector. They know the grenades have to come towards A site. They know there has to be an A site stack on the buy round for NRG to hold off. And they can just go towards B if they choose to do so.
All right, Immortals. What are they going to do here? This round could win them the game. Could also lose them the game.
Well, still early to tell. Both teams going head-to-head.
It's close. It's very close. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go through to 16-14 or 15-15, go to overtime, something like that. It seems to be the trend of today. So we've seen it once already, and this one is shaping up like it might be as well. But here we go. Fugly. No, Peter is the one to peek around the back there with the orb and finds the kill onto FNX. Trades coming out across the board, but Peter, now he gets 2 in the round.
Oh, Breezy nearly taking out this HE grenade. Should clean him up. No, barely dodges it and bolts. Sprinting to the A side to get the bomb plant down. Will be able to do so successfully without any contention from NRG. They're just waiting for the smoke grenades to fade. Relying on the back of Peter's AWP to find another opportunity. Breezy's been tagged down low. They don't know where Henny is, and Henny is playing on top of the blue train. Fugly's been boosted up. Easy kill for him. And up towards Lucas, as well as Bolts. Opposite sides. Lucas finds one from Old Hell. And he's just dancing around, playing around for more information. Daps gets the trade, but Bolts, what a Molotov line! What a great denial. There's no smoke grenade. And Fugly has to jump on it.
Just time. I think they just have time.
Barely.
Oh,
that was so close. That was such a good Molotov.
It was a good Molotov. But in the end, NRG win the round. That's important for them, but this one might say even more important. They lose this, their economy gets reset. It'll be equalized at 13-13. Maybe even 14-13.
AK's been dropped for Lucas as well, so...
Immortals can buy next round, especially if they get the bomb down.
They can force up. It wouldn't be the best buy because FNX and Lucas have dropped down to around 2k apiece.
Yeah. But it's still workable for Immortals.
Absolutely.
The way that we've been seeing them play on the T side so far.
Peter was getting aggressive towards Ivy, but with the flashbang, he's going to back off and play safer. He was able to get 2 very easy AWP picks in that round, and well, slow play from both sides. Neither team want to give an easy opportunity. Trying to play safe angles, create opportunities, but not overly extend so they risk their lives easily. And well, Daps is going to fall. Just presents the sliver opportunities towards Henny, and Henny has seized all these opportunities.
It's really been the battle of the AWPs, I think, at this point. Breezy's sort of cooled down. Feels to me the winning team on this CT side for NRG or T side for Immortals is going to be the team whose AWPer gets the picks early on in the round, because that's what we saw last time. Peter got the pick, got traded out. He then traded that trade. So overall, if these AWPs continue to do work, that's what it's going to come down to. There's Peter again. If he can find another one, that opens things up for NRG, particularly if he finds Henny. Go for a bit of a
he does. He gets Henny. So Henny was re-peeking, trying to engage in the deal, and he's just torn apart the Immortals team. That's 3 kills with the AWP. And Peter now starting to come alive with the AWP. NRG racing Immortals. I would have said it's their final chance to strike, but the anti-ecos have been pretty successful so far. So they're not out of it yet. But NRG, the momentum's back with them. And Immortals do not have time to take a tactical pause. They've already used the tactical pause for the half.
Yeah, Peter as well, starting to look pretty good with that AWP. If he can continue that in this round, then surely it's over, because Immortals, they're going to get a worse buy than this next round if they lose. This is not too bad of a buy, though. 3 AKs, you can make use of that. They've got a decent amount of utilities, not a huge amount, but it's workable. NRG not giving them anything, though. Again, just holding in the exact same positions almost. 2 over to B, 3 over towards A. Fairly similar to how NRG have been holding this entire half.
They have rotated Peter towards B side to try to open up with the initial pick, but it didn't work out. There was Molotovs by Immortals to deny that opportunity. NRG just reset towards another slow round where Immortals just chipping away for information, using some utility to gain map control, just go, look, we're here, NRG, don't push in or we'll kill you. Then they just back off. Still lining up for an A side execute. Probably the correct call. they've been able to execute successfully towards the A site multiple times.
We'll see if it works out this time. That's where Peter tends to hold. He's the one with the AWP. Oh, he's over on B at the moment, so maybe this is the opening that the Mortals need. Smokes do come out. Marquis boosted up in a nice position, does spot out one, drops the bomb there as well. Should be an early rotation across from those B players, but is it going to be fast enough? Because Lucas has been able to trade out Marquis very, very quickly. Breezy trying to deny the bomb plant, but not spraying in the correct direction. He will spot one out, but there we go. Peter coming across from the B bomb site does find one. Again, 3 versus 3, but Tapsy seems to have an inkling that FNX is there, though the timing is not too good for him. FNX is going to come around and get a free kill now, 2 versus 3, and Peter, he is going to have to come up with something with this AWP. He's the one to take this through, you would think. And, oh, he should have hit that shot. Misses it though, and it's all down to Fugly. Spots out Henny. In the end though, FNX, wow, what a play from him. 3 in the round, getting the timing to perfection. And Immortals hang on for another round. Probably one after that as well, because this should be an eco from NRG.
Daps really the weak point so far for NRG, only 9 kills. And that is really a telling story. He is letting go of that Ivy control. If FNX, imagine if FNX was not allowed out of Ivy. If he was able to lock that down. It's now in serious danger of Immortals taking the rest of the game. They've damaged the CT economy. Breezy's on 1400. Daps, I think, on 1500 or 1600. Around the same like. They have to force up in the next one, all out to double eco. If they double eco, Immortals will take it towards 14 apiece. And NRG, after such a great start towards their CT half, got the pistol, up 11-5 after a great T half. Now down to this.
Well, NRG, we have seen them pick up some eco rounds, or get very, very close to picking up some eco rounds against Immortals so far in this map. It's not like this is out of the realms of possibilities for them. Fugly's in an interesting position. Don't generally expect to see a CT up there, but he's rotated, I think, all the way from the B side. Got a bit of information, but Breezy does go down. Good start for Immortals here.
Just tapping around Daps. He doesn't need to sprint. He just loses so much territory. Bolts does go down trying to hold SL. Peter's trying to go in for the kill on FNX, but he's missing a lot of shots. We'll be able to clean up eventually, but he's the last man left standing as the rest of Immortals stroll through his compatriots, and the bomb plant going down at A site. Peter, if he saves this AK-47, may be able to force up in the next round. But Immortals coming back strongly. There we have it. Breezy on 1400, Daps on 1800. So this AK-47 may be instrumental in them picking up the next round, or picking weapons up in the next round. Not a guarantee they can win the 28th round. Is Peter doing damage? But it's not enough. It's got to be damage in the rounds where you can compound it towards victory. Can't do it just on the ecos.
Just needs to take this AK through to the next round. NRG's economy is not great.
There we are. So you can't even save the AK-47. Still is pushing in.
But they should, I think they should still be able to afford a buy here.
It's a poor buy, but the AK-47 could have been serviceable.
Well, would you save here and go for a full buy at 14-14? Or pistol armor this one?
Pistol armor on the players who have cash. On Breezy and Daps, they don't have enough, so it's just basic pistols. You want as much utility to go forward in towards that 14-14 round, and you don't want to drop a single rifle. It's a hard ask, because Immortals, if they're in danger of losing the round, they'll just go, okay, we'll just try to do as much damage as possible. We can instantly buy up, and we know NRG are going to be lacking in weapons and grenades.
Yep. Alrighty. Another one. Another one going right down to the wire. We've seen it once tonight. Could this one go again through to overtime? It's got the potential to. The Bulls have had a very, very good T-side so far, but are they going to have enough to take it through to NRG? 10-5 was the first half in the favor of NRG after their own T-side, but the CT side letting them down. They've only picked up 4 right now, compared to the 8 of Immortals. There probably should be 9 of Immortals as well.
Both sides just picking up the T-halves just with ease, as Henny's just got FNX's back. Daps just waiting at the edge of the smoke. Breezy also waiting, but they can't wait for too long because the rest of their teammates will collapse and fall around them, and Daps should die towards the AWP up to Breezy to try to find anything if it's possible. He's going to be flashed out, but Henny misses the AWP shot. So Breezy should be able to retrieve the AWP, but is still relying on the Deagle. It's going to reload as FNX pushes in. Breezy
tries to be sneaky.
Tries. It's not going to work against FNX. It goes, gee, I wonder where you are. My teammate says that line's clear. You've had no time to cross. I wonder where you're going to be.
Yep.
Now the scores are tied 14-all. Final 2 rounds of normal regulation time, and it's still no clear winner.
If Immortals win this, though, they should win the map. If NRG win this, it's not set in stone, because Immortals will be able to afford to buy. So here we go. Looks like Immortals setting up for an execute. Over onto the A-bomb site. They've already thrown out a couple of smoke grenades. They still look like they're setting up for something else.
Double pump, so draw out the early utility, and then go again. So there's the wall of smokes onto the A site, get out of Pop Dog. But there's the incendiary grenade from Marky to deny the possibility, but Immortals just one better. The smoke grenade covering the possibility. Now Molotov's close. Breezy coming forward. He needs to make an impact. He's been quiet the CT half. He will take down Lucas.
Or the shoulder or the arm of Daps would have been spotted out there by Steel, so he's just going to hold this line, gets flashed out, has to fall back, throws a flash of his own and repeaks. Daps goes down. Great shot from Steel. 4 versus 4 now as the bomb planted for Immortals. It's looking really good for them. Although the post plans, they still got a couple of players close on the site. They could be easy pickups for NRG, and indeed one of them will be. But FNX does take one better than what he needed to. 2 for 1. And now, 2 versus 1.
Molotov just seals the deal. Peter just has to sprint off and run. No opportunities available for him. NRG tried retaking together, but FNX on red HP, able to clean up 2 of NRG before they can even trade him out. And that was the difference in the play, alongside with Steel, able to go 1 for 1 with Daps. And now, tack pause coming out for NRG, but they've left it a little bit late because Immortals, they have all the cash to play with in the world. They've got the round advantage. They're playing for the victory. NRG, they're playing to stave off defeat, and desperation can make people do funny things.
They at least have the AWP through from last round. If they hadn't saved that, it, I think, would just be full UMPs from them. Oh, they've got a FAMAS by the looks of things, as well as an M4 on Breezy, but a CZ on Daps, so I can only assume he must have dropped for someone. No, he didn't. Breezy brought his own M4. Fugly brought his own FAMAS, and Daps, he just decided to go for the CZ so he could get the armor, so he could get the utilities, get the defuse kit.
Daps has had a very rough game. The poorest performing player on Immortals is Steel, and still sitting on 12 kills. The rest of them, you know, all around the positive rating mark. On the side of NRG, it's very much the core 3. Fugly, Breezy, as well as Peter doing work. And then you have Daps and Marky, who, I know it sounds harsh, but on the CT half where you got to hold on to your positions, they are letting their team down.
All right, Immortals now with the chance to close this one out in regulation time. Let's see how they go about it. 16 on the board is what they want, and they start off nicely, though. There is a trade straight away from Breezy, and Fugly the one to go down. He had a FAMAS. I guess you would have probably wanted to lose the CZ or the UMP over the FAMAS at this point, but in saying that, NRG, a 1-for-1 is better than what it could have been.
Could have been a none for 2.
Yeah.
Immortals could have just had someone scrolling across. Bolts could have taken 2 down, but a 1-for-1. You lose the UMP, you take an AK-47. No big deal. Mark is still playing in SL, as Immortals have stacked primarily their forces towards Ivy, as well as T-Connector. Henny going to come back and help out his brother Lucas. Breach open the A site.
Still a hold from NRG, though, on the A side. It's a bit different to what they've been doing so far. A lot of the time for NRG, they've been sitting at the back of the A-bomb site, very deep in the site, and almost playing a retake game by allowing Immortals to get the bomb down with a sort of a wall of smokes, the bomb down at the bottom of the bomb train, and then NRG tries to retake. But this time, NRG seem like they maybe want to hold on to the side a little bit more, which may catch out Immortals, but Immortals are headed over to the B side, and this could be good for them because they only have the CZ to deal with. Daps could take the timing very, very nicely here and wrap around behind them, but Immortals should be able to get the bomb down relatively safely here. They need to make sure that they check uppers, though. If Daps denies the bomb plant, oh, that's so big. That is so big because there's 20 seconds left here. Lucas, though, he's gone one better, finding 2. Marky, though, he'll find Henny, who's looking in the wrong direction. There's 14 seconds for that bomb plant. It will just go down in time. And Immortals now trying to hold off this retake. NRG, the 2 weapons that they probably wouldn't want having to go through to the retake will go through, though. Daps has grabbed himself an AK. And an AWP.
Off the bus through, but Lucas, he's going huge right now for Immortals. And Marky, well, he can't breach through FNX, who's just so solid and dependable. 16-14, we were talking about it. NRG, they won pistol. They look so dominating. They look so strong. And then they just fell apart.
Yeah, it was looking so good for NRG. They will be kicking themselves for that because, as you said, they won the pistol, they won Anti-Ecos, I think, and then
they lost the anti-eco. They dropped the anti-eco immediately afterwards. Immortals were allowed back in.
Yeah.
And then from there on in, Immortals just strolled their way. Not strolled, but they just grinded it out. Great rounds going in their favor. Some critical plays. At the end of the day, NRG really only have themselves to blame.
They do. And the CT economy, it was difficult to get going there for NRG, but they had so many opportunities there to be able to close that one out, and they didn't quite manage to do it. So they're going to have to think forward now into the second map and try and pull out that one. 16-14 was the result on the first map, going the way of Immortals on Train. We'll head over to our second map, but first, going to have a quick break. Stay tuned, though. We'll be back soon.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter to Gray. Oh, the fourth as well.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. Match day number 15 of Season 5, and we've just seen Immortals come back from what was looking like almost certain defeat to come away with the win on train. 16-14, super close. We thought this matchup was going to be super close. I said I thought it was going to be a 1-1, and I guess it's now up to NRG to fulfill their end of the bargain. They need to close this one out. They need to get some points on the board.
Not on their map pick, though. It is Cache, which is luckily a map where every single team should know, but Cache sometimes is a weak point. And NRG going to be a little bit shell-shocked after dropping so many rounds in a row. Going to be looking to, you know, just slowly build up their composure again. Look to build rounds, pistol round, anti-ecos. They got to win their anti-ecos this time on the CT side.
Yeah.
It all boils down to their CT side.
Yeah, looks like things are going pretty well for Renegades as well over on the other side of our broadcast. The mainstream taking that game. Renegades winning 16-11 in the first map, currently up 6-2 on Mirage. That's good news for us, good news for Renegades, who have actually been having some roster changes. Yam had to come back to Australia here due to some, I believe, personal concerns. And so, wish him the best, but hopefully things are going to be good for him. Hopefully things are going to be good for Renegades as well, because it would be a shame to see that team fall apart. But now only a few of the original members remaining. Now, though,
diversifying is always good. Yeah. Getting a good team of mixed talent, seeing what works out, and just trying to gel together. I mean, that's what NRG is. It's a team of mixed talent. Yep. We would have initially thought it doesn't work out, and sure, they had a rough match against Immortals just then, but they're going to be looking to come back strongly on Cache.
Yeah, that is the key one to look at here, if that's what we're seeing on our stream. So, at the final map now, and NRG currently down, currently moving over to Immortals map pick. It's not looking like a great situation for them, even though they were able to keep it relatively competitive in that one. They should have closed it out. They should have done better than what they did. And to be able to move over, or to be moving over to your opponent's map pick after having suffered a defeat like that, it can't be a good feeling.
It absolutely isn't. And this is really up towards Daps and Marky to step up. They had a very, very lackluster game on train. And when, especially on the CT side, if you have two of the members not doing their job and holding onto the A site, what can you do? I rarely saw Daps or Marky on the kill feed. I think I saw Daps maybe twice on the CT side, which is just not good enough. No. It's especially considering Breezy also cooled down a lot. He was trying to stay too safe. I would like NRG to kind of go, Breezy, push this line, we'll flash you in, get the kills, and just go huge. Yeah. But he just played safe. He lost too many members, no territory, and then he had too many lines to watch. Really the Henny problem on the CT side for Immortals.
He probably could have afforded to play a little bit more aggressive there as well, given that they had so many rounds heading into the second half. It was 10-5. They are off the T side, onto the CT side, what should be the favorable side. And they had, what, like 10 rounds to play with, or 11 rounds to play with, essentially. And it just didn't work out for him. The only one for me that did really anything on the CT side there for NRG was Peter. And that was only towards the end of things as well, where the AWP started to get warmed up. They got a few rounds in a row because of it. But he wasn't doing that much early on in the second half. He wasn't that impressive on the first half either. So hopefully we will see Breezy and Peter stepping up here at the same time on Cache and just putting the sword to Immortals. But in saying that, Immortals were looking very, very good there as well. Coming back, they all seem to be showing up and doing a lot of work.
Seems to be endemic at the moment. All the teams looking great on the T side, but looking just weak. As I was using Apple Crumble earlier.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar towards Apple Crumble in substance on their CT side. Just so many holes.
Very aptly.
As soon as a spoon goes in, it just breaks apart.
Good for dessert.
It's very tasty.
I'm ruining your analogy, aren't I?
I'm hungry now.
Yeah.
Who would like some apple crumble and ice cream?
Yeah.
Not over here in Australia. It's starting to cool down. Maybe over towards America, it's starting to heat up.
You can heat up the apple crumble and then it's warm.
True, but not with the ice cream.
Yeah, but that's the best bit, right? That's the best bit. It's the hot and the cold.
Alright.
Kind of like how some of the teams have been tonight, hot and cold.
Pretty much. Pretty much. The only team that was looking better towards the end of their CT half was Luminosity. Speaking of Brazilian teams, it's Immortals going to be on the T side. And this is NRG's turn to strike, but Dap's already tagged down towards 7 HP, and Henny is just going, come on, mate, pick. I know you want to. just waiting as Lucas going to be slowly crawling out of Z as well.
Good start for Immortals. They've got control of the mid area. They know where Daps is. This should be a free pick for them.
Nope. Fugly gets the first pick, and Daps is still alive as Fugly picks up 2 kills from Z. He picks up 3 headshots in a row. And Immortals just trying to desperately to shut down Daps, and he was just bait the entire time, and it's successful.
Yeah.
They've lured in a huge shark, well, 3 very big sharks, and Daps is still alive.
All right.
They can still throw him and go, hey guys, want to kill Daps? At the very least, Bolts does pick off 1, but Marky, that's what he needs to do in the CT half.
That is sharp. Bolts, well, he doesn't even have control of the bomb here. It's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, but that's a good shot. That opens things up a little bit. He may be able to just sneak across and get the bomb over to default, plant it. There's no one coming from A main, so that'll give him a chance, but the CT's here. It should still be easy cleanup for them. 3 versus 1. He's a quad, and he's only got a Glock.
20 bullets to work with, though. If he's able to take the one-on-ones properly with the headshot range, it could have turned out to be something special, but he was unable to find the head of Marky. Marky does not drop the opportunity, and NRG will pick up the pistol round once again, but they've got to secure the anti-eco. We've seen when the pistol round the CT side to immediately drop to the anti-eco. They have to be a lot more confident and utilize the rifle as well.
Yeah. Immortals, are they going to force into this one? They do get the bomb down, so it would probably make a bit more sense if they would just save this and
they forced up AKs.
But there you go.
I think Bolt's dropping the AK-47. The sacrificial lamb going, FNX, I wish you Godspeed. Go destroy the enemy team for me. I'll die. I will die for you. He has no body armor. He only has a Desert Eagle. So FNX rewarding the faith, but Marky trading out. What a flick from Marky to also take down Steel. Some early pressure being nullified, but Lucas just spotting. He sees that there are 2 on the A bomb site and wants to get the flank towards Z. But Marky's moving back, but Lucas has spotted him out, but he's making a complete meal of the Desert Eagle shots. And Marky will be able to clean up as the rest of Immortals now pushing on towards the A-bomb side, and he leading the charge to the AK-47. Takes a lot of damage, he will lose his life as well, and now it's off to Bolts with the Desert Eagle. Great headshot towards Breezy. Also tags Marky down, but he's dinked down towards 5 HP, which means Daps can clean up with the UMP. Good round from Marky. This is what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm still not sure here for NRG if they're going to be feeling particularly comfortable after those couple of rounds, because it was close. It has been close. And Immortals doing a good job so far. But good start at least for NRG. Getting those rounds on the board, that's what's important. Take it a round at a time. Don't let things happen like they did on Train. But starting off kind of well on the CT side. Can't read into it too much though. Only a couple of rounds off the back of the pistol as well.
At least they won the anti-eco. That was the dangerous round because we saw NRG lose a lot of the anti-ecos where they take the buy round and then drop the anti-eco. So at least positive signs on their CT half this time round on Cache.
We're going to see some more positive signs though for the rest of this half.
That's
what we need to see. Because Immortals have looked dangerous when they were on their T side. Similarly, their CT side, it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either.
Fast action towards Highway. Immortals do have P250s. If they get a little bit too close, it may be painful. They spot out 2 towards Checkers. That's going to be Breezy and Daps, and the pressure is going to be placed on towards Breezy, who is tapping away, able to get more kills, and Daps still close range with the MP9, dancing around. Peter does get dinked out, but he's still able to get the kill, and it's Daps dropping the bomb all up to FNX with the P250 lurking towards Sunroom.
You know where he is now as well. Pretty good anti-eco from NRG. Well, not just pretty good, it's basically as good as it could be. Excellent, in fact. And they take those guns all through to the next round here, not having to reinvest in any armor or anything like that either. Do they upgrade these weapons, though? Always hesitant when you see 3 SMGs.
I'd like to see Daps upgrade the M4. It's good to see the anti-eco kills going towards the favor of the players that struggled on Train. Marky and Daps, sure it's anti-eco kills, but anything to build up the confidence to at least go, we can take on Immortals. We can get these kills working in their favor. Fugly taken out, but Peter trading it back with the UMP. Lucas trying to spray through the smoke. It's not going to find any opportunities. And Breezy has managed to sneak his way into A main, trying to play at the edge of the smoke, but Henny decides to back off. Not a good decision to challenge.
No, not at all. Right now, Immortals, hard to say who's got the advantage here, but generally speaking, when the CTs do have 4 and the Ts have 4, favors the Ts, opens up the bomb sites, and you can see that as well at the moment. NRG only have 1 player over to the A site. He's been spotted out as well, so that's not too good here right now for NRG. They're going to rotate another player up. I think they are. Marky headed in that direction, though. He's perhaps just going to watch mid here.
Peter's still holding towards vent, so they know that they can't come out mid unless they have to take down one of the NRG players. And it's going to be Peter. He's tagged down low. Immortals will be busting out at mid, probably collapsing on the B side depending on how FNX is playing, but damage done by Breezy. Peter dancing around. Information should be conveyed towards him, and Immortals, if they get the off timing, no, they find the perfect timing to take down Peter, and Marky does allow one to escape towards vent. And this means Immortals can come towards the B site. Daps has so much work to do with the MP9. Pressure being placed as they all line up, and he can't do enough damage.
Nope. NRG, this is going to be them probably losing this round, though. 15 seconds. The bomb should go down pretty safely. There's no way that Marky can deny that. 2 low HP players, though. If he can find a pick here, he can definitely go for this. But finding that pick is going to be difficult. Immortals have been playing so disciplined so far tonight. Not allowing anything to go the way of NRG, and there you go. Perfect timing from Lucas. First round on the board for Immortals in the first gun round as well. That has to be a good feeling. Getting them on the board earlier than they might have necessarily been able to do, but need to capitalize on that. Put a couple on the board in a row here. If they win this one, resets the economy of NRG, and then they're right back in at 3-3. But if they lose this, NRG starts to pull ahead a little bit more. And so Immortals, it's an important round for them.
Open the hands of Peter. Last round, NRG had more SMGs, and it's going to be Steel coming fast up. That flashbang's not going to hit. Peter just watching the line, and he'll be able to escape alive, taking a little bit of damage. A parting shot from Immortals, but FNX, I believe, actually tagged through the smoke down to 12. Maybe in a dink from the M4. That may just have been Marky's M4 doing the damage, and Lucas also on 66. So a good start for NRG as Marky wants to reapply the pressure. Coming straight towards A main and getting spammed very heavily through lockers. Henny taking some more damage, but Marky will be able to get out safe and sound. Peter and Marky low. FNX and Henny low. Still, Immortals have no way to get to one site just yet.
A rotation over to the B site from Immortals, but look at the read from NRG. They've already sent almost all 3 of them headed in the direction of the B site. Fugly, that's a good kill onto Lucas, though. Does make things even easier for NRG now. And NRG just leaving that 1 player up by truck. The rest still ready for the rotate. Marky playing safe, though. And Breezy, he'll be the first one to get contacted by the looks of things here on the B site. But he's got a lot of backup. There's a player in sort of tree room and another player on the site. Breezy drops that Molotov. That forces FNX back. He's only on 12 HP, can't afford to touch those flames. Another Molotov comes across, and that should force the other guys back as well. And Immortals, I don't even know if they're going to have time to get into the site here.
20 seconds left. NRG, they're sussing it out because Immortals are using a lot of utility, and they know that this is the go signal. Marky is just holding on. 12 seconds to get onto the bomb site, but Dap's able to shut one off. Henny trying to get the trade, but it's a little bit too late. But FNX takes out. Oh, FNX does get the kill, but Henny, he's gotten all the headshots. He's going headshot after headshot after headshot, but he's gotten off it.
Ah, that's so disappointing. It was almost something for Henny there. But in the end, just the timer running down too low. It was really the Molotovs coming out so late from NRG, just denying that push from Immortals, and what could have been if they had have had 2 more seconds there to plant that bomb. In the end, though, NRG come away with a victory in the round. They will reset the economy here of the Ts, but looks like the Ts are going to have enough money to buy anyway. It's going to be a force. It's not going to be a great one, but they want to respond right back.
Peter still has the AWP in his hands, and NRG were able to take 1 rifle over alongside the AWP. They do have to reinvest, so Immortals, even if they are unable to take the round, if they're able to do the economical damage, that should be their overall goal for this. Take as many guns as they can in the next 2 rounds. Do the damage, then come back strong with the AK-47s, maybe even the AWP on Henny, and then shut down NRG.
Well, can they shut down NRG at the moment? Because NRG is looking quite comfortable on this CT side. Not perfect. The rounds have been relatively close, but they've always sort of gone the way that NRG would have wanted them to in the end. Obviously, there's the exception of that 1 single round that Immortals did pick up, but 4-1, if you can continue to trade 4 rounds for 1, eventually NRG is going to be at 12-3. They'll be very happy with that, but I think that might be a little bit out of the realms of possibility. A lot of those rounds that we've got so far from NRG off the back of the pistols and the anti-ecos, but still, it's a good start. It's a good foundation to build upon now, and they need to make sure that they don't let Immortals come back into this one too early. This is a round that NRG should win. They need to win so that they can continue just to grind those rounds out and keep Immortals in that back corner, backing away, trying to play safe and trying to get something on the board. As soon as Immortals get something, then they might start to run away with this. But good work from Fugly in mid. You see the kills going across for NRG. Not much to say about it, really. It was just good aim from NRG, and Immortals go down in that round. They will have to eco this.
This is the critical difference. Marky has now suddenly gained the confidence back. We saw him missing from the majority of Train.
Yeah.
We saw him generally the first one to die, or maybe just getting one kill, but it's too late. Now he's holding on alongside with his teammates. He's trusting himself a little bit more. Daps, still a little bit questionable. He's missing all of the M4 sprays, which he needs to hit, especially when you're holding Vent. That's such a critical position that you need to be able to hold on to. Immortals charging straight towards the A site, looking just to get the bomb plant down after the smoke fades. HE grenade should do a little bit of damage. Not enough, though, because Immortals have crossed to the other side. If NRG drop this, it would be a severe disappointment. They have to keep these M4s to the next round, as well as the AK-47s.
Yeah, definitely. And they have dropped rounds before to the ecos, so they don't want to do that again. The NRG is in a really good position here just to completely shut Immortals out of this CT side and continue to do so. It looks like that's what's going to happen. Bolts does get one, and he another onto Peter, but overall the trade's still going the way of NRG. One gun picked up there by Bolts for Immortals. The bomb should go down, and now we'll see NRG trying to retake again. That's at least good for Immortals, getting the bomb down, getting some guns out of the hands of NRG, and starting to make things look a bit more difficult. Bolts finding another one. 2 versus 2 on the retake here. Fugly, the one with the AK, has to get the work done. Daps actually does manage to take down Bolts in the meanwhile. And Daps will retrieve the AK as the defuse comes across from Fugly. Around again on the board for NRG. It's good.
But it's costly.
But it is costly, exactly. They lose a lot of guns there. The economy, it's still looking okay for NRG, but after they rebuy all of these guns, there's going to be a few players down to around 1,000 or low-ish kind of money. It's not great. You really want to be seeing better from Immortals when they're up 6-1. They've been winning so many rounds, but you just feel as though if Immortals can get one here, 1 or 2 rounds, they're going to force NRG back on the eco and start to pull their way back into this map.
So NRG going to get aggressive early on towards A main. Henny leading the charge towards Squeaky alongside with Steel. Still having a quiet game. Hasn't picked up a kill in this entire half. He wants to try to make an impact soon. 2 within Squeaky. No one actually in A main. This may be problematic as NRG have taken control of A. The bomb really can't exit. FNX is aware of this potential and Marky just edge spotting it. Shoulder peeking. Able to go. There's one waiting there. Henny taking damage from the Molotov. Marky trying to get out alive, just crouching underneath forklift. There's Molotovs and flashbangs coming forward, and Henny taking a lot of damage. There is a smoke grenade from his teammate to save him. And Henny's trying to find the gap inside the smoke, but the HE grenade doesn't damage him. And Peter trying to go for the wallbang. This is scary. Henny decides to go for the counter wallbang. So a bit of trick shotting happening between the two AWPers, but nothing's happening. No hit markers to signify whether or not you're actually getting the shots forward.
He's in a dangerous spot here, doesn't have any backup. He has to get the frag here. He has to go for one at least. They knew where he was, and he does go down. Not much that he could do there aside from try and take that duel, but would have liked to have seen maybe someone else from NRG ready to peek in and try and get a trade or something like that. Puts them in a position where now Immortals could potentially get this round, but again, Immortals are left it very, very late, and NRG have late round utilities to hold them off. Great stuff from Fugly, finding 2 from what is generally speaking a one and done position by that forklift. He's going to go for another, and he gets that as well. 13 seconds on the clock. Immortals, this round is done. NRG just shutting out
Fugly, ace!
He gets 5. NRG, oh my goodness. 7 on the board. Immortals just capitulating right now.
Fugly was performing well in Train. Not probably to the extent that Breezy was in the T half. Maybe not towards Peter in the CT half, but he was consistently doing the damage. And now he single-handedly, mainly, the damage was done earlier on by Marky as well as grenades and the AWPs. But still to come through and just completely shred through Immortals who had armor, who had the AK-47. That is going to be confidence boosting for NRG and expect them to push the nail in towards Immortals' coffin even further.
Yeah, this should be 8 here. Immortals again back on an eco round. A little bit of armor on Steel and Bolts, but aside from that, nothing to speak of. And Breezy, he finds the first. Could have potentially had the second if he held that line, but Bolts starting to... Well, I thought he was going to push through the smoke, but decides to back off here. Still, Good start for NRG. We see Peter as well across the map, finding one onto Henny. Trades coming back for Immortals, but really not enough at this point. NRG just making themselves look even better on this CT side. And Immortals, they have got some work to do because 8 for the CT here of NRG. It's not too bad right now. It can go better, but Immortals, they are in desperate need of some rounds right now.
They should be able to take the AWP off Peter. Nope, Peter has backed off towards the A site, so Bolt's going to be dancing around. They suspect that he was towards B main after Breezy was able to take the first kill. Heard a couple more Deagle shots, and now Immortals, this is looking dire. Down 8-1. Would not be surprised to see a tactical pause called after this round.
I think they need it. Unless they kind of consider this round a tactical pause. They've had a lot of time to talk while Bolts has just been surviving right now. So that could be maybe an argument for not taking a tac pause next round. If they do lose the next one, though, then I think they definitely need to take one.
But if they lose the next one, they won't have the economy to force up. So they have a tac pause coming through.
Yep. Makes sense.
As expected. What would it be expected if it was NRG taking a tac pause?
Yeah.
That would be a surprise.
That is true.
I see Luminosity do that a lot. All right, so Luminosity going to, okay, they're winning, they're calling a tac pause. Yep. They just wanted to make sure they have the pathways to figure out exactly how to take the victory.
At the moment, NRG sitting up 8-1.
It's a tac pause for NRG?
No, I think that was a lie.
Oh.
They were trolling us.
Oh.
It's Immortals, I'm pretty sure. But
it was just a prank, bro.
It was there for like half a second just to get it. Baited you in.
It got me. There we are. It's Immortals.
Yeah, it is Immortals. It makes sense for it to be Immortals right now, and they are in desperate need of some rounds. They probably need to get to at least 6. If they can do that, then I think that's still a pretty good first half. But the way that NRG is playing, it's not looking like it's going to be possible. In saying that, though, Immortals, when they did take a tac pause last half, or last map, they were able to just sort of close out a bunch of rounds after that. So maybe there is something to take away from it. Right now, they'd be talking about what they've noticed on the CT side, what they can maybe take advantage of from NRG. At the moment, though, it just doesn't seem like there's any weaknesses for NRG. Both sides.
It'd be B-side. So? It would be B-side 100%. Immortals won the round from a 3-4 on the B-side.
Yeah, so, but even still, like I feel as though the B-side is not anything like a sure means for Immortals right now. Probably is, yes, of the two, the weaker side. But the way NRG is playing, they're still looking reasonably strong on the B side. The rotations come across pretty quickly as well from NRG, and now NRG taking control of mid. So that's just another area of the map that Immortals are going to have to fight for, use their limited utilities to try and take control of, and potentially risk their lives in doing so.
Heavy mid presence coming out from both sides. Breezy, he needs to be cautious because Molotovs will be flung in his direction, and there is one on Boost ready to take him out as soon as he tries escaping. He's playing underneath Boost. Flashbangs coming through. He does have support from Fugly and Daps. He just needs to find the timing. The timing on the entry is so critical. There's a Molotovs. Daps is going to be a non-factor, and FNX going to open the party up. Headshot towards Breezy, and Lucas also getting one as well. So damage done by Immortals. They've cracked it open, and Peter's also down to 15 HP as well. So it's up to Daps and Marky to try to hold on, and Marky by himself. And he can't even take down FNX. FNX on 12 HP, having a stroll through. Another headshot, and Peter trying his best to equalize the numbers. But Daps just lurking around. Surely has found out. Lucas knows.
This is much better for Immortals. That little bit of a pause time, it seems to have done wonders for their aim. They've kind of just walked in here and absolutely demolished some of those NRG players. 4 on the board still alive when Immortals win that round. So it's the first convincing round that we've really seen from them this half. NRG, look at the economy though. It's good enough to buy into this one. Probably not good enough to buy again though. So at least Immortals have been keeping that in check. And there's a chance now that if Immortals win this round, they do start to build upon it. NRG, important one for them, just so that they can really take control of this first half once again and shut out Immortals.
Immortals have realized mid-control is most likely the critical part of taking control of the rest of the map. But NRG have pushed towards Squeaky. Will be getting control, and Steel is trying to regather that side. But Marky with the M4 just too strong, able to get the kill. Tagged down to 41, but he's still alive, which means he can stay on the site, play defensive, and hold on. Immortals down a member. It's going to make their attack just that little bit more dilute. And doesn't spell well, because if you give NRG an all around, that's 9-2. Momentum back, or the sails back in their wind. Wind back in the sails. Sail back in their winds.
Yeah.
Well, that is That is one way of butchering a saying.
Yeah, you usually like the poet when you're casting. You make up all those
Float
nice
like
sayings.
a butterfly.
Float like a butterfly. That was a good one last night. But this time, it's all gone wrong for you. Maybe just like Immortals right now, but at least they're trying to come back into it, giving it a good crack.
Over to take down Fugly, but well, they're still going to pass through the A site, and that's a little bit difficult because Marky's able to get one towards AMA, and Peter just peeking out, take down FNX, the Danger Man, and Bolts. Well, he had to hope for something incredible.
He gets
unfortunately, he's not Mr. Incredible.
Yeah, Peter, good stuff from him with that AWP. Starting to show up again now for NRG, and that's not a good situation for Immortals. They get one, and then their economy resets. They will be able to buy into it, but what is Henny going to be able to grab? It just looks like a Deagle. So a Galil and a Deagle for Bolts and Henny respectively. AKs for the rest of them. NRG poised to take this one through to 10, potentially even more right now. Immortals are just floundering on the T side of Cache.
NRG have stepped the game up as well. Marky now going 1-1 apiece. Breezy has been spotted out by Bolt, so there is a suspicion that Daps is once again back in vent. But with no Molotovs, or the single Molotov and Lucas, they have to decide whether it's worth trying to flush out vent. Where are these smoke grenades going to go? Peter's got the AWP trained on Garage, and there's Fugly once again at Highway. FNX, he's got to recreate some magic. Lucas is going to be leading the charge, and Dap's going to be exiting vent after he's going to be mollied off. Breezy still playing close. He's going to be blinded out by a teammate's flashbang. NRG, this is much better play. Just leave mid open. Funnel the rest of Immortals into their crosshairs. They're more than confident to play the crossfires.
Fugly very, very close at the moment to FNX, but as of yet, FNX not peeking onto the A-bomb side, and the main attack from Immortals is in mid. Does look like the rotation coming across from Bolts. He will join FNX in A main. It will be an A split. Fugly, though, answering this well. Henny takes a bit of damage as well, but he does manage to actually trade out Fugly. There we go. Marky drops the bomb. This should be an early rotate. Already, the NRG players are rotating across. There's not much time to work with for Immortals once more, and if they lose another bomb carrier, this could potentially be the round over. Daps does manage to grab Henny. Whoa, that's a good shot from FNX. And 2 versus 2. It's still doable for Immortal, but Breezy, oh, what? He could have shut that round down then and there, but he just gets flicked around upon by FNX, and the job, it is going to be needing to be done by Daps. A big job for him to do as well. No utilities, just a defuse kit, though FNX hasn't managed to make his way off the bomb default spot, so he could be an easy pickup for Daps, but Daps doesn't know that he's still there.
Daps just dancing around, trying to isolate it to 2 one-on-ones. How quickly does the game change around? He takes out FNX, but he's on 1 HP. All Bolts need to do, single shot, and he will be able to land it. Immortals will drop NRG, and this is shaping up to be a much better half, or to have the potential of being a better half.
Potentially.
It's still 3-9, but NRG, their economy is not great. They're taking so much damage round after round, and they've severely dropped the ball on that.
Breezy is going to be very disappointed with how that round turned out for him. He was behind them, and he could have gotten that round win for NRG, but lets it go. Lets it slip. It really matters. Immortals now in with a chance to bring this one back to 9-6, which all things considered would not be too bad of a half at all. Fugly, though, he's going to even see if he can say anything about that. Not too much to be said, though. Peter actually finding 2.
Daps, hello.
Okay.
We'll be able to grab that. But Henny coming out from mid, able to get the one-for-one trade. And all up to Peter. Last man left standing, but Bolt's a secured tree, and Peter saving the AK-47 may not be a bad decision.
Yeah, I agree.
No, he's going back to Troc. Scary, because Bolts has managed to make his way towards tree, and he's going to spot out Peter. 4 rounds on the board for Immortals, looking to take 2 more. NRG. They can bind this, but it is a very poor buy, but they're going to do it anyway.
Is it worth it? What do you think?
They've got to rely on their aim. So far, Immortals have been able to crack open the midway point, and the aim's been failing on some points. Breezy, only 6 kills this round, on this half. He needs to step up his game.
The thing that's been
really
so good for NRG, though, on this CT side, I feel, has been the utility use, where they've been able to just save it so late into the round and force Immortals to play so slowly and come into the bomb site so late that it really forces the mistakes out of Immortals, but won't be an option here for NRG. They are going to have to rely on their aim. They don't have any utilities. They've got 1 smoke and 1 flashbang left on the field. Breezy gets some early damage across, but nothing really to write home about. FNX still fairly healthy on 34 HP, and NRG, they don't have anything to fall back on now. It's just the aim, it's just the rotations. If they can get the early rotations maybe working, that can be something that could throw a spanner in the works for Immortals, but
They're just crawling back. So they use a few early smoke grenades, knowing that Breezy has made contact, and they just crawl back to A site. It's only marking an A site, and he's got so much work to do. Uses the final smoke grenade, and he's actually going to push towards A main. Spots nothing close, but there are a lot of members that are about to barrel down upon him.
There are, and he needs to do this work.
He needs to make his mark right now, and he's not going to do it.
Not good enough. 10 damage, or 10 HP left on Lucas. He needed to get more than that. Peter now with the AWP. Let's see what he can do. Steal on the rotation, or cutting off the rotation, really, for NRG. Doing a lot of work, and Immortals, they're going to be happy with that. 2 for 1 overall. Peter does at least trade him out, but I believe it's going to be NRG trying to save this one through to the next round. They've really allowed Immortals to come back into this first half. NRG, they were set up to get 11-4, get 12-3, but 9-5 now. Could potentially be 9-6 even if Immortals continue the way that they're looking in the last few rounds. 10-5 though, wouldn't be too bad for NRG. I mean, 9-6 is not bad, right? It's not doom and gloom, but just the fact that they were in a position to put this through to something much better than what they are at now, that NRG surely has to be disappointed.
Absolutely. They were up 9-2. Imagine if they ended the half 13-2. Just have to win the pistol, a couple of anti-ecos on the T side, and you're home free. That said, Immortals have just grinded their way. This is exactly what they did on their side of train, on the T side of train. They were down, they just slowly just pushed forward, had a tactical pause, the rounds came back in their favor. They're just reading what NRG are doing, and into the final round, this should be Immortals, barring a huge play coming out from the UMPs on the side of NRG.
Alrighty, here we go. NRG changing things up, getting real fast control in towards mid. Are they actually going to go and try and push out through this smoke? That could be something that they might have expected. It'll be a counter boost here from Fugly. Steel is watching it, and there's just little terrorist faces you pop up. Not what you want to see as a CT. Hello. But doesn't cost NRG at that point. No headshot comes across from the AK. Immortals, though, making their way towards the A site. The smoke is still there, but they walk out through it, and they pick up the entry frag. FNX, in fact, actually finding 2. Immortals, great work from them. The A-bomb site completely open, and FNX gets his 3rd for the round, really starting to step up here right now for Immortals. Steel catching the rotation of Fugly. There's nothing that poor old Daps can do. 1 versus 5. This is going to be a 9-6 half.
Yeah, Bolt's on the lurk. Should be able to get the kill, unless Daps does check the corner, and will be able to get the headshot. So 9-6. It's pretty good for Immortals.
Yeah, good comeback from Immortals in that one. We'll see whether or not they can continue the momentum through into the second half.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America. We have one half of Counter-Strike left for tonight. It is Immortals, and they are currently up against NRG. They've done a good job to be able to come back into that first half, at least making it look competitive. Moving over to their CT side, they might have had enough there on that T side to give them a good shot here.
Absolutely. It was 9-2 at one stage. NRG looking in complete domination, especially after Fugly's ace. Well, NRG gonna be... we'll be happy with 9-6. But knowing they could have had so much more is going to make them feel a little bit disappointed in themselves. They're just going to wave that off and go, all right, it's a new round, it's a new day. We're going to dink out FNX and Hanny very early on. Going to make them regret they went to the CT side. Take the pistol, as well as the two anti-ecos to bring it back, or to push their lead forward towards 12-6.
Well, Immortals, they do want to get this pistol round, and it's not looking so good right now. NRG full control of the A-bomb site. They've got someone watching the rotations. It's Marky. He goes 1 for 1, which is good enough considering he gets the information, as well as the fact that a lot of these NRG players are very, very healthy. Not so for Immortals. The Molotov as well. That's going to be big for Breezy because there's nothing to stop Immortals. I mean, there's nothing to stop that Molotov.
There's that smoke. That will stop it.
Yeah, it will. But they stopped that player from the defuse, and now... oh, come on.
Oh, Breezy!
What?
No, Breezy! No!
Oh, no!
Surely they can't get away with that. They do!
That looked all so good for NRG. So good. And then that happens.
There were like 2 kits on Immortals, and they just go, yeah, let's not deal, let's just go straight for the bomb. And there was only one person who was watching the bomb, that was Breezy, and he lost himself inside the smoke. He was just going, oh my... So when smoke gets in your eyes, can't really see that well, can't get the kills. Does get the knife kill as a consolation prize, but you lose the round.
Yeah, they should have won that round, NRG. It was looking good, so good for them as well, but now they will have a bit more of a fight to do here. Immortals should be able to equalize this to 9-9. NRG ecoing this one out. They'll probably eco the next one out as well. Although they got the bomb down. Okay, so they will be able to buy next round. They do have to sacrifice this one would think. Dap's trying to make his way in. The bomb's actually dropped all the way on the A-bomb site, so Immortals know exactly what they need to do. Let's hold the A-bomb site. They do that very, very well, not losing a single gun. So, good anti-eco for Immortals.
NRG, their time to strike back. If Immortals take this, well, we could be in a long half.
We could definitely be.
So
go again to like match. Almost overtime. Yeah, exactly.
Almost overtime, maybe even overtime. These teams have gone in, just like the Tide. You have high Tide and then you have low Tide. That's how these teams have been playing all night.
Yeah.
Except Immortals are kind of more at the high Tide stage.
They've been like the apple crumble / ice cream dream, hot and cold.
I have to find new analogies.
Yeah.
I feel like I have. This dessert analogy for apple crumble has been beaten.
Honestly, I think I'm going to go to the shops today and get an apple crumble and like have some apple crumble tonight. Just in honor.
It'll be a good way to end the week for us down here in Australia. You know, just kicking back.
It's Friday over here, so it's yeah, it's nice. I like Friday. Pro League Friday's always good.
For everyone over here in Australia, Fridays are good. Yep. It means it's time to kick back after a long week, especially for us too, it's casting. But in America, they've still got 1 day left. So I guess we can enjoy the early Friday, but we have an early Monday too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a cop.
And anyway, let's have a look and see how NRG is going to close this out, because they do look like they might actually be able to close out this round.
Much cleaner.
Very clean as well. Once they get those guns in their hands, they just look a little bit better, a little bit sharper than Immortals in that one. Admittedly, the pistol looked pretty good for NRG too, so maybe that's good signs actually for NRG now heading into the second half. This grenade's not going to do all that much. The bomb goes down, Bolts goes down just afterwards. 10 on the board for NRG.
A lot of AKs kept as well, which means that NRG can keep their economy floating. Immortals don't have enough to... I was going to say, didn't have enough to justify a full buy. Might have to force, and they do. For Mars, 2 UMPs and 2 M4s.
It's not a good buy from Immortals. They do have a decent amount of utilities at least, but NRG has more. NRG has more favorable weapons as well. NRG has extra rounds on the board that they can play with here. So Immortals, it's not looking like a great situation for them right now, but definitely far from over. Bolts would have liked to have gotten that one. Marky, though, getting 2, opening things up so easily for NRG. The A-bomb site now almost open. I guess Hanny's the only one giving any sort of contest over there. Dap's in the meanwhile as well. Don't even know how he gets there. Fugly goes down to Lucas, but
they don't have bomb control.
No. So that's
Lucas
not good.
Can shut this down. Marky has to smoke it off, and it's not safe. This could be around going in Immortals' way.
could. Peter's just watching from truck down in towards CT to make sure no one can rotate up and take control of the A-bomb site right now. It's up to Breezy and Marky to take control of that bomb and bring it back over. Definitely looks like they should be able to. Peter spots out Lucas, so these guys should be able to run through that smoke now, or at least put some pressure on. There's a flashbang. It's Lucas, but he won't be able to have enough done there. Marky getting 4 for the round, actually.
Big
Good work from him. And that sits 11 there for NRG now, forcing Immortals back onto the eco as well. Should make it through to 12. NRG, despite not getting that pistol, are already having a pretty good time in the T half.
Well, we're talking about Marky needing to step up his game in the second map, and he has done so. Great CT half, and he's now following it up with a couple of crucial picks. Especially when the Immortals are trying to dictate the tempo. If you can shut that down, it's crucial. Especially able to keep so many AKs, or 3 AKs. Daps and Fugly looking to build up their economy. They know Immortals are on the pistol buy. You see Fugly going to be coming quite close towards B main. Going to potentially charge to the smoke, but it is a B site stack, and Fugly blinded out. No one's pushing him. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief, but he won't be breathing a sigh of relief when he sees so many CTs waiting for him with their USBs.
Well, NRG should be around for them. Let's have a look and see what Fugly can do. Good chance for him to get some easy money. Daps as well, sitting over to the B bomb site. This looks like where NRG do want to head, and
they're heading straight into the stack.
They're heading right into the stack, but admittedly, they still have what they need to deal with this. So Daps looking forward, the smoke in towards tree room there, looking like it's going to be very, very impactful. Good job from NRG to cover each other off as well. So the crossfire is working out nicely for NRG, and that's exactly how the anti-eco should go for NRG.
And just basic Molotovs used to make sure that no more pressure can be applied from certain areas. And Bob's their uncle. They clean up. Daps, the only man who's quite low, needs to be careful of losing his life. He's only got the Mag 10 and armor, but would prefer to save the helmet and Kevlar to the next round. Bolt's just looking for any picks he can get for now. He only has a P250, and Fugly leading the charge. Will take him down quite easily with a Mag 10. So money go in the bank. 4 kills towards the SMGs. And Immortals, do they eco or do they force? If they force, it's not the best buy, but they're going to do it.
Well, this could be a risk for Immortals, but they've got weapons. They've got weapons. They just don't have that much utility. And NRG have looked very, very sharp so far throughout this second half. I feel as though the aim at the moment is favouring NRG. It's going their way. Particularly Marky and Fugly have looked pretty good, at least on this map. It was Breezy and Peter last map. Fugly and Marky this map, I think. That's good to see from NRG. They're all stepping up. They're all making things work.
Heavy mid presence from Immortals, boosting one into vent, then playing FNX close mid as well. A lot of emphasis by Immortals to retain mid control, where NRG, they're just going to play the default, just come back and allow the aggression to wash over them like water in the river over a rock. It's a good metaphor.
If you say so.
Water off a duck's back.
Water off a duck's back, yeah.
Unless they're underwater, because the water doesn't really get off the duck's back. It just streamlines past.
Streamlines past. Yeah, they can swim really fast. Anyway.
How fast can ducks actually swim? You've actually piqued my interest.
I don't know, probably pretty quick.
Oh, that's something we need to find out.
They've got little flippers on their feet, right? So
inbuilt. That's cheating.
It is, but hey, that's the facts of life, mate.
That should ban ducks from swimming ever again. You're not allowed to swim. You got flippers. You're not allowed that. We don't have flippers.
So does that mean we're not allowed to walk on the ground?
Well, ducks can walk. They've got feet.
Yeah, I guess. Gee, this has gone.
This has gone deep.
This cast has taken a turn for the worse.
I think it's gone quackers. FNX will win the deal with the M4 as I've managed to finally punt Elfish in towards Silence, and Lucas at checkers able to take a few more kills. And Peter missing the shot at close range, but the flashbang means he's completely blinded out. Even Marky's blinded out, and he's dinked out. Henny charging forward with the M4, just spraying desperately for the final body tag. It's going to work out, and Immortals do win the force buy. A lot of money still for NRG to work with, though.
Plenty of money, and this is a chance for NRG really to put Immortals under the pump. They get this round, they reset the economy. Immortals can't buy next round, or yeah, they can, but it'll be a force buy. It won't be very good. Not as good as this one. And NRG then get 13, probably 14, probably win the map off that. So this round, super, super critical actually for Immortals. And if NRG can close it out, they might as well just be like, okay, night's done.
All up in the hands of Henny. This is the first time that they've actually got the AWP in the hands of Henny on the CT side. He had some impact on the T side, but not as much.
Yep.
We also found out how fast ducks can swim.
Yeah, I've just been looking at that. 1.2 to 1.6 miles per hour.
That's
duck
pretty
speed.
quick.
What's the difference between duck speed and normal speed?
That is actually a good question. I don't think I want to know that.
But that's not
because
very
that's going
fast,
down a
really.
slippery slope of you try to learn more, and before you know it, you just got to go, what kind of species of ducks are there?
Then you're studying ducks at university or doing research papers on ducks. That'd be you, not me. I'm not smart enough for that.
I think you are smart enough, Elfish.
Ooh. Well,
Ducks are, it's finding the field of interest, and NRG, their field of interest so far is trying to dominate the opposition's heads.
Definitely.
Masters in headshotting. Maybe Peter is majoring
PhD.
in sniper rifling.
Yeah, yeah.
PhDs.
No, he's doing a double degree because he can
Double
rifle as
degree.
well.
Have we seen
What
the
do they
rifle
call
at
that
it?
in America? A double degree? Maybe a double degree?
Double major?
I don't know. It's called
Everything
double degree
is-
in Australia.
Then what would double be upside down as they're coming onto the A side?
I don't know, but we're about to find out here. NRG, Molotov's being sent in the direction of Immortals, but Steel answers first. Running one, he's got a chance to get a couple more there, actually. They lined up for him, but not quite hitting the shots. NRG capitalize upon it. Fugly finding another kill for himself. The A bomb site completely open now for NRG. It's 4 versus 2. Just Lucas left alive.
Yeah, Mark, you can hear him sprinting up highway. Easy turnaround. 4 guns retained for NRG. Immortals probably need to just eco this. They want to buy up in the next one, but they'll be 14-9. NRG, they need to capitalize on this opportunity and close this half out in their favor.
Yeah,
they cannot allow this map to go...
Train 2.0.
Can't allow it to be Train 2.0.
Yeah. It's been like this already for NRG, and they weren't able to close it out. They were actually at, what, 15 and 12. They had a lot of map points to play with and didn't manage to even take it through to overtime. Was it 14 and 12?
It was 15 and 12 at one
15
stage.
and 12. Yeah, they did take it to... No, they didn't take it to overtime. It was 16-14. It was Luminosity that was 14
Ah,
and
yes,
12.
you're right.
But it was really good for NRG in the first half of Train. They got to a similar situation to this, and then they let Immortals come right back into it, and in the end actually win that first map. If you didn't see it, it was 16-14 in favor of Immortals. Massive comeback from them in the second half.
Yeah, Phoenix with a Desert Eagle. This makes me scared, but Daps, potentially even a little bit more scared, does decide to dart around, and Bolt's just chiming in with damage. Does tag Breezy only once. Daps playing safe, waiting for one of the Immortal players to potentially push in, but NRG have been spooked. They don't want anything to do at the A site. They are going to slowly make their way back to B. Steel and Lucas. But Lucas instantly drops the AWP of Peter, able to get the entry. And there's a Molotov towards back of Checkers. No one there, but still holding close Checkers. You can see NRG. They know that this potential is here, and Marky crouching will be able to take the engagement one-on-one. And now all Immortals just scattered about, had to try to take the one-on-one aim, or one-on-3 aim deals in that case for Henny. And it won't work out in the favor for them. NRG should be able to pick up this round 14-9. Deagles, maybe FNX should save his. He's got body armor. Bolts go for the kills, but Daps on the hunt behind, just tapping away. And FNX just going to lurk and try to stay alive. Maybe he has to make off, swimming away in duck speed.
Probably not going to be fast enough, to be honest. But
probably not.
Nicely executed anti-eco from NRG. Losing now just 1 gun so far. FNX with the MAT 10. It's not going to help him next round in reality. He'd be wanting more, but he's probably not going to get more at this point. Although, Peter is going to peek into him. FNX, what can he do? Not much just yet. And Peter does take him down in the end. So, really nice anti-eco from NRG. The only gun they dropped, the MAT 10. So, whatever.
Henny, glass cannon or no body armor to back it up. Lucas has to debate whether to go for an M4 or no utility, or a weaker weapon such as a FAMAS or UMP. It's a difficult decision to make. There is no kit on the side of Immortals. This is important to note. 14-9, no kit. If NRG are able to get their way onto a bomb site, force it to a 2-on-2, and just chew away time, Immortals do not have the utility to deny areas. They don't have smoke grenades, maybe flashbangs towards a retake, and that's it. And that does not bode well if NRG can crack their way open.
It definitely doesn't.
Big if.
And, well, it's not necessarily, because NRG have looked very, very good so far in this second half. They picked up 5 rounds on the T side. Immortals only 3. So You say if, it probably is an if, but they have been generally being able to crack their way into these bomb sites. Marky caught with a grenade out though. That's a little bit silly from him, and a good shot from Bolts actually to take down the bomb. This might actually be the if that NRG didn't want.
Yeah, and Immortals do manage to upgrade a few of their guns as well. If Steel can get there in time, no, he cannot. He has to stay with the FAMAS. Maybe able to give that over towards Bolt, who is deciding what he's going to get. No, Lucas decides to be the brother-in-arms. Gives him an M4 and keeps the AK-47 for himself, and NRG can force back up. They've won a lot of rounds, and Breezy will pick up the AK-47. NRG most likely will play a much slower round. They tried for a faster A-site execute, did not work out.
Yeah, they split up a little bit more default now. Oh, Henny, though, takes down Peter, winning the AWP duel. So NRG having to come out of this one from the start with essentially a player disadvantage. It's not easy. Not easy at all. Steel, is he up on the boost? Or is he just sitting down at the bottom of it?
I think just underneath the bottom of the boost, but they are slowly crawling out towards A-site. And Mark has actually made his way out and punishes FNX for not checking forklift fast enough. And Fugly's cracked open the A-site with the other headshot towards Bolts. Still
Fugly,
now on the fast.
Yeah, he's watching A main. This is not good at all for Immortals. He re-peeks though while he's still reloading. I'm not 100% sure why you would do that, but Breezy does at least take one down. So still player advantage here for NRG. Bomb is down. Post plan's pretty good here for NRG as well. There's a big crossfire set up on the site. And Henny has a lot to do with just the AWP.
He has to go for it. Marky is above him.
He can just jump down on top of him.
If Henny hit that, would have been ridiculous. And he still gets the kill with the USP. Daps, 25 HP up against the 1 HP. There's the flashbang. All it needs is a single bullet, and Henny can't land the headshot. NRG going to match point, but that was a little bit closer than what it should have been.
Resets the economy as well of Immortals here. I think we might be all said and done on Cache, but we'll find out whether Immortals are going to have something to say about that. They are, of course, going to be buying into this one as much as they can, but it has been quite a comprehensively played out game so far from NRG. They've looked good on the CT side. They've looked good on the T side. Admittedly, they have let a few rounds slip away to Immortals, which they maybe shouldn't have, but overall, they're still feeling pretty comfortable and looking pretty comfortable to close out this one.
And, well, only with Deagles to work with mainly. Single FAMAS on Steel. This may be over for them. NRG have not dropped an anti-eco this half, which is a vast improvement from their train game. When they were on the CT side, they dropped a few anti-ecos. Just to close it up, 16-10.
Yeah, they are.
They don't want this to bleed on any longer. You give Immortals a little bit more momentum.
Well, you give Immortals another chance like they had on Train, and Immortals is going to take it. So now is the time for NRG. They have to close it out here.
They'll have opportunities in the future, but this is the best opportunity.
They do have opportunities in the future, but if you've got it now, if not now, then when?
Especially against Deagles. Henny is just going to get the first Deagle kill on Marky. And, well, Fugly's already low, down towards 21 HP, and FNX still wants this kill, and Daps comes across. Goes, no, you cannot touch my brother. And he is going to try to spray his way towards a headshot. It's not going to work out. But Immortals, no utility to work with. Breezy just making sure that Bolts has not pushed through from behind. And Bolts will be pushing through. Breezy checks this at the right time. Oh my goodness, what is with them just reloading and peeking corners?
I don't know.
Basic errors.
The B site now, though, the option of choice for NRG. This should be an easy clean-up for Fugly. The low HP player making it work. And FNX in the vent. He's so crucial right now, but they do check it. I thought they weren't going to. Daps finding 2. This is pretty much it now. 17 seconds just to get that bomb down, but Bolts won't be able to deny that. That's for sure. And trying to retake with a CZ. Cleaned up easily there by Peter. So 16-10. That one on Cache. Going the way of NRG. They secure the 1-1 at least tonight and prove us correct. I thought it was going to be close. It was close. Good match between the two teams.
Cage looking a lot more comfortable for NRG. A couple of critical rounds going in their favor meant after they won those, they shouldn't have dropped the ball. It looked close, probably about the midway mark. They just excelled forward, just accelerated, able to take the rest of the rounds, and that was an easy victory afterwards compared to their train game where they kind of let things slip. NRG, I think Immortals will be happy with the 1-1, especially given on how Train went.
Yeah,
they probably
for
felt,
sure.
They probably felt, oh, NRG were playing a little bit better, so 1-1 tonight, not bad. But for NRG, I think the 1-1's going to be disappointing.
I agree. I think the 1-1's disappointing. You know, they would have wanted to close out that one on Train. They really should have closed that one out on Train, probably around the same scoreline that they had here, considering the start that they had on the T half. 10-5 was the scoreline after they moved over to CT, and from that point, you have to think, well, we should have this pretty easily wrapped up, but Immortals were quite good on the T side. Not quite good enough, though, on Keish, and they don't get the job done there. But overall, a 1 apiece. I think that's a fairly even, like a fair result. That's what we would have expected coming into this one, and neither team could really go away from that one thinking, well, we didn't quite get enough out of that.
It's been a solid night of Counter-Strike for all the games being played on the B stream today, going 1-1 apiece overall.
Yep.
So I think all the teams, sure, not the 2-0s they envisioned. You know, those are the dreams that you go to sleep of. I want to win 2-0 every single match that I play. At least going 1 for 1. You lose one, but you win some, and you get some points, and you have points to work on for next week. Where to improve, what can we do to further better ourselves next time?
Yeah, definitely some good points for both NRG and Immortals to come out of each respective maps. Obviously, Immortals, you can see they have that mental fortitude to be able to come back into things there on Train. NRG, a lot of their players stepping up on Keish after some lackluster performances on Train. But as we look back over how the results of today have gone, thoroughly unsurprising over on the mainstream to see Renegades finding 2 over Selfless and SK to find 2 over Misfits. On our own stream, I'm a little surprised to see Winterfox being able to get 1 over Luminosity, but they did perform quite well on that map on Cobble. Emag, shout out to him for having that good game, and then, well, they went down pretty convincingly on Keish. We've just seen Immortals up against NRG go 16-14 the way of Immortals in the first map, 16-10 to NRG on the second, so yeah, pretty evenly matched split across both of those games today.
I was going to say, for Cobble as well as Train, I think the story was the CT half was too weak for both teams.
Yep.
For all 4 teams involved today on more of the execution-based maps, CT half was a little bit weaker. Winterfox did better on Keish this time around, but it wasn't enough. And I think they still dropped the CT half 5-10, and then Luminosity picked up the pistol round and just closed it off on their own CT half. So that was, I guess, a story. Teams need to pick up their anti-ecos, also need to hold on and make sure they don't drop any of their execution-based maps.
Well, having a look at how the standings have ended up after this week, looking pretty good for Winterfox. At least they get off the bottom of the scoreboard. Now Selfless securely the only one sitting with only 1 single map win. Now we see NRG still secure in 3rd position, Luminosity still in 5th. Actually, did they overtake Optic just then?
They have overtaken both Liquid as well as, well, Luminosity has shot up a bit, and NRG now solidifying themselves as 3rd, so Liquid now falling a little bit more behind. I was wondering why Liquid's score is 9-4, but because that doesn't make much sense.
Oh well.
Doesn't make much sense. That's an odd number. So it'll be NRG and Liquid, I think, tied for 3rd apiece.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be the most important part to get out of it.
Yeah, but nothing entirely too surprising out of those standings there. Nothing too surprising out of tonight's matches. Good takeaways for Winterfox. Probably disappointing for Luminosity, but I think both NRG and Immortals will be reasonably happy with how tonight has gone. So overall, good night of Counter-Strike. Can't complain about it at all.
A little solid viewing. So teams just going head-to-head. We were expecting NRG and Immortals to be close. It was close, going down to the wire on Train, and it was fun to watch.
Yeah, we'll have a look here at how things are going to be coming up in the next week of match days. Match day number 16. We do have a little bit going on the second stream because we have to catch up on a few of the matches that we may have missed. So Optic and Cloud9 for us, that's going to be a very, very good one, actually.
Jeez, Optic playing 4 games in the day.
Yeah, that's going to be a big day for them. But look, they're professionals. That's what they've got to do. SK and Optic over on the mainstream to start off the day, and then Liquid and Winterfox to close that one out. So some really good games actually coming out in match day number 16. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward towards Optic and Cloud9. That's one that we probably normally wouldn't see in our stream.
No, that'd be nabbed up straight away by the mainstream, but I guess we're the lucky ones that get to cast that. So that is going to be a very, very good match. It's like almost, you know, the top teams really in North America, like Cloud9, Optic, SK. Those are the ones that I look at to be really, really strong in the competitive sense. So I think that's going to be a really crucial matchup in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. It's going to determine who's going to make it towards the top and, well, maybe towards the top of the middle of the pack. So it will affect seeding more as opposed towards actual placements. I think all of these teams are comfortable enough to go, yeah, we can qualify for finals. but it's just going to be, okay, we don't want to really verse SK, so we better perform better. Because I don't think anyone wants to verse SKs when it comes finals season.
No, definitely not. But that's going to be it from us tonight. That's all coming up in our next match day. Number 16, we'll have to bid you good night for now. But until then, have a good one.
you